It was the summer of 2009 when I decided to step away from the hustle of my daily life and spend some time in a secluded cabin deep in the forests of Wyoming. At 31 years old, I was living alone in a modest apartment in Salt Lake City, and the repetitive grind of work had left me drained. The idea of spending a week surrounded by nothing but nature and quiet felt like exactly what I needed. I came across the cabin on a rental website. It was described as small, rustic, and tucked away, just the kind of place I was looking for. According to the listing, it was about 25 miles from the closest town, accessible via an old, barely traveled dirt road. The pictures showed a quaint wooden cabin with a porch overlooking dense woods. No neighbors in sight. Sounded ideal. I packed only the basics: a few outfits, canned food, a portable stove, a flashlight, and a couple of novels. I also brought my trusty hiking boots and a map of the region. My plan was simple: unwind, do some reading, and maybe explore the nearby trails. The drive was mostly uneventful, but as I got closer, the roads became narrower and rougher. The tall trees seemed to close in, their branches forming a canopy that dimmed the sunlight. By the time I arrived, the evening light was casting long shadows across the clearing where the cabin stood. The place was exactly as promised: small, simple, and surrounded by nothing but wilderness. There was no cell service, no electricity, and no running water. My flashlight and the small lantern provided by the cabin would be my only sources of light after sundown. I didn't mind. I was eager for the solitude. The first evening was peaceful. I heated some canned soup on the stove and sat on the porch, listening to the sounds of the forest. Crickets chirped, and every so often, the rustling of leaves hinted at wildlife in the underbrush. It was calming, even therapeutic. The next morning, I decided to explore. The map indicated a few trails nearby, so I laced up my boots and set off. The forest was thick but beautiful, with towering pines and clusters of wildflowers. I followed a trail that led up a small hill, offering a breathtaking view of the area. For the first time in months, I felt completely at peace. After a day of hiking, I returned to the cabin in the late afternoon. That's when I noticed something strange. The lantern on the porch was off. I was sure I had left it on before I left. It wasn't a big deal, but it left me slightly uneasy. I told myself I must have forgotten to turn it on. That night, things began to feel off. As I lay in bed, the only sounds were the faint hum of insects outside. Then I heard it, a soft crunching noise, like footsteps on dirt. The path leading to the cabin was rough enough to make that sound, but I froze. The steps were deliberate, slow. They didn't sound like an animal. I told myself it was probably a deer or something similar, but my heart raced. Grabbing my flashlight, I shone it through the window. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing the porch and clearing beyond. Nothing was there. I barely slept that night. The next day, I searched the area for signs of anyone else. There were no footprints or broken branches, nothing to suggest a visitor. I tried to shake off the unease, convincing myself it was all in my head. I went for a shorter hike that afternoon but couldn't ignore the feeling of being watched. The forest seemed quieter than before, the usual sounds of birds and insects muted. Occasionally, I heard faint rustling behind me, but when I turned around, there was nothing. That night, the footsteps returned. They were louder this time, circling the cabin. I stayed in bed, clutching my flashlight and a heavy wrench I'd found in a drawer. The steps stopped eventually, but I didn't dare look outside. By morning, I decided to cut my trip short. The tranquility I had sought was now overshadowed by a growing sense of dread. I packed my belongings and loaded them into my car. When I tried to start the engine, it wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead. Trying not to panic, I decided to walk to the nearest town. It would take hours, but I had no other choice. About an hour into the walk, I noticed fresh footprints on the dirt road ahead of me. They were going in the same direction, but I hadn't seen anyone. I turned back, feeling the cabin was safer than the open road. Once there, I barricaded the door with a chair and spent the day watching the forest through the window. That night, the footsteps returned, heavier and closer. Something pounded on the door, making it shake. Then came scratching, like claws dragging across the wood. I stayed awake, gripping the wrench, until the sounds finally stopped. At first light, I packed up and left again, ignoring the footprints as I made my way to town. When I finally reached it, I called for a tow truck. Returning with the driver later, I found the cabin ransacked. I left without looking back. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there, but I've never returned to the woods. Some places are better left untouched. I've always been drawn to quiet places. Maybe it's because life feels so noisy and overwhelming, or maybe being alone just suits me better. That's why, when I saw an online ad for a small lodge nestled deep in the forest near an old burial ground, I jumped at the chance. It wasn't supposed to be a permanent escape, just a few days to get away from the noise. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was heading, only that I needed some time to recharge. The cabin was located on the outskirts of a small village in New Hampshire, far enough into the woods that even cell signals struggled to break through the dense canopy. The listing described the nearby graveyard as historic and serene, almost as if it were a highlight. Cemeteries never unsettled me. They were always just peaceful, quiet places. I arrived on a cool November afternoon. The leaves were shades of amber and gold, though the sun was already dipping below the horizon. The cabin looked older than the photos online, its wooden exterior worn by years of harsh weather, and its roof slightly bowed. The small, uneven windows added to its rustic charm. The air carried a sharp, earthy scent, a mix of damp leaves and fresh soil. Unpacking was quick since I'd brought only the essentials: clothes, food, a lantern, a novel, and a few tools. The cabin didn't have electricity, but there was an old wood stove for heat and cooking. It was everything I had hoped for. No interruptions, no technology, just the calm of the woods. After settling in, I decided to explore the area. The graveyard was a short walk from the cabin, down a narrow dirt trail. It was modest in size, with perhaps 40 or 50 headstones, most of them leaning or weathered by time. Some dated back to the early 19th century, their inscriptions barely visible. The place felt more forgotten than eerie. Towering trees surrounded the area, their branches weaving together overhead like a protective dome. The air felt colder and heavier under that canopy, but I brushed it off as the chill of the evening setting in. Before the sun vanished entirely, I made my way back to the cabin. That night, I lit a fire in the stove and read by the soft glow of a lantern. The wind picked up outside, making the trees sway and creak. Normally, those sounds would relax me, but here they felt different, like the woods were listening. The silence between the gusts carried a weight I couldn't explain. I turned in early, curling under a heavy quilt to fend off the creeping cold. Sleep didn't come easily. It was broken by faint noises, a rustling outside, the groan of a floorboard. I told myself it was the wind or the cabin settling. The next morning, I discovered the front door slightly ajar. I was certain I'd latched it the night before, but maybe I'd been mistaken. The wind could have pushed it open. Still, it left me uneasy. I spent the day chopping wood and wandering deeper into the forest, hoping to shake the feeling of discomfort. By late afternoon, I found myself near the cemetery again, drawn there without knowing why. The air was colder, and the shadows stretched farther than they had the day before. That's when I noticed it, a crumbling shed at the edge of the graveyard. Curiosity got the better of me, and I approached. The shed was barely standing, its roof collapsed on one side and the door hanging loose. Inside, I found old, rusted gardening tools and a pile of decayed wood, alongside what looked like an animal's nest. It all seemed harmless, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes were watching me. That night, the unease grew stronger. The noises outside the cabin became deliberate, footsteps crunching the leaves, circling the structure. I stayed in bed, gripping a flashlight tightly, but sleep was impossible. At one point, I thought I heard faint tapping on the window. When dawn finally broke, I stepped outside to look for tracks or other signs of wildlife. The ground was undisturbed, and the door remained latched. None of it made sense. On the third night, the footsteps were louder, more deliberate, stopping and starting as if pacing toward the cabin before retreating. I stayed near the stove, clutching a flashlight in one hand and a hunting knife in the other, waiting for something or someone to appear. Then came the scratching at the door. It wasn't the random scuffling of an animal. It was too calculated. My heart pounded as I froze in place, unsure whether to confront it or stay hidden. The scratching stopped, and the silence that followed felt even heavier. When daylight arrived, I found deep scratches etched into the wood of the door, as if something or someone had tried to get in. That was enough for me. I packed my belongings, ready to leave. But when I tried to start the truck, the engine wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead, though I hadn't left any lights or electronics on. It made no sense. Desperate, I decided to hike to the nearest road, hoping to flag down help. As I stepped onto the trail, something caught my eye. Footprints. They weren't mine and they weren't fresh. They had been there for days, circling the cabin and vanishing into the forest. I didn't follow them. I didn't want to know where they led. Instead, I grabbed my bag and walked, never looking back. It took most of the day to reach the main road. When I finally flagged down a passing car, the driver looked at me like I'd survived something I couldn't explain. Maybe I had. I never went back to that cabin. A week later, the rental agency emailed, asking why I'd left early. I didn't reply. Some things are better left unspoken. But even now, late at night, I find myself wondering who or what was out there in the woods. And I wonder if they're still waiting. It was late October, and the rain poured relentlessly as I steered my car up the gravel path to a remote cabin I'd rented for 5 days. Hoping to leave behind the pressures of my job and the chaos of city life, I'd chosen a place far off the beaten track, nestled deep in the forest and a solid half-hour drive from the nearest paved road. Solitude was my goal, and solitude is what I found. There was no cell reception, no internet, and only the sound of rainfall mingling with the rustle of leaves in the wind. The cabin had a rough charm, to put it mildly. The timber siding had weathered to a silvery gray, and patches of moss clung to the uneven roof. A single, leaning chimney exhaled thin smoke from the wood-burning stove inside. Hurrying to escape the rain, I unloaded my luggage and stepped into the cabin, where the air carried the scent of damp wood and aged stone. The furnishings were sparse: an old couch, a battered kitchen table, and rickety chairs that looked like they might collapse under a strong breeze. The power in the area was hit or miss, and the owner had advised me to rely on the gas lanterns and the wood stove if the lights gave out. A small generator out back could power a few essentials if it came to that. After unpacking, I arranged my belongings in the simple wooden dresser in the bedroom and stocked the tiny kitchen with canned goods and snacks I'd brought along. Outside, the rain persisted as evening fell. I sat by the stove, soaking in the crackle of flames and the rhythmic drumming of raindrops on the roof. Occasionally, the wind whipped through the trees, making them creak and groan. At first, the quiet isolation was soothing, exactly what I had been yearning for. But as the hours crept by, the silence turned suffocating. Every noise seemed magnified. The creak of the floorboards, the distant snap of branches, even the sound of my own breathing. I tried distracting myself with a book, but my eyes kept wandering to the rain-streaked window. The distorted silhouettes of trees swayed in the storm, appearing to press closer against the cabin. A growing unease settled over me, as if I were being watched by unseen eyes just beyond the light's reach. Around midnight, the power flickered and died. I lit one of the gas lanterns and placed it on the table, its warm glow throwing shadows that seemed alive, twisting and shifting with the flickering flame. Brushing off the unease, I decided to check the generator. Grabbing my flashlight, I stepped out onto the porch. The rain had eased to a drizzle, but the wind howled, bending the trees around me. The generator shed was about 40 feet from the cabin, tucked beneath a cluster of pines. Trudging through the soggy ground, my boots squelching with each step, I reached the shed. It was just as I'd left it earlier, the door slightly ajar. Inspecting the generator, I found no obvious issues, but it refused to start after several attempts. Frustrated and drenched, I turned to head back to the cabin and froze. There, in the mud near the shed, were footprints. They were larger and deeper than mine, as though made by someone heavier. A cold wave of fear swept over me. Shining the flashlight on the tracks, I saw they led away from the shed into the darkness of the woods. I whispered to myself that it could have been an animal, perhaps a moose, but the prints were too human-like. Heart pounding, I hurried back to the cabin, locking the door behind me and shoving a chair against it for good measure. The night dragged on as I sat by the stove, knife in hand, listening for the faintest sound over the storm. A metallic scraping sound came from the front door, followed by slow, deliberate footsteps pacing the porch. I dared not move, my breath shallow and my pulse racing. When morning broke, the rain stopped, and I ventured outside to find fresh footprints circling the cabin. They lingered at the windows and door before disappearing into the woods. I wasted no time packing, tossing everything into the car in a frenzy and speeding down the muddy road. When I stopped at a gas station, the clerk remarked on how pale I looked. As I glanced at my boots to clean off the mud, my stomach sank. Imprinted in the dry dirt were footprints, ones that didn't belong to me. It was mid-December when my fiancée, Lisa, and I decided to step away from our hectic routines. Lisa worked as a nurse. Her shifts were grueling, with endless hours and constant demands that had taken a toll on her. I, on the other hand, worked from home as a freelance writer, and although my job wasn't as intense, the repetitiveness had begun to weigh on me. So, when Lisa suggested we retreat to a quiet cabin in the wilderness of Vermont for an extended weekend, I agreed without a second thought. We rented a small cabin deep in the forest. It was advertised as disconnected from the world, meaning no internet, no cell service, and no distractions. Just what we needed. The cabin was nestled near a frozen pond, surrounded by tall evergreens that stretched toward the sky. The nearest neighbor was about 6 miles away, and the closest town was nearly a 2-hour drive. Sounded perfect. We arrived late on a Friday evening. The air was crisp and biting, with the sun already sinking behind the treetops, casting long shadows over the snow-covered ground. The cabin itself was snug, a 1-story wooden structure with a wood-burning stove, a tiny kitchen, and a small sleeping loft. Outside, a pile of firewood was stacked neatly, and a generator was available for limited use. We spent our first evening settling in. Lisa started a fire while I unpacked our bags. We cooked a simple meal, spaghetti with Jared sauce, and afterward we sat by the fire sipping tea, chatting about life and anything that came to mind. For the first time in weeks, Lisa seemed genuinely at ease. Her shoulders relaxed, and her laughter sounded unrestrained. The first night passed quietly. The silence of the forest was overwhelming at first, but it felt peaceful. We slept soundly in the loft, wrapped in heavy blankets to keep out the cold. The next morning, we decided to explore the area. Lisa wanted to hike to a nearby overlook that offered a panoramic view of the forest and the frozen pond. The trail wasn't marked but was easy enough to navigate, and we took our time, pausing to admire the stillness of the woods. The snow muffled all sound, leaving only the crunch of our boots and the occasional whisper of wind through the trees. By noon, we reached the overlook. The view was breathtaking, an endless expanse of snow-laden trees stretching to the horizon. As we descended the trail, something unusual caught my attention. Tracks in the snow, large, irregular prints that didn't resemble those of any animal I could identify. They were too big for a deer and too erratic for a bear. I pointed them out to Lisa. She crouched to examine them, her expression becoming serious. She didn't say much, but I could sense her unease. Back at the cabin, Lisa went outside to fetch more firewood while I prepared lunch. When she returned, she seemed distracted, her movements unusually quiet. She didn't mention anything, but I recognized the look in her eyes, focused and tense. I didn't press her, trying instead to lighten the mood, though an undercurrent of unease lingered. That evening, as we sat by the fire, Lisa grew uncharacteristically silent, her eyes flicking to the windows occasionally. When I asked if everything was okay, she nodded and claimed she was just tired. We went to bed early, but sleep didn't come easily. The wind had picked up, howling through the trees and causing the cabin to groan. At times, I thought I heard faint crunching sounds outside, like footsteps in the snow. I told myself it was just the wind or some small animal, but the thought gnawed at me. The next morning, I woke to find Lisa standing by the window, staring into the woods. When I asked what she was looking at, she shrugged and said she thought she saw something moving among the trees. I peered out but saw only shadows and snow. We decided to stay near the cabin that day. The tracks from the day before had unsettled us both, though neither of us admitted it out loud. We spent the day reading, playing cards, and trying to ignore the growing tension. As night fell, the sense of isolation became almost suffocating. The wind had stilled, leaving behind an oppressive silence. We locked the doors and windows, more out of routine than necessity, and tried to relax. Lisa sat cleaning her pocket knife, a habit she had when she was nervous. I didn't comment and busied myself tidying up after dinner. Around midnight, I heard it again, that faint crunching sound outside. Lisa heard it too. She stood abruptly, her hand instinctively going to her flashlight. We both froze, straining to hear. The sound was deliberate, footsteps circling the cabin. Lisa motioned for me to stay put and moved toward the window, peering into the darkness. After a moment, she turned back, her face pale. "Stay here," she whispered. She grabbed her flashlight and stepped outside, closing the door softly behind her. I waited, my heart pounding. Minutes felt like hours. Then came the sharp crack of a single gunshot, followed by silence. The door flung open, and Lisa rushed in, breathless and flushed. Without a word, she locked the door and pulled the curtains shut. "What happened?" I finally managed to ask. She looked at me, her eyes wide and resolute. "We're leaving," she said. We packed hurriedly, leaving the cabin as it was. Lisa didn't tell me what she saw or shot at, and I didn't ask. We drove back to the city that night, the dark forest closing in around us as we sped down the icy road. Only after we were home did Lisa finally explain. She had seen a man standing at the tree line, dressed in dark clothes. When she called out, he didn't respond. When she shone her flashlight, he turned and disappeared into the woods. She had fired a warning shot out of fear. We reported the incident to the local authorities, but they found no evidence, no footprints, no sign of anyone. To this day, we don't know who he was or why he was there. The experience left a lingering chill, a reminder of how vulnerable we'd been in that secluded cabin. We haven't returned to the woods since. The year was 1995, and I had been working as a forester for nearly a decade. My boss, Mr. Redford, ran a thriving timber company near the outskirts of Missoula, Montana. He was a hard-nosed man, known for his no-nonsense approach and high expectations. If you wanted to stay employed, you followed orders and delivered results. Over the years, I had seen more than a few workers quit after failing to meet his standards. One morning, Mr. Redford called me into his office and handed me a new assignment. He wanted a batch of the finest, cleanest spruce logs we could source. "Go far," he said, tapping a map spread out on his desk. "Find untouched ground where the trees are older than you." I nodded and soon found myself gathering my tools and supplies for a week-long trip into the wilderness. Solo trips like this weren't new to me, but this one felt different. The area Mr. Redford marked was deep in the Lolo National Forest, miles past any existing logging trails. The map led to a remote section that hadn't been disturbed in decades. I'd have to hike most of the way and set up camp near an old ranger's cabin that hadn't seen use in years. I set out early the next morning, driving my truck as far as the narrow dirt road would allow before the trail disappeared into dense forest. From there, it was a 3-mile trek to the cabin. My pack was loaded with everything I'd need: an axe, a small saw, rope, food, and a tent in case the cabin was uninhabitable. The trail was overgrown, and it was clear no one had been through recently. Branches scratched at my arms and face as I pushed forward. The air was heavy, and the usual forest sounds, birds, rustling leaves, were replaced by an unsettling quiet. When I reached the cabin, I was relieved to see it was still standing. It was small, with weathered wooden walls and a sagging roof, but it would serve its purpose. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of dampness and decay. The furnishings were sparse: a wobbly table, a couple of chairs, and a cot with a moldy mattress. I unpacked, cleaned up the space as best I could, and got to work. The first few days passed without incident. During the day, I scouted the area, marking promising trees. At night, I returned to the cabin to sharpen my tools and plan for the next day. By the 4th day, I had a respectable pile of logs ready for transport. That's when things started to feel strange. At first, it was just a feeling like I was being watched. While working in the woods, I'd occasionally feel the hairs on my neck rise. I'd stop and look around, but nothing ever seemed out of place. Then, on the 5th morning, I noticed boot prints outside the cabin. They weren't mine. I always cleaned my boots before entering. The prints were fresh, leading into the forest before vanishing. That night, I heard noises outside the cabin, footsteps crunching through the underbrush. Grabbing my axe, I stepped outside and shone my flashlight into the dark woods. Nothing. The forest swallowed the light, and the sounds stopped as suddenly as they'd started. By the 6th day, I was on edge. I told myself it was fatigue or isolation playing tricks on me, but deep down, I knew better. As evening fell, I heard the footsteps again, closer this time. Slowly, I turned, clutching my axe. About 20 yards away, partially hidden behind a tree, stood a man. He was tall and wiry, dressed in a tattered coat and jeans. His face was pale, and his eyes locked on me. He didn't move or speak, just stared. "Can I help you?" I called out, my voice trembling. He didn't answer, stepping forward instead. I didn't wait to see what he wanted. Grabbing my gear, I headed back to the cabin, my heart pounding. Once inside, I locked the door and wedged a chair under the handle. I sat by the window, axe in hand, watching the dark forest. Hours passed, each creak of the cabin making my heart race. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again, circling the cabin this time. They were slow and deliberate. Then came a loud thud against the back wall, followed by another, as if someone was striking it with a heavy object. I stood frozen, clutching my axe, as the sounds stopped and silence returned. At first light, I packed my gear and left without a second thought. The hike back to my truck was nerve-wracking. Every snap of a twig made me jump, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the man again. When I finally reached the truck, I tossed my gear in and drove away, not stopping until I was miles from the forest. I never told Mr. Redford the full story. I simply said the area wasn't suitable for logging and suggested we look elsewhere. He didn't press me for details, and I didn't offer any. To this day, I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. Perhaps he was just a wanderer who stumbled upon my camp, or maybe he'd been watching me the entire time. All I know is I'll never return to that part of the woods. It was the summer of 2017 when my wife, Lily, and I decided to escape the hustle of New York City and spend some time at her late grandmother's cabin. The cabin was tucked away deep in the forests of central Wisconsin, far from any main roads or cell phone reception. Lily's family hadn't visited the place in many years, but she had vivid memories of it from her childhood. She described the scent of the pine walls, the sound of the lake beyond the trees, and the kind of stillness that felt almost tangible. I wasn't much of an outdoorsman, but after months of grueling late nights working as a graphic designer, I was ready for some tranquility. The plan was straightforward: spend a week at the cabin, unwind, and enjoy the peace and quiet. We arrived on a Tuesday afternoon. The gravel road leading to the cabin was overgrown, requiring careful maneuvering to avoid scratching the underside of the car. When we finally reached the clearing, the cabin appeared smaller than I had anticipated. It was a single-story structure with a weathered wooden exterior, surrounded by dense trees that seemed to press in tightly. Stepping out of the car, I inhaled the crisp, pine-scented air. The silence was almost unsettling. No distant hum of traffic, no birds singing, just the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. Lily smiled as she approached the cabin, a set of keys jingling in her hand. Inside, the air was stale, and a thin layer of dust covered everything. The furniture was old but sturdy, and shelves lined the walls, holding worn books and various trinkets. A stone fireplace occupied one corner of the living room, and the small kitchen looked functional but dated. The place had charm, though it also carried a sense of neglect, like it had been waiting too long for visitors. We spent the first couple of hours cleaning. Lily swept the floors while I carried our bags inside and explored the back porch. From there, I could see the lake through the trees. It was small, more of a pond really, with still, dark water that mirrored the green canopy above. That evening, we sat on the porch with glasses of wine, watching the sun sink below the horizon. The sky turned from deep orange to purple, and finally to a velvety black filled with more stars than I had ever seen back in the city. It was breathtaking, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I brushed it off as paranoia. The next morning, Lily suggested we explore the property. The cabin sat on roughly 5 acres of land, mostly dense forest. As we ventured through the woods, it was clear no one had been here in a long time. Fallen branches blocked overgrown trails, and moss had overtaken the ground. We reached the edge of the lake, where Lily pointed out an old dock. It was partially submerged and coated in algae. She mentioned fishing there with her grandfather when she was young. As we stood there, I noticed something odd on the far side of the lake, a patch of ground where trees were missing, leaving an unnatural clearing. It looked as though the trees had been ripped out by their roots. I pointed it out, but Lily shrugged, suggesting it could have been a storm. The rest of the day passed peacefully. We explored, ate, and read. By nightfall, I felt more at ease. We lit a fire in the fireplace and played a card game, laughing until the flames died down. But when it came time to sleep, I couldn't. The silence of the cabin made every sound stand out. The creak of the wooden floors, the distant croak of frogs near the lake, the occasional thud from somewhere outside. I tried convincing myself it was just the old structure settling, but something felt off. The following morning, curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate the clearing by the lake. Lily stayed behind with a book while I laced up my boots and headed out. The forest felt different, denser, with an almost suffocating humidity. When I reached the clearing, I froze. The ground was bare, marked with deep gouges and scorch marks. At the center was a pile of something I couldn't immediately identify. As I stepped closer, I realized it was a heap of bones. They weren't human, but were too large to belong to raccoons or deer. The bones were scattered, as though something had torn the animals apart and left the remains here. A chill ran down my spine. Forcing myself to look around, I noticed claw marks running vertically along the surrounding trees, their bark stripped. Whatever had been here was big. I didn't linger long. On my way back to the cabin, I felt the eerie sensation of being followed. Every so often, I heard a crack or rustle behind me, but whenever I turned, there was nothing there. When I returned, I told Lily what I had seen. She looked uneasy but dismissed it as the work of a bear. I didn't argue, though I knew it wasn't a bear. That night, the noises outside were louder. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, heavy footsteps. I stayed awake, heart pounding. Around 2 a.m., there was a loud thump against the side of the cabin. Lily stirred but didn't wake. Grabbing a flashlight, I cautiously opened the door. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing only trees. Just as I was about to retreat, a low, guttural growl echoed from the direction of the lake. I shut the door and locked it, certain I didn't want to know what was out there. The next morning, we decided to leave early. While Lily packed, I inspected the car. Deep scratches marred the passenger side, as though something with claws had raked it. We didn't waste any time. As we drove down the gravel road, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw movement in the trees. Something was watching us leave, but I didn't stop to find out what. We never returned to the cabin. Lily's family sold it a few years later. To this day, I don't know what I encountered out there, but I do know one thing. I'll never feel at ease in a forest again. We had planned a peaceful weekend getaway. My fiancée, Emily, had discovered a listing online for a secluded cabin deep in the Washington forest. It wasn't fancy, but it had the basics: running water, electricity, and a wood stove to keep us warm on chilly nights. The photos showed a charming little spot surrounded by towering evergreens, an ideal escape from the chaos of city life. We both desperately needed it. Wedding preparations had consumed most of our free time, leaving us exhausted. A few days away from everything sounded like the perfect reset. The drive to the cabin took longer than anticipated. The directions from the owner were straightforward, but the gravel road leading there was rough, narrow, and twisted through the dense forest. My aging SUV barely managed the uneven terrain. The further we drove, the more remote it felt. We lost cell reception about 15 minutes before we arrived. By the time we pulled into the clearing, the late afternoon sun was already casting long shadows. The cabin was smaller than I had pictured, but it matched the photos. Wood-paneled walls, a small porch with 2 mismatched chairs, and a little chimney poking through the roof. Emily stepped out of the car, stretching and glancing around. The silence was almost unnerving. No traffic, no chatter, not even a faint hum of distant machinery, just the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional chirping of birds. We unpacked our bags and carried them inside. The cabin smelled faintly of old wood and dampness, though it wasn't unpleasant. The main room had a simple couch, a tiny kitchen setup, and a small table with 2 chairs. There was a separate bedroom and a compact bathroom, both clean though snug. Next to the wood stove, there was a neat stack of firewood and a note from the owner reminding us to secure the doors at night due to bear sightings in the area. It was nearly dark by the time we settled in. Emily lit a few candles while I started the fire. That evening, we planned to keep it simple, make dinner and relax. The cabin's old radio managed to pick up a couple of stations, though the signal kept cutting out. We turned it off and let the crackling fire and the stillness outside serve as our background noise. The first night passed quietly, though I didn't sleep as well as I'd hoped. The silence felt too dense, almost unnatural. Every creak of the cabin made me uneasy, but I convinced myself it was just my nerves. I wasn't used to being this far from civilization. The next morning, we decided to explore. The cabin's map highlighted a few nearby trails, including one leading to a lake about 3 miles away. We packed snacks and water, then set off. The trail was narrow but marked well, winding through dense woods that seemed endless. The crisp air carried the scent of pine, and for the first time in weeks, I felt a bit of my tension melt away. It was just the 2 of us, the forest, and the rhythmic crunch of our boots on the dirt. The lake was breathtaking, a flawless mirror reflecting the sky and trees around it. We sat by the water, snacking and chatting about wedding plans. It was the first time in weeks we felt like we could truly breathe. But as we began the hike back, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Nothing specific, no unusual sounds or movement, but the forest felt subtly different, as though it was watching us. I kept my thoughts to myself, not wanting to worry Emily. When we returned to the cabin, something seemed out of place. One of the chairs on the porch was slightly askew, as if it had been moved. I was certain they had been aligned perfectly when we arrived. I walked around the cabin, looking for signs of disturbance, but found none. Maybe I just hadn't noticed the chair's position before. That night, things took a darker turn. As we played cards by the fire, we heard it. A faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves, just outside. My chest tightened as Emily froze, her eyes wide. The sound came again, this time closer. I moved cautiously to the window, peering out. The porch light illuminated a small patch of the clearing, but beyond that, there was only darkness. I saw nothing. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but unease gripped me. I double-checked that the doors and windows were locked. Emily suggested turning in early, though neither of us got much sleep. Every creak or rustle outside made my pulse race. The next morning, I found something chilling near the edge of the clearing. Footprints. Human ones. Faint, but unmistakable. Someone had been standing there watching the cabin. I didn't tell Emily, not wanting to alarm her, but the discovery gnawed at me. We spent the day indoors, keeping the doors locked. Emily read while I sat by the window, trying to convince myself the prints were old, maybe left by a hiker or the cabin's owner. But deep down, I knew they weren't. That night was worse. Around midnight, the crunching started again, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. It stopped by the bedroom window. Emily gripped my arm, her nails digging into my skin. She had heard it too. I wanted to grab a flashlight and check, but fear rooted me in place. What if someone was waiting for me to make a move? Eventually, the sound faded, but neither of us slept. At dawn, I went outside to investigate. More footprints. This time, they were closer, leading around the side of the cabin and into the woods. I couldn't ignore it any longer. We needed to leave. We hastily packed our things and drove off. The gravel road felt endless, but relief washed over me when we finally reached the highway. We never talked about that weekend again. Emily refused to bring it up, and I didn't press her. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. Someone had been out there watching, waiting, and the thought that haunted me most, they had been close enough to touch us if they'd wanted to. I was 27 when it happened. I remember the exact year because it was 2013, and I had just gotten a promotion at my job. To celebrate, I rented a secluded cabin in the Appalachian Mountains, a spot I thought would be the perfect escape from the chaos of city life. I'd been living in Asheville for a few years, and while I loved the energy of the town, the thought of spending a week surrounded by nothing but nature, fresh air, and quiet was irresistible. The cabin was described as rustic yet cozy. It was small, just a single-bedroom structure, but it had the essentials: running water, electricity, and even a wood-burning stove for warmth. The listing emphasized its isolation, which was exactly what I was looking for. It was about 8 miles from the closest paved road and surrounded by dense woodland. The idea of complete solitude thrilled me. I didn't tell many people about my trip, just packed my car with supplies and set off early on a Sunday morning. The drive to the cabin was breathtaking. The gravel road wound through endless forests of oak and pine, with occasional glimpses of distant peaks dusted with snow. My GPS signal came and went, but the directions provided by the property owner were easy enough to follow. By early afternoon, I arrived. The cabin was exactly as advertised, a weathered wooden structure nestled in a clearing. The trees were so dense around it that they felt like they were pressing in on all sides. A small porch with 2 wobbly chairs overlooked a fire pit a few yards away. The place looked old but sturdy, and a thrill of excitement ran through me as I unloaded my car. Inside, the cabin was snug but minimal. The main room functioned as both the living area and kitchen, with a small wood stove in one corner and an old couch pushed against the wall. A short hallway led to the bedroom and bathroom. The kitchen had basic utensils, and the fridge buzzed softly when I plugged it in. I unpacked my food, lit a few candles to set the mood, and settled in. That first evening was serene. I built a fire in the pit outside and cooked a simple dinner as the sun set behind the trees. As darkness fell, the silence deepened. It wasn't just quiet. It was an all-encompassing stillness, almost alive in its intensity. I brushed it off as my urban ears adjusting to the wilderness. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling. The mattress was uneven, and the sheets smelled faintly of dampness. The cabin creaked occasionally, as old places do, but beyond that, there was an eerie absence of sound. No crickets, no wind rustling the leaves, nothing. At some point, I drifted off, only to wake up suddenly in the middle of the night. The clock on the nightstand read 3:11 a.m. I lay still, trying to figure out what had woken me. The cabin was dark except for the faint glow of moonlight seeping through the curtains. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping outside. Top, top, top. It was coming from the rear of the cabin, near the bedroom window. My first thought was a branch swaying in the wind, but the sound was too deliberate, too steady. My heart pounded as I sat up in bed. The tapping stopped abruptly, leaving the silence heavier than ever. I stayed frozen, straining to hear anything else. After a while, I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a pine cone falling or an animal passing by. I eventually drifted back to sleep, though it was fitful. The next morning, I shook off the unease from the night before and spent the day exploring the forest around the cabin. The trails were narrow but beautiful, winding through dense woods. The cool, crisp air helped ease my nerves, and by the time I returned in the late afternoon, I felt more relaxed. That evening, I built another fire and sat outside until the stars appeared. The tapping from the previous night felt like a distant memory, a trick of the imagination. But as I was finishing dinner, I heard a new sound, a faint crunching coming from the woods. It was subtle, but rhythmic, like footsteps on dried leaves. I froze, my fork halfway to my mouth, listening intently. The sound stopped abruptly. I scanned the tree line, but the darkness revealed nothing. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, but I felt exposed sitting there in the open. I gathered my things and went inside, locking the door behind me. I double-checked the windows to make sure they were secure. That night, I woke up again around 3 a.m., the same unease washing over me. Then I heard it, the tapping.
Top, top, top.
This time, it was louder and more insistent, coming from the same spot by the bedroom window. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the window. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but all I could see were the trees. Nothing moved. The tapping had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning, I found faint footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. They were barely visible, but they were their bare, human-like prints leading from the woods to the back of the cabin before disappearing. My stomach churned as I crouched to examine them. I tried to convince myself they were a trick of the light or my imagination, but deep down, I knew better. The rest of the day, I was on edge. Every rustling leaf, every snapped twig set my nerves on high alert. By nightfall, I was exhausted and decided to forego the fire. I locked the door, pulled the curtains tight, and kept a knife by my side as I sat on the couch. That night, the tapping came again, more insistent than before. I couldn't take it anymore. Grabbing the flashlight, I flung open the door and shone the beam outside. The yard was empty, the forest silent and oppressive. I stayed out there for what felt like an eternity, scanning the trees. Eventually, I retreated inside, locking the door behind me. By the fourth night, I was done. My week-long escape had turned into a nightmare. I planned to leave at dawn, but at 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of the cabin door creaking open. Someone or something was inside. Soft, deliberate footsteps echoed down the hallway, moving toward the bedroom. I grabbed the flashlight and knife, threw open the bedroom window, and scrambled outside. The cold air stung my skin as I hit the ground running. I jumped into my car, started it, and sped away without looking back. When I reached the nearest town, I reported the incident to the property owner and local authorities, but they found nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing. To this day, I don't know what was out there, but I'll never forget those footsteps or the way the cabin seemed to watch me. What was supposed to be a peaceful retreat turned into a chilling reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. I never imagined I'd spend a week by myself in a secluded cabin in the Italian countryside. It wasn't my first pick for a holiday, but after months of being overwhelmed by work, I needed to unplug. A friend of mine, Lucas, had suggested his family's cabin, which was tucked away in the hills. "You'll appreciate it," he assured me. "No neighbors for kilometers, no internet, no interruptions, just peace and nature." At first, the idea sounded like exactly what I needed. A chance to unwind, clear my thoughts, and escape the city's chaos. Lucas gave me directions and warned me that the cabin was old but serviceable. "Just pack enough for the week," he said. On a chilly morning in early November, I filled a rental car with groceries, clothes, and a stack of novels, then drove toward the countryside. The journey was calm, winding through quaint villages and sprawling fields. But as I approached the cabin, the road narrowed and became bumpier. The trees around me grew denser and taller, their shadows making the late afternoon feel like twilight. When I finally arrived, a shiver of unease swept over me. The cabin stood alone in a small clearing, surrounded by thick forest on all sides. It was a modest structure of weathered timber, with a sloped roof and a tiny porch. Not another building or sign of life could be seen. just the cabin and the woods encircling it like a fortress. Inside, the cabin was exactly as Lucas described, basic but functional. It had a small kitchen with an old gas stove, a cozy living room with a stone fireplace, and a single bedroom with a squeaky metal bed frame. There was no electricity, only a few oil lamps and a stack of firewood beside the hearth. The quiet was overwhelming, broken only by the occasional rustling leaves or the faint chirp of a bird. On my first day, I unpacked, prepared a simple meal, and read by lamplight. By the time I crawled into bed, I was already second-guessing my decision. The isolation was more profound than I'd anticipated, and every creak of the cabin or sound outside made me tense. The next morning, I decided to explore. A narrow path behind the cabin led deeper into the woods. The air was sharp and cold, and the only sounds were my boots crunching on the trail and the occasional snap of a branch. After about an hour, I stumbled across an old, moss-covered fence. Beyond it lay what appeared to be a dilapidated barn. Its roof had caved in, and its windows were shattered. Something about the sight unsettled me. Unable to pinpoint why, I decided not to investigate further. On my way back, I had the eerie sensation of being watched. The forest seemed darker, quieter, and I occasionally thought I heard soft footsteps behind me. When I reached the cabin, I locked the door and tried to shake off the creeping paranoia. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. I split firewood and read, but an undercurrent of unease lingered. That night, I woke up to a faint noise, a soft, rhythmic tapping. It was so gentle it could have been mistaken for a knock. I froze, heart pounding, and strained to hear more. After a few minutes, the sound stopped, leaving only the oppressive silence. In the morning, I checked outside but found nothing out of place. No tracks, no signs of an animal. I convinced myself it was just a tree branch brushing against the cabin. But later, I started noticing strange things. A chair in the kitchen wasn't where I'd left it. A book on the table had moved. At first, I blamed myself, assuming I'd forgotten. But as these incidents continued, I began doubting that explanation. By the fourth night, my nerves were shot. The tapping had returned the previous evening, louder and more deliberate. I barely slept and jumped at every sound. The next day, I went for a short walk to calm my nerves. But when I came back, the front door was slightly open. I was certain I'd locked it, though the interior appeared undisturbed. The feeling that I wasn't alone grew stronger. That night, I didn't even attempt to sleep. I sat in the living room with a knife in hand, staring at the door. When the tapping started again, this time at the window, I didn't move. I barely breathed. The noise eventually stopped, but I felt no relief. The next morning, I decided I had to leave. I hastily packed my belongings and loaded the car. But when I turned the key, the engine refused to start. The battery was dead. Trapped, I spent the day barricading the cabin with whatever I could find, preparing for the night ahead. When darkness fell, I lit every oil lamp and candle, sitting in the corner with my knife. The tapping returned, but this time it came from everywhere, on the walls, the roof, even the door. It was as if something was testing the cabin's defenses, encircling it. Then, as abruptly as it started, it stopped. For what felt like hours, there was silence. But just when I began to think it was over, the door handle began to turn. I never saw who or what was out there that night. At dawn, I discovered the car's battery cable had been deliberately cut. After fixing it, I drove away and never looked back. I sold everything from that trip, the clothes, the books, even the car. I haven't spoken to anyone about what happened in detail, and I doubt I ever will. I only hope I'll never have to experience anything like that again. I rented the cabin on a whim. It was 2021, and I had just quit a high-pressure job in Austin, Texas. I desperately needed a break from my routine, from work, from people. I craved solitude and figured the secluded forests near the New Mexico-Arizona border would be the ideal escape to clear my mind. The listing described the cabin as completely off the grid, no power, no plumbing, but I didn't care. The photos showed a charming wooden structure nestled among dense trees, far removed from the chaos of civilization. Perfect. The owner assured me it was safe and mentioned that there wasn't much nearby, just wilderness. That was exactly what I was after. I packed enough for a week: canned food, a camping stove, extra clothes, and a solar-powered charger. I also brought along a small handgun I'd recently purchased after moving to Texas. I wasn't overly worried, but being completely alone in the middle of nowhere made it feel like a good precaution. The drive was nearly 7 hours. As I got closer, paved roads turned to gravel, then dirt. By the time I reached the cabin, I hadn't passed another car in over an hour. The cabin looked just like the photos: small, rustic, and tucked away in a clearing surrounded by towering pines. There was no driveway, just a patch of flattened dirt where I parked my truck. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, explored the immediate area, and spent the evening reading by the light of a battery-powered lantern. It was eerily quiet. No traffic noise, no distant hum of anything man-made. Just the wind weaving through the trees and the occasional sound of wildlife. That night, I slept deeply despite the strange sensation of being so utterly cut off. The second day, I decided to go for a longer hike into the woods. I packed water and snacks into a small bag and marked my trail with strips of neon tape to ensure I wouldn't lose my way. The forest was stunning but incredibly dense. It was easy to see how someone unfamiliar with the terrain could quickly get disoriented. After about 2 hours of walking, I stumbled across something strange. A faint path not marked on any maps I'd reviewed. The trail was overgrown, but it looked like it had been used fairly recently. Intrigued, I decided to follow it. The path led me to a small clearing. In the middle sat an old, abandoned camper. It looked like it had been there for years. The tires were completely flat, and rust covered most of the exterior. Trash was scattered around the area. Empty cans, shredded clothes, broken furniture. It made my skin crawl. Something about the scene felt wrong, as if I wasn't supposed to be there. I didn't stick around long. I retraced my steps and headed back to the cabin, trying to shake off the unsettling vibe. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every little sound outside made me jump. I kept imagining someone or something watching me from the woods. The wind picked up, making the trees creak and groan. At one point, I was certain I heard footsteps near the cabin, but when I mustered the courage to look outside, there was no one there. By the third day, the isolation that had initially felt so freeing had become oppressive. I decided to stay close to the cabin and spent the day chopping wood and reading to distract myself. Around midday, I noticed something odd. One of the neon tape markers I'd used during my hike had been tied to a tree near the cabin. I hadn't put it there. At first, I thought I must have been mistaken. But when I checked, I realized it was one of the markers I'd placed on the trail leading to the camper. Someone had moved it. A knot of dread tightened in my stomach. Was someone else out here? Why would they do that? I tried to convince myself it was a hiker or a hunter, someone who thought the tape was litter. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I kept my gun within arm's reach for the rest of the day and double-checked that all doors and windows were locked before nightfall. That night, I woke to a loud, violent banging on the cabin. It sounded like someone, or something, was trying to break the door down. Heart racing, I grabbed my gun and shouted. The noise stopped. After several tense minutes, I looked outside, but there was no one there. The next morning, I discovered deep, jagged scratches on the front door, as if someone had dragged something sharp across it. Worse, the tires on my truck had been slashed. I was effectively trapped with no phone signal to call for help. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it could have been animals or bad luck with the tires. But then I saw the footprints. They were fresh, leading from the woods to the cabin and back again. Human footprints. Panic took over. I packed essentials, food, water, and my gun, and decided to hike to the nearest ranger station, about 12 miles away. As I moved through the forest, I felt eyes on me. Every rustle or snap of a twig made me whip around, gun raised. Then I saw him, a man standing motionless among the trees just off the trail. He was dressed in dark clothing with a hood pulled low over his face. He didn't move. He just stared at me. I froze, heart hammering. I shouted at him to stay back, pointing my gun. He didn't react, not a flinch. Terrified, I turned and ran as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the ranger station. I burst inside, breathless and shaking, and told the ranger everything. The cabin, the footprints, the man in the woods. He listened and then told me something chilling. There had been reports of drug traffickers using cabins in the area as stash points. Occasionally, people renting them stumbled onto something they weren't supposed to see. He drove me back to retrieve my belongings. When we arrived, the cabin had been ransacked. The door was broken, my supplies gone. I never returned to that area. To this day, I don't know exactly what I walked into, but I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, hunted. Now, whenever I think about renting a remote cabin, I always wonder who or what might already be out there. It was late September, and the air was turning crisp. I had been longing for some time away from the hustle and constant noise of my everyday life. A weekend trip to a secluded mountain cabin seemed like the perfect escape. After some searching online, I found a small cabin that looked both quaint and inviting. It was tucked deep into the Blue Ridge Mountains, far removed from any towns or well-worn trails. The pictures showed a modest wooden cabin sitting on a hill, offering a stunning view of the forest. There were no nearby neighbors, just miles of trees and silence. The drive there took longer than anticipated. The winding mountain roads twisted sharply, and as I ascended higher, the weather began to shift. By the time I reached the narrow dirt road leading to the cabin, the sky was heavy with dark clouds, and the air was damp with the chill that often precedes rain. The path was rough, littered with fallen leaves and patches of mud. My car, an older compact sedan, wasn't ideal for such rugged terrain and struggled through some of the deeper ruts. But after some effort, I finally arrived. The cabin was smaller than I had pictured, but it had a certain rustic charm. It was a single-room structure with a small bed, a kitchenette, and a wood stove nestled in one corner. Outside, a wooden porch held two weathered chairs, overlooking a valley of dense trees. I unpacked quickly, eager to beat the rain, and hurried inside. Just as I lit a fire in the stove, the first drops began pattering against the roof. At first, the sound of the rain was soothing, a rhythmic tapping on the windows and roof. I had brought along a book and a few supplies, anticipating a quiet, peaceful evening. The fire crackled warmly as the rain intensified, and for a time, I felt completely at ease. But as the hours passed, the downpour turned torrential, and the wind began to howl, rattling the cabin. The cozy atmosphere I had enjoyed earlier started to shift into something more unsettling. It wasn't fear exactly, but an uneasy feeling crept in as the storm grew louder. I chalked it up to being alone in an unfamiliar place. Around 9:30 p.m., the power cut out, just as the owner had warned me might happen during bad weather. Thankfully, I had brought a flashlight and a few candles. I lit the candles and placed them on the table near the bed, their flickering light casting strange shadows across the cabin walls. The storm raged on. The rain hammered relentlessly, and the wind whistled as it bent the trees outside. Then I heard something, a sound distinct from the storm. It was faint at first, like a soft knock or a thud, but it felt out of place. I told myself it was likely a branch falling or something blowing against the cabin. But then it happened again, this time louder and more deliberate. My heart raced as I grabbed the flashlight and directed its beam toward the door. Nothing. I stood motionless, listening intently. When the sound didn't repeat, I convinced myself it was my imagination or the storm playing tricks on me. I returned to the bed, though I could no longer focus on my book. Minutes later, there it was again. 3 distinct knocks, this time coming from the back of the cabin. My stomach dropped. There was no back door, only a small window overlooking the slope behind the hill. Whatever or whoever was making the noise had to be right against the wall outside. I froze, my thoughts racing. Who would be out here in the middle of a storm? The nearest town was at least an hour away, and there were no other cabins nearby. The idea of someone wandering through the woods in such weather seemed impossible. I reached for my phone, but as I expected, there was no signal. Frustration and fear surged through me as I cursed myself for not being better prepared. The knocking stopped, but my nerves remained on edge. I kept the flashlight nearby and stayed close to the fire, its glow illuminating much of the room. The storm drowned out all other sounds, making it impossible to tell if anyone, or anything, was moving outside. An hour passed, maybe longer. I started to think whoever had been out there was gone. Just as I began to relax, I heard something that chilled me to my core. A faint scraping sound, like metal dragging against wood. It was coming from the back window. The cabin's windows were old and thin, secured with flimsy latches. I shone the flashlight toward the back, but I saw nothing. The scraping continued, slow and deliberate, as though someone was trying to pry the window open. Panic gripped me as I grabbed the stove poker for defense, my hands trembling so badly I could barely hold it. Then, suddenly, the scraping stopped, replaced by silence. For a brief moment, I thought it was over, but that relief shattered as the glass in the back window exploded inward. Shards flew across the room, and the icy wind howled through the opening. I aimed the flashlight at the window, expecting to see someone forcing their way in, but there was no one there. Nothing. Just shattered glass and rain pouring inside. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but stepping outside into the storm seemed equally dangerous. In desperation, I barricaded the broken window with a small table and chairs, hoping it would delay whoever or whatever was trying to enter. I spent the rest of the night by the stove, clutching the poker and flashlight, flinching at every noise the storm brought. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving the forest eerily quiet. I hastily gathered my belongings and prepared to leave. As I walked around to inspect the damage, I noticed something that froze me in place. Footprints. Deep, fresh prints in the mud, leading away from the cabin and into the dense woods. I had always loved solitude, the kind where it's just you, a book, and the quiet murmur of nature all around. So, when I came across a remote lodge for rent in the Smoky Hills, I didn't hesitate. It was late spring 2021, and I was worn out from the grind of my office job. A week far from the city, disconnected from people, sounded like exactly what I needed. The cabin sat about 12 miles off a narrow back road, down a winding dirt trail that snaked through thick woods. There was no phone reception and no nearby houses, which was precisely what I'd hoped for. The rental ad had described it as rustic, which I took to mean old but functional. I wasn't after luxury, just peace and quiet. I arrived in the early evening as the sun dipped low, painting the trees in golden light. My car crunched into a small clearing where the cabin stood. It was modest, perhaps 650 square feet, with weathered wood siding and a tin roof dotted with rust. A wraparound porch framed the front, complete with a creaky swing and a couple of rickety chairs. Cozy enough. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of aged timber and dust. The furnishings were basic: a small couch, a wooden table, a wood-burning stove, and a tiny kitchenette with only the essentials. Down a narrow hallway, there was one bedroom and a bathroom with a shower but no bathtub. A few shelves held old paperbacks and some faded board games. The curtains, fraying at the edges, looked like they hadn't been touched since the early 90s. I unpacked quickly, eager to settle in before nightfall. After stacking some logs in the stove and cracking open a drink, I sank into the porch swing and watched the sun sink behind the trees. The forest came alive with sounds: birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the occasional sharp snap of a branch. Felt good to be disconnected, peaceful. That first night, I slept like a log. The following morning, I decided to explore the woods surrounding the cabin. There wasn't much of a trail, just a faint path likely worn by deer or other animals. Towering pines and oaks formed a dense canopy, letting only slivers of sunlight through. The air was damp and cool, and the only sounds were the crunch of my boots and the occasional chirp of a bird. I didn't wander far, maybe a mile or so. The last thing I wanted was to lose my way without cell service. On my way back, something unusual caught my eye. Just off the path, half hidden by brush, was a patch of disturbed soil. The earth looked fresher than the rest, as though it had been recently dug and then filled back in. There were no markers or signs to suggest anything significant, but I couldn't help staring at it. Probably just an animal digging, I thought, but the more I looked, the stranger it felt. The dirt wasn't just dug up. It seemed deliberately packed down, like someone had buried something. Uneasy, I brushed it off and continued back to the cabin, determined not to let my imagination ruin the trip. The afternoon passed quickly. I read for a while, chopped some firewood, and soon the sun was setting again. But the image of that disturbed patch of ground lingered in my mind. Who would be out here in the middle of nowhere digging a hole? That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured the spot in the woods. Eventually, my curiosity won out. Just past midnight, I grabbed my flashlight and a small camping shovel I'd brought with me, telling myself I'd dig just a little, enough to ease my mind. The forest at night was a different world. The cheerful chirps of birds were replaced by the occasional hoot of an owl and the eerie rustle of leaves. My flashlight cast long, shifting shadows, and every step seemed unnaturally loud. It took longer than I expected to find the spot again, but eventually, I did. Under the flashlight's beam, the dirt looked even more out of place. I hesitated, then began to dig. First, it was just loose soil, but after a few minutes, my shovel hit something solid. My heart raced as I crouched down and brushed the dirt away with my hands. What I uncovered made my stomach churn. It was a hand, pale and lifeless, poking up from the earth like some grim warning. I stumbled back, heart hammering in my chest. My first instinct was to run, but something stopped me. I had to see more. With trembling hands, I kept digging. In minutes, I had uncovered a body. It was a man, perhaps in his late 30s, wearing a plaid shirt and jeans. His face was partly decayed, but it was clear he hadn't been buried long. The stench hit me, a sickly, nauseating odor that made me gag. I staggered back, my mind racing. Who was he? How did he end up here? And most terrifying of all, who buried him? Grabbing my flashlight, I bolted back to the cabin, heart pounding. Inside, I locked the door and shoved a chair beneath the handle for good measure. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I sat on the couch, staring at the door, my thoughts spiraling. What if the person who buried him was still out there? What if they'd seen me? At first light, I made my decision. I had to leave. I packed my belongings in record time and loaded them into my car. But as I grabbed the last bag, I froze. On the porch swing sat a boot. A single boot identical to the ones the man in the ground had been wearing. My blood turned to ice. Someone had been there while I was inside. I didn't wait to find out who. I jumped into my car, started it up, and sped down the dirt road, not stopping until I reached the main highway. Once I had cell service, I called the authorities and reported what I'd found. They took me seriously, but I never heard back about what they discovered. I've never returned to that cabin. Even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that someone was watching me that night. Someone who didn't want their secret uncovered. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I swear I can still smell that sickly sweet odor. This happened in Montana during the late 80s when I was around 16 years old, in the middle of winter. My family and I lived in a small cabin surrounded by dense forest. By deep in the forest, I mean the nearest neighbor or store was at least a 40-minute drive away. It was around 9:30 at night. My dad worked late-night shifts, so it was just my mom and me at home. Everything seemed normal until things took a terrifying turn. We had just finished eating dinner, and my mom was clearing the table. She asked me to take care of the dishes, so I got to work. I turned on the tap, waiting for the cold water to heat up, when I noticed the outdoor porch light went out. The reflection in the window, combined with the sudden darkness outside, made it difficult to see. But then I caught sight of something, a face. Someone or something was outside, staring straight at me. I froze in place, completely stunned. I grabbed a towel to wipe the condensation off the window, hoping for a better look. As soon as I cleared the glass, an intense, blinding light shone directly at me. The brightness made me squint and turn my head away for a moment. When the light switched off, I saw a figure standing farther back but still watching me. Before I could react, my mom placed the last of the dishes in the sink, snapping me out of my daze. She noticed my pale expression and asked what was wrong. I told her there was someone outside, staring at me and shining a flashlight into the window. At first, she didn't believe me, assuming I was joking. I tried convincing her I was serious, confused about how she hadn't noticed the flashlight since it was so bright. She guessed she must have had her back turned at the time. When I felt brave enough, I stepped back to the window to check again. The figure was gone. I felt a slight sense of relief, but that didn't last long. Suddenly, the doorknob rattled violently, as though someone was trying to turn it and get inside. My mom screamed, and we both grabbed small kitchen knives. Whoever was outside began pulling harder on the door and kicking it forcefully. It was clear they were attempting to break in. Luckily for us, my dad arrived at that exact moment. His shift had been cut short unexpectedly, and he came home earlier than usual. If he hadn't, I don't think my mom and I would have survived that night. As soon as my dad pulled into the driveway, the intruder bolted. But my dad wasn't about to let him get away. He took out his Glock and fired 5 times, hitting the man with every shot. The man collapsed and died within minutes. Once the situation was under control, my dad drove us to the local police station to report what had happened. Thankfully, he faced no charges. The authorities confirmed it was self-defense. When the police arrived at the scene, they found a handgun tucked into the intruder's waistband, along with a sharp 6-inch knife, mace, and a pair of handcuffs. I shudder to think about what his intentions might have been. I'm just grateful my dad showed up when he did and protected us. A few months later, we moved out of that cabin and into a new house my dad and his friends built for us. I lived there for 6 years before moving in with my girlfriend to an apartment in the city. Life has been pretty calm since then, but this is a story I find myself sharing now and then. It's a memory that still haunts me, yet I'm forever thankful for how it ended. This happened when I was 14 years old, a little over 4 years ago. My friend and I used to play hide and seek outside at night in the dark. We could hide almost anywhere we wanted, and there weren't many restrictions on where we could go. Even so, we usually didn't stray too far, as neither of us felt the need to. One particular evening, my friend Ethan was the seeker, and it was my turn to hide. I decided to make things more exciting and ran into the nearby woods. I figured it would add a twist to the game since we had never included the forest as part of our playing area before. Plus, I thought it would make it much harder for him to find me. As I searched for a hiding spot, I stumbled upon an old, weathered cabin that looked like no one had lived in it for years. When I got closer, I noticed that the front door was wide open. That struck me as odd, but curiosity got the better of me, and I cautiously stepped inside. I wasn't completely sure if the cabin was empty, so I moved carefully, keeping quiet. Despite its abandoned appearance, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone might still be inside. I eventually found my way to one of the rooms and decided to wait there. After about 10 minutes, boredom set in. I hadn't really considered how dull it would be to hide somewhere so well. Just as I was thinking about leaving or finding a different spot, I peeked out the window. That's when I noticed a dark figure moving in my direction. I wasn't sure if Ethan had spotted me, but to be safe, I ducked beneath the window. My heart raced as I held my breath, trying not to make even the slightest sound. The footsteps outside grew louder with every step, the crunch of leaves and twigs becoming clearer as the person approached. Soon, it sounded like they were right next to the window. Out of nowhere, there was a loud pounding on the glass. The sound was so sudden and intense that I almost screamed. My heart jumped into my throat, and I couldn't help but feel irritated, thinking Ethan was trying to scare me. The banging continued, 4 or 5 loud knocks. But when I finally peeked up, whoever had been there was gone. Frustrated, I started yelling Ethan's name, telling him that his prank wasn't funny. But then I heard the front door slam open, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps coming toward the room I was in. That's when I began to panic. I was positive I had closed the front door when I entered, so the fact that it was now open chilled me to the core. The footsteps echoed loudly on the wooden floor, and with each step, they grew closer and closer. I couldn't shake the creeping fear that whoever was in the cabin wasn't Ethan. I glanced out the window again and saw someone holding a flashlight. It was at that moment I realized the horrifying truth. The person in the cabin wasn't my friend because Ethan was standing outside, pointing his flashlight toward me. Without hesitation, I pushed the window open and leapt out, not caring how I landed. Thankfully, I hit the ground on my feet and didn't hurt myself. Ethan shone his flashlight on me, his face filled with confusion as I shouted for him to follow me. I didn't wait. I sprinted toward home, yelling over my shoulder about a man being inside the cabin. At first, Ethan thought I was joking. He stayed put for a moment, but then he saw the man for himself. The stranger was standing by the window I had just jumped from, staring out at Ethan. That's when Ethan finally believed me, and he ran after me. When we got back to my house, I explained everything that had happened. We didn't tell my parents about it, though, because I knew I was technically in the wrong for going into the cabin in the first place. I was just relieved nothing worse had happened. Ethan and I both agreed never to do anything like that again. I learned my lesson that night and have avoided taking unnecessary risks ever since. Looking back, I feel incredibly lucky to have made it out of that situation unharmed. One evening, during a late-night stroll, I happened across a trail I had never seen before. I often take walks mostly around the neighborhood, but occasionally I like to wander into unfamiliar areas. A few miles from my home, there's a park I enjoy visiting. It's a sprawling area with paths I likely haven't even discovered yet. While walking there one evening, I noticed the entrance to a trail I didn't recognize. It immediately caught my attention. Without much thought, I found myself stepping onto this new path. It was early in the evening, probably just past 6. Because it wasn't too late, I didn't intend to go far. The park had hours, and I didn't want to get stuck out there after dark. As I ventured deeper, I began to drift off the marked trail, exploring unfamiliar territory. After walking for what felt like a mile, I decided it was best to turn back. The daylight was fading quickly, and I didn't want to risk getting lost. Just as I was about to retrace my steps, I spotted a small structure in the distance to my left. It was a cabin. Something compelled me to take a closer look, though I couldn't explain why. I felt curious, even though part of me thought I should leave. This park isn't a camping ground or anything like that. It's just a public recreational area. I'd been visiting since childhood and never imagined a cabin could be hidden out here. It looked dilapidated, as if no one had maintained it for years. I kept my distance, staying about 20 feet away as I circled the structure. I didn't want to risk startling anyone who might be inside. Suddenly, a loud banging noise broke the silence, as though someone was pounding on something. Startled, I almost bolted but decided instead to move cautiously toward the source of the noise. Rounding the cabin, I noticed a girl close to my age trapped in the basement. She was pounding on the window and screaming for help. Her words were muffled, but I understood enough to know something was terribly wrong. I ran to the window, trying to pry it open. She motioned for me to be quiet, placing a finger to her lips. The window wouldn't budge, and I realized I needed to act quickly. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. Panicking, I used my phone's notes app to write a message and pressed it against the glass, asking if she was in danger. She nodded urgently. When I asked if anyone else was inside, she shrugged, unsure. I reassured her that I'd help her escape and moved around the cabin to check the doors and windows. Everything was locked. Frustrated and desperate, I scoured the woods for something to break the glass. After searching, I found a heavy stone. Returning to the basement window, I motioned for her to step back. I hurled the stone as hard as I could, shattering the glass. Though the window was broken, it was too small for her to climb through. Realizing I had no other choice, I broke a larger window on the side of the cabin and climbed inside. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen as a precaution and carefully checked every room. The cabin seemed empty. In the basement, I found the girl trapped in a small cage. She was barely clothed, covered in bruises and scars. Her injuries told a story of horrific abuse, physical, emotional, and worse. She described being starved, assaulted, and forced to take drugs like LSD and meth. I searched the basement for something to break the lock on her cage and found a sledgehammer. Using it, I pried the lock open and helped her out. She was so weak she could barely stand. I found some shoes by the door, helped her put them on, and supported her as we began the long walk to my car. As we reached the porch, headlights appeared in the distance. It was getting dark, but the girl, her name was Mia, said it might be the man who had imprisoned her. We moved as quickly as possible, staying out of sight. Somehow, we avoided being seen and escaped before the man reached the cabin. Eventually, we made it to my car. I drove Mia straight to the hospital, where she recounted everything to the police. I stayed with her until I knew she'd be okay. I never got a chance to give a formal statement to the authorities, and I don't know where Mia is now, but I hope she's found peace. This happened over 2 years ago, and it still haunts me. I sometimes wonder if the man who did this was ever caught, or if he's still out there, preying on others. At the time, my spouse and I were preparing to move out of state, so I never followed up. But I'll never forget that night or the horrors I uncovered in that cabin. I've loved mountain biking for as long as I can remember. I got my first proper bike when I was around 12 or 13, and I've been hitting the trails ever since. I've never been a competitive rider. I don't keep track of my times or distances. I just enjoy the freedom of the trails, my music in the background, and the rhythm of the ride. One Saturday morning in late spring, I woke up to perfect weather. It was one of those days that begged for an adventure. I decided to ride up to a spot high in the hills that offered a stunning view of the coastline. It wasn't my usual route since it was a bit of a trek, but I felt like taking on the challenge. After driving to the trailhead, I unloaded my bike, checked my gear, and got ready to head out. Nearby, I noticed a couple preparing their bikes as well. They looked to be in their early 20s, close to my age. We started chatting. Honestly, I don't recall who spoke first, and I hit it off with the woman. She said she often biked in the area, though I hadn't seen her before. She seemed friendly, like someone I'd get along with. She introduced me to her boyfriend, who also loved mountain biking. They talked about their favorite local trails, and they both seemed like good company. When they invited me to join them on one of their preferred routes, I figured, why not? It'd be nice to make new friends and explore some unfamiliar trails. We left the parking lot together and began the climb. At the first fork in the path, we paused to catch our breath. The woman pointed to a trail I hadn't ridden before and suggested we head that way. It quickly became apparent that they were much faster riders than me. They raced ahead with ease while I struggled to keep up. Still, I was determined to push myself and managed to stay within about 10 yards of them most of the time. After about 45 minutes of riding, we stopped for a water break. I noticed that the woman had left her backpack partially unzipped, which seemed odd. I didn't dwell on it, though. A moment later, I stepped into the trees for a quick bathroom break. That's when everything changed. Out of nowhere, I heard laughter and then the sound of their bikes speeding off. By the time I rushed back to my bike, they were completely out of sight. What annoyed me even more was discovering that both of my tires had been slashed. I was stranded in the middle of nowhere. Frustrated and unsure what to do, I sat on a rock to collect myself. The sun was now high in the sky, and it was getting uncomfortably hot. I eventually decided to start walking my bike down the trail. About 15 minutes later, I noticed something strange. A wire stretched across the path, tied between two small trees at about chest height. If I'd been riding, it could have seriously injured me or worse. I stood there staring at it, trying to piece things together. Why would they do this? Or maybe they weren't responsible at all, and someone else had set this trap. Either way, it was unsettling. I used my pocket knife to cut the wire, deciding then and there to head back the way I'd come. I didn't want any more surprises. The hike back to the parking lot was grueling, about 6 miles, but I eventually made it. When I got there, the couple's car was gone. I stopped at the nearby ranger station to report what had happened. I gave them a description of the couple, but without much identifying information, there wasn't much they could do. They filed a report and I went home. I never heard anything more about that couple or what happened that day. I also never returned to those trails. Wandering through forests has been a passion of mine for as long as I can recall. So, when the opportunity arose to tackle the Pacific Ridge Trail, I seized it. I'd never embarked on such an extensive solo hike before, but I was determined to rise to the challenge. For those unfamiliar, the Pacific Ridge Trail stretches nearly 2,000 miles, weaving through California, Oregon, and Washington. It's a unique blend of thrilling challenges and serene seclusion, framed by lush woods, peaceful valleys, and towering mountains. Along the path, small towns and outposts cater to hikers, offering food, supplies, and shelter to those venturing through. To ease into the experience, I spent the first few nights camping with groups of other hikers I met along the trail. We exchanged stories, shared meals, and enjoyed the camaraderie of like-minded adventurers. But after 3 nights, I decided to set up camp alone. It was my chance to prove I could handle this journey independently. As the sun set that first solo night, a faint unease began creeping in. I told myself it was simply the absence of the friendly company I had grown accustomed to. But the uneasiness didn't fade. I spent the next 3 nights alone, and the discomfort only intensified. I started to feel as though someone or something was watching me. It was an absurd thought, I knew, but the sensation was unrelenting. One morning, I woke to find my backpack slightly unzipped. At first, I thought I must have forgotten to close it properly, but it didn't seem like something I would overlook. Stranger still, a few items appeared to have been moved. Not far, but just enough to seem deliberate, like they had been handled and put back in slightly different spots. Feeling rattled, I chose to camp near other hikers for the next couple of nights. Though I felt silly about it, I couldn't shake the paranoia. Eventually, determined to overcome my fear, I decided to camp alone again. That night, the eerie feeling returned with a vengeance. It was so overwhelming that I decided to cut my hike short. When I reached the nearest town, I came up with an excuse for my early return, telling friends and family I'd twisted my knee and would have to attempt the hike again next year. Weeks later, as I was sorting through the photos I'd taken during the hike, I stumbled upon something chilling. Among the snapshots of scenic landscapes and campfire gatherings was an image that made my blood run cold. It was a photo of me, fast asleep in my tent. At first, I thought it might have been a joke from one of the hikers I'd camped with earlier in the trip. But as I scrolled through more pictures, the truth began to sink in. There were several photos of me sleeping, each taken on the nights I had camped alone. It wasn't a prank. Someone had been watching me, following me from campsite to campsite. My camera had captured what I hadn't seen with my own eyes. The weight of that realization hit me hard. I had never been truly alone. Ryan and I were both in our mid-teens, and let's just say we had a knack for getting into adventurous situations. Nothing dangerous, just the kind of mischief 2 teenage boys with too much time during summer vacation might stumble into. But that one day, is etched vividly in my memory. It began like any other. Ryan's older sister, Megan, was with us. She was about 2 years older, maybe 17 if I remember right. The 3 of us lived in a small rural community in southern Georgia. It was far from the sunny beaches or high-rise cities you'd associate with the South. No, our area was a quiet, swampy region, just a stone's throw from the Okefenokee Swamp. Developers had drained part of the wetlands decades ago to build houses, and we lived in one of those neighborhoods. It was a blistering Friday afternoon, and we'd been playing hide and seek in the overgrown lots near the woods. Megan mentioned she wanted to have a cigarette, and Ryan decided to join her. I wasn't into smoking, so I just hung around as they lit up. We stood on the edge of a clearing, debating what to do next. Then someone, I can't recall who, had the idea to explore the woods. Ryan claimed there was a stream nearby where we could cool off. A dip in the water sounded amazing on a day like that, so none of us hesitated. We headed into the forest, walking for what must have been 15 or 20 minutes. That's when I realized we hadn't thought about how we'd find our way back. Southern forests all look alike. Tall oaks draped in moss, dense palmetto bushes, and pine needles carpeting the ground. None of us had thought to mark a trail. I took out my phone to call my mom, but there was no signal. I suggested we head back, pointing out the looming thunderclouds common to summer afternoons. Megan and Ryan agreed, but somehow we got turned around. Megan, it turned out, had zero sense of direction and unknowingly led us deeper into the woods. 30 minutes later, nothing looked familiar. Everything around us, the plants, the trees, seemed like a copy of what we'd passed before. I decided to take charge. My plan was simple. If we found an open area, we might get a cell signal or flag someone for help. We walked for another half hour, tired, thirsty, and scratched from pushing through sharp palmetto fronds. At some point, I started to think we'd crossed into the protected forest preserve nearby. As we pushed on, Megan spotted something unusual, a hunting stand. It was strange because hunting was strictly banned in the area. Then Ryan noticed something even weirder. A cluster of metal cages, at least 15 of them, scattered around. Most were large and propped open with sticks. Some had dried blood smeared on the edges, and one looked as if it had been violently kicked from the inside. Megan speculated they were for trapping wild hogs, though none of us had ever seen one in the area. Creepy as it was, we had no choice but to keep moving. Ryan kept trying to get a signal on his phone but had no luck. By now, we were filthy, exhausted, and completely unprepared for such an ordeal. A quick hike to a river had somehow turned into an hours-long test of endurance. We eventually stopped to rest. I sat on a fallen log with Megan while Ryan wandered off, holding his phone up, desperate for a signal. He was gone for maybe 10 minutes when we heard him scream. Megan and I bolted toward the sound, but I froze when I saw them. Two men, crouched in the underbrush, staring straight at us. One looked like he was in his 60s, with shoulder-length white blonde hair and a face weathered by years outdoors. His tattered denim shirt was filthy and shredded. The other man was much younger, maybe mid-20s, and oddly clean-cut, dressed in a button-down shirt and slacks. Neither wore shoes. They crouched there, their arms hanging limply at their sides, grinning at us. They didn't move. My heart pounded as I instinctively crouched too, locking eyes with the older man. After what felt like an eternity, though it was probably a minute or two, he stood and darted into the trees, the younger one following close behind. Ryan reappeared moments later, sobbing and asking why we hadn't come when he screamed. I explained what we'd seen, and his tears stopped. He went pale and quiet. For the next 20 minutes, we walked in silence, each of us too shaken to speak. Relief flooded over us when we finally stumbled onto a paved bike trail that cut through the preserve. We found a signal and called our parents. Sitting on the asphalt, we cried together, overwhelmed with exhaustion and gratitude. My mom arrived with water and scolded me for wandering into the woods, but I could tell she was just relieved I was okay. When I told her about the two men, she decided to report it to the forest rangers. I gave them my account, but I never heard back. 2 weeks later, Ryan came over to hang out, and he brought up the incident. He confessed something chilling. When he was looking for a signal, he hadn't seen the men Megan and I saw. Instead, he'd heard heavy footsteps, something crashing through the underbrush, coming toward him fast. He hid behind a fallen tree, terrified. When the noise stopped, he peeked out and saw a woman crouching nearby. Her hair and clothes were matted with dried blood. She stared at him before silently turning and running into the forest. To this day, no one has found any trace of the people we encountered. As for me, I've never stepped foot in those woods again. It was meant to be an ordinary trek. I needed to clear my thoughts and get away from the bustle of the city. I chose a less traveled trail, hoping for solitude. The sky was gray, but I wasn't worried. The forecast mentioned no rain, just overcast skies all day. The hike began easily, winding through a dense woodland filled with towering trees. The air was brisk, carrying the scent of wet soil and fallen leaves. I settled into a steady pace, enjoying the calm. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the occasional flutter of birds startled into flight. After about an hour, the incline became steeper. It was challenging but invigorating, and I relished the exertion as I climbed higher. The trees grew sparse, gradually giving way to jagged rocks. The wind picked up, sending a chill through the air. I paused to catch my breath and take a sip of water. That's when I noticed it, the quiet. It wasn't the same peaceful stillness I had experienced earlier. This silence felt unnatural, as though the mountain itself was holding its breath. I shrugged it off, blaming the eerie sensation on the thin air, and pushed onward. The trail narrowed as I climbed, and the rocks beneath my feet became unstable. Every step required caution, One misstep could send me tumbling down the slope. Above me, the clouds thickened, and daylight seemed to wane, even though it wasn't late. The dimness was unsettling, and an uneasy feeling crept into my stomach, but I forced myself to focus on the path. After another half hour, I reached a ridge. The view was breathtaking. A vast expanse of forest stretching below, with hazy mountains in the distance. Yet, something felt off. Scanning my surroundings, I noticed a faint, barely visible path leading further up the mountain. It wasn't marked on any map and seemed untouched by hikers. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to explore. The path was rugged, disappearing entirely in some spots. I had to scramble over rocks to continue. The wind was stronger here, biting through my clothing and numbing my skin. Part of me screamed to turn back, but I pressed on. Eventually, I saw it, a small, dilapidated shack. It was old, built from dark, weather-worn planks that blended almost perfectly with the surroundings. I hadn't expected to find anything like it this far off the main trail. The cabin appeared abandoned. Its windows were shattered, and the door sagged on broken hinges. My unease grew, but my curiosity kept me moving forward. I approached slowly, a growing sense of dread gnawing at my gut. The place felt wrong, like it wasn't meant to be there, or like I wasn't meant to be there. I pushed the door open, and it creaked loudly in protest. Inside, the air was stale and carried a nauseating mix of rot and dust. The floor creaked under my weight as I stepped in. Old furniture lay draped in cobwebs, and the fireplace was filled with cold ash. As I ventured further inside, my heart pounded. Then, in the corner, I saw them. A pile of bones, partially buried beneath rubble. They were yellowed but not ancient and unmistakably human. A wave of cold terror washed over me. I stumbled backward, my mind racing. Who had died here? What had happened? And why had I been the one to stumble upon this? I didn't wait to find out. Turning, I bolted out of the cabin. My breathing panicked. The loose rocks underfoot made the descent treacherous, but I didn't care. I slipped more than once, barely managing to avoid falling. All I could think about was putting as much distance as possible between me and that cabin. When I finally reached the main trail, I didn't stop. I ran all the way back to the trailhead, where my car was parked. I climbed in, started the engine, and sped away without a backward glance. For weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had disturbed something that wanted to remain undisturbed. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pile of bones. The oppressive silence of the cabin haunted me. It wasn't just silence, but something far more sinister. Months later, I received a call from local authorities. They had investigated the cabin after my report and confirmed the presence of human remains. However, they couldn't identify them or explain how they had ended up there. The case was left unsolved. But what they told me next chills me to this day. A week after their initial visit, they returned to the site. This time, the cabin was empty. The bones were gone, and the debris had been cleared away as though no one, and nothing, had ever been there. I haven't gone hiking since. Occasionally, I think about that cabin and the bones inside, wondering what really happened. Deep down, though, I know some mysteries are better left alone. Some things don't want to be found, and will do whatever it takes to stay hidden. The moon hung low in the night sky as I ventured deeper into the woods. With every step, the trees seemed to press closer, their thick branches weaving together and swallowing what little light remained. What I thought would be a simple shortcut quickly turned into a labyrinth of twisting trunks and shifting shadows. The ground beneath my boots was damp and spongy, carrying the pungent scent of wet soil. Occasionally, the soft rustle of leaves would freeze me in place, my heart thudding loudly in my chest. Though only minutes had passed, it felt like I had been wandering for hours. The forest was unnervingly quiet, broken only by the occasional snap of a branch or the far-off call of a bird. My phone was useless. No signal, and its faint screen glow did nothing to pierce the overwhelming darkness. I shoved it back into my jacket, relying on the weak moonlight to guide me forward. The gnarled trees seemed alive, their twisted limbs stretching toward me as if they intended to ensnare me. I tried to convince myself it was all in my imagination, but the sensation of unseen eyes following my every move grew with every step. My pulse quickened, and beads of sweat rolled down my back, cold despite the exertion. I pushed through a thicket of tangled bushes, their branches clawing at my arms, and stumbled into a small clearing. For the first time in what felt like forever, I could see the stars faintly glimmering overhead. I exhaled shakily, relief washing over me, but it was short-lived. My gaze caught on something lying among the fallen leaves. A shoe. It was battered and worn, its laces frayed and almost disintegrating. I hesitated, my breath hitching as I crouched to inspect it. It was old, too old for anyone to still be wearing, but it was here in the middle of nowhere where it shouldn't be. Standing abruptly, my mind raced to find some reasonable explanation, but nothing fit. The vastness of the woods could explain someone getting lost, sure, but this felt wrong. The air around me seemed to shift. The gentle rustling of leaves and faint sounds of distant animals stopped abruptly, replaced by an oppressive silence. My skin prickled as the weight of the quiet pressed in on me. I told myself to move, to get out, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. Forcing myself to break free of the clearing, I quickened my pace, desperate to find the path I'd come in on. But the forest was relentless. The further I went, the more unfamiliar everything became. Each tree looked identical to the last, and the trail I thought I was following had vanished. A knot of fear coiled tightly in my stomach. My breaths grew short and panicked as the trees loomed ever closer, their shadowy forms suffocating, unyielding. I tried retracing my steps, but it was no use. I was utterly lost. My heart pounded, my vision blurred, and my legs began to tremble. Just as despair started to take hold, I heard it. A faint hum, distant but unmistakable. I froze, straining to distinguish the sound from the thundering of my heartbeat. It was an engine, far off but steadily approaching. A flicker of hope ignited in my chest, and I surged forward, crashing through the undergrowth toward the sound. The trees began to thin, and I pushed myself harder, my body burning with the effort. The hum grew louder until finally, I burst from the suffocating embrace of the forest and onto an empty roadway. Headlights cut through the darkness as a car approached. I waved frantically, my arms aching but relief surging through me as the vehicle slowed. The driver, an older man with a kind, weathered face, rolled down the window and asked if I was all right. Nodding shakily, I explained I had gotten lost in the woods. He offered me a ride to the nearest town, and I climbed into the passenger seat without hesitation. As we drove away, I glanced back at the trees. They stood still and tall, bathed in pale moonlight, but something caught my eye at the forest's edge. A shadowy figure lingered just beyond the tree line, barely discernible in the dim light. My heart skipped a beat. I blinked, hoping I had imagined it, but when I looked again, the figure remained motionless, watching. I turned away quickly, trying to focus on the road ahead. Yet the chill in my bones stayed with me, impossible to shake. Though I had escaped the forest, I couldn't rid myself of the feeling that whatever had been watching me wasn't done. The thought gnawed at me, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. As the car sped down the empty highway, I tried to convince myself I was safe. But deep down, I knew I would never forget that night, or the presence that might still be waiting in the shadows for me to return. I had a small cabin tucked away deep in the forest, where I'd retreat every autumn for hunting season. The cabin was basic, just one room with wooden walls that groaned whenever the wind blew hard. It was far from any nearby town, surrounded by dense trees that were nearly impossible to navigate in some areas. I liked its isolation. It made hunting simpler, and the solitude made the forest feel like it belonged to me alone. One evening, after a long day of tracking game, I decided to return to the cabin before the sun fully set. The light was fading, and the trees cast long, dark shadows across the forest floor as I made my way back. The woods felt unusually silent. No bird calls, no rustling leaves, just the crunch of my boots against the dirt. The stillness felt unsettling, but I brushed it off. Forests could be unpredictable, and my priority was getting back before nightfall. When I finally reached the cabin, I lit a fire in the old stone hearth and made a simple dinner. The warmth and familiarity of the cabin helped ease my nerves, and I soon settled into one of the worn chairs, listening to the comforting crackle of the flames. The cabin was modest, but it was my sanctuary, a place where I could leave the outside world behind. Yet that night, something felt different. As the hours passed, an uneasy feeling crept over me, as though I wasn't truly alone. The wind howled, rattling the windows and causing the door to creak, but I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, a trick of the mind brought on by being isolated in such a remote place. Then I heard it, faint but distinct footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, and coming from outside the cabin. I froze, every sense heightened. The footsteps moved in a steady circle around the cabin, crunching leaves with each step. My first thought was that it could be an animal, maybe a large one like a bear, but the sound was too deliberate. It didn't seem random. It felt purposeful, as though someone or something was inspecting the place. My heart pounded as I reached for the rifle leaning against the wall beside me. The footsteps stopped abruptly, right in front of the door. For a few moments, everything was silent again. Holding my breath, I gripped the rifle tightly, my eyes locked on the door. The tension in the air was unbearable, every second dragging on endlessly. Then, without warning, the door handle jiggled. It wasn't forceful, more of a cautious testing of the latch. My hands trembled slightly as I stood, raising the rifle and aiming at the door. The handle moved again, as though someone on the other side was pushing it, testing its strength. I didn't call out. I didn't want to reveal my fear or even confirm I was inside. Instead, I stepped quietly to the side, keeping my weapon trained on the door. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be a lost hiker? A trespasser? Or something more sinister? Out here, miles from anyone, no one would hear if something went wrong. The handle rattled harder, and I knew the door wouldn't hold much longer. Tightening my grip on the rifle, I prepared for whatever or whoever was on the other side. But then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The handle stilled, and the footsteps resumed, slowly retreating from the cabin. I listened as they faded into the distance, swallowed by the forest, until only the sound of the wind remained. I didn't move for a long time, straining to hear if the intruder might return. When the forest remained silent, I finally allowed myself to exhale. I checked the door's lock and pushed a heavy chair against it for good measure before sitting back down, rifle still in hand. I stared at the door until exhaustion overwhelmed me, but I couldn't bring myself to sleep. When dawn broke, the first light filtering through the trees brought a small measure of relief. Whatever or whoever had been out there was gone, but the proof of their presence remained. Faint footprints in the dirt, leading away from the cabin and disappearing into the dense undergrowth. That morning, I packed my things, locked up the cabin as securely as I could, and left. I never went back. The forest, once a peaceful refuge, now felt different, wrong, even. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone, or something, standing among the trees. But there was nothing, just the winding road and the dark woods. I still don't know who or what was out there that night. I'm not sure I want to know. Some mysteries are best left unsolved. Yet, sometimes, when I'm alone and the world falls quiet, I can almost hear those footsteps again. Slow, deliberate, circling me. Just... Last year, during the hottest days of the season, I decided to explore the woods outside my small town. Hardly anyone ever went there. The trees were massive, their branches stretching wide to almost block out the sky. The air always felt damp and heavy, like the ground had never fully dried. I'd heard rumors about odd noises and peculiar animal behavior in the area, but I wasn't the type to believe in such things. I set out around midday, planning to return before sunset. The first hour was peaceful. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dancing patterns on the forest floor. I strolled slowly, enjoying the quiet, interrupted only by the occasional rustling of a bird or a squirrel in the underbrush. But as I ventured deeper, the atmosphere began to shift. The trees grew closer together, their bark darker and rougher. The undergrowth became denser, making it harder to move. It felt as if the forest was closing in around me. The trail I'd been following started to fade, eventually vanishing entirely. I told myself not to panic. I could just retrace my steps. But after a few more minutes, I realized nothing around me looked familiar. The air was stifling, and the forest, once serene, now felt alien and oppressive. A creeping sensation settled over me, as though unseen eyes were watching. I glanced over my shoulder repeatedly, but there was nothing, just more trees and shadows. I pulled out my phone to check the GPS, only to find I had no signal. That's when I noticed the silence. No birds, no rustling leaves, no wind. Just an eerie stillness, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I knew I had to head back, but every direction looked identical. Panic started to creep in as I quickened my pace, hoping to stumble upon something recognizable. It was no use. The forest felt endless, a labyrinth designed to keep me trapped. My pulse raced, and the unshakable feeling of being followed only grew stronger. I tried to convince myself it was just paranoia, but the sensation wouldn't leave. Fear took over and I began to run, not caring which way I went, just desperate to escape. Suddenly, I tripped and hit the ground hard. When I looked down, I saw an old, rusted metal trap, partially buried in the dirt. It looked like the kind used to catch animals, but it was ancient, forgotten. The sight sent a shiver through me, not because of the trap itself, but because it meant someone else had been there before. What if they never made it out? I forced myself to stay calm, brushing off the dirt and deciding to climb the nearest hill to get a better view. The terrain was uneven, with roots snaking across the ground, but I pushed on. When I finally reached the top, I caught a glimpse of the forest's edge where the trees gave way to open fields. It was far, but at least I had a direction. I gathered my courage and started moving, this time with more purpose. The hours seemed to drag, but slowly, the trees thinned out and more sunlight broke through the canopy. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I spotted it, a dirt road leading back toward town. Relief washed over me as I stumbled out of the trees and onto the path. As I walked home, the tension in my body began to fade. The forest, which had seemed so menacing just moments ago, now felt like a distant memory. But as I glanced back one last time, something caught my eye. In the dimming light, at the edge of the trees, a figure stood motionless. It was too far away to make out any details, but I could feel its gaze fixed on me. Heart pounding, I turned away and quickened my pace, refusing to look back. When I reached my house, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. I never returned to that forest. I told myself it was all in my head, that nothing was really out there. But deep down, I knew better. Sometimes, in the stillness of the night, I hear faint rustling outside my window, as if something is moving through the trees. I shut my eyes tightly and tell myself it's just the wind. But a part of me knows the truth. The forest is still there, waiting, and it never forgets those who wander into it. At the start, the moon hung low in the sky, casting eerie shadows across the deserted road. I decided to take a late-night stroll, hoping the crisp air and stillness would help clear my thoughts. On my right, the cornfield stood like an impenetrable wall of dark green, the stalks softly rustling in the faint breeze. My footsteps echoed against the quiet, amplifying the sense of solitude. As I walked, an unshakable sense of unease began to creep over me. The road felt emptier than usual, and the darkness beyond the cornfield seemed endless. The rustling from the corn grew louder, almost like faint whispers carried by the night air. I told myself it was just the wind, yet my pace quickened as the sound grew more insistent. I glanced toward the corn, trying to spot the source of the noise. The field appeared still, but the nagging feeling that someone or something was hidden among the stalks sent chills through me. My heart thudded, each beat amplifying the growing fear. Then, a soft thump sounded behind me. I whipped around, only to find the road as empty as before. I took a shaky breath and continued walking, determined to push aside my unease. The shadows seemed to shift and lengthen, and every faint noise felt unnervingly loud. It was as if the night itself was closing in. Just as I began to regret venturing out alone, the beams of an approaching car pierced the darkness. The bright lights were almost blinding, and I raised my hand to shield my eyes. The car slowed to a stop beside me, and the driver rolled down the window, concern etched on his face. He asked if I was all right. I explained that I'd gone out for a nighttime walk and felt a bit unsettled. He nodded sympathetically and offered me a ride back into town. I hesitated at first, but eventually accepted, reassured by the genuine worry in his eyes. As the car moved away from the cornfield, I glanced back and watched it vanish into the distance. Gradually, the tension in my chest began to ease. When we reached town, I thanked the driver and got out, walking the rest of the way home. The streetlights were bright, and the familiar sights of my neighborhood offered a sense of safety. But as I neared my house, something stopped me in my tracks. Just outside the glow of the street lamp, a shadowy figure stood at the edge of the cornfield, watching me. My heart pounded as I froze in place. The figure didn't move, just stood there, silent and still, its presence unnervingly deliberate. The car's headlights had barely illuminated the field earlier, and now the darkness seemed to have reclaimed everything, concealing whatever or whoever was out there. I wanted to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. Summoning the courage to move, I unlocked my door and stepped inside, glancing back one last time. The figure was gone, swallowed by the shadows. Yet the oppressive feeling of being watched lingered. Locking the door behind me, I shivered as the realization hit me. This encounter might not be over. The silence inside my house was thick, and even the familiar shadows seemed threatening, as if the night's menace had followed me home. The sun had just dipped below the horizon as I made my way along the narrow trail leading to my small cabin nestled deep in the forest. The evening air was unusually still, no rustling branches, no singing insects. A dense fog began creeping in, swallowing the path ahead in a ghostly haze. Gripping my flashlight tightly, I let its beam cut through the murky darkness, casting distorted shadows on the nearby trees. The chill in the air was sharper than normal, and an uneasy shiver ran through me as I pressed forward on the winding trail. The woods, typically a place of peace and safety, felt stifling tonight, as though they were holding their breath, waiting for something unseen to unfold. As I rounded a bend, something strange caught my eye. A thick branch stretched across the path. It hadn't been there before. Its splintered ends and raw edges suggested it had been freshly broken. I stepped over it carefully, my nerves tingling. The oppressive quiet of the forest only seemed to deepen my unease. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered, sending my heart into overdrive. I tapped it desperately, hoping it was just a dying battery. The dim light illuminated the forest in an eerie clarity, the gnarled tree trunks and tangled undergrowth appearing almost alive. The path seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning, each curve revealing more of the same foreboding woods. Though my cabin was close, the trail felt unfamiliar, as though it had shifted to keep me lost. I fixed my eyes on the faint outline of my cabin in the distance, willing it to guide me. That's when I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound, like footsteps, trailing behind me. My pulse quickened. I sped up, my breath hitching as the noise grew louder, more urgent. I didn't dare glance back. I just kept moving, my legs burning as I hurried toward safety. When I finally stumbled up the porch steps, the sound stopped abruptly. Fumbling with the keys, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The forest was still and silent, its darkness giving away no secrets. I flung the door open, slammed it shut, and locked it with trembling hands. Inside, the cabin was warm, but the sense of relief was fleeting. I leaned against the door, trying to steady my racing heart. The danger outside seemed to have disappeared, but the quiet indoors felt heavier than usual. I sat near the fireplace, the flickering flames offering a small measure of comfort. Yet, as I surveyed the cozy room, an unsettling feeling crept over me. The stillness wasn't soothing. It felt charged, as though it was hiding something. The firelight danced on the walls, casting long shadows that seemed to shift unnaturally. My eyes wandered to the window, and my stomach dropped. The fog outside had thickened, and faint shapes moved within it. Though blurry, they appeared to drift and dart as if they were watching me. A sudden draft swept through the cabin, chilling me to the bone, though all the windows were firmly shut. My heart pounded as I realized I hadn't heard the door unlock. Then, the sound returned, the rhythmic thumping, but this time, it was coming from inside the cabin. The steady noise sent a wave of dread through me. Turning slowly, I scanned the dimly lit room for the source. The shadows on the walls seemed to stretch, growing darker and more menacing. My breath came faster as the sound crept closer, inching toward me. I forced myself to stay calm, straining to recall if I had left anything out of place. But as the thumping grew louder, more insistent, one thing became clear. I was no longer alone. The cabin, once my refuge, now felt like a cage. I moved cautiously, each step deliberate, toward the sound. The air was thick with tension, my every nerve on edge. When I reached the back of the room, I found nothing out of the ordinary. The space was empty, and the thumping had stopped. Relief was fleeting. Just as I turned to leave, something icy brushed the back of my neck. I whipped around, but there was no one there. A chilling realization washed over me. Whatever had been in the woods had followed me inside. My once safe haven had become a trap. The silence returned, broken only by the faint, relentless thumping. It was no longer outside. It was here, and the nightmare I thought I'd outrun was only beginning. I had gone hiking alone in the hills, something I'd done plenty of times before. It was a little after midday, and the trail was almost empty. I enjoyed the solitude, the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the dirt path and the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. The air was cool, and sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting long, dappled shadows on the ground. Everything felt serene, too serene. When I reached a fork in the trail, I chose the path less traveled. It wasn't marked on my map, but it appeared to cut across to the main trail. I thought it might save some time. The deeper I ventured, the narrower and more overgrown the trail became. I should have turned back, but my stubbornness pushed me to keep moving forward. After about an hour, the trees began to close in, their branches weaving together overhead and blocking out the sunlight. The dim light gave the air a chill. The path that had already been hard to follow now seemed to disappear entirely, swallowed by the dense undergrowth. I checked my phone for GPS, but there was no signal. I told myself to stay calm, thinking I could retrace my steps. But when I turned around, nothing looked familiar. The way I had come was gone, and the forest seemed different, as if it had shifted behind me. A creeping panic set in, but I tried to focus. I chose a direction and began walking, hoping to stumble upon something recognizable. But every step seemed to take me deeper into the wilderness. I called out a few times, praying someone might hear me, but the trees absorbed my voice, and the only reply was the distant call of birds. As the hours passed, fear began to grow, but I pushed it aside, concentrating on survival. Find water, find shelter, keep moving. The sun began to dip lower, and the light faded. The shadows lengthened, and the temperature plummeted. I knew I had to find a safe spot to rest before darkness fully set in. Exhausted, my legs sore from climbing over fallen branches and pushing through thick foliage, I stumbled upon a small clearing. It wasn't much, but it would have to do for the night. I gathered some dry leaves and sticks and managed to light a small fire. Its warmth brought some comfort, but my unease lingered. I tried to eat a few snacks from my pack, but anxiety twisted my stomach into knots, and I could only manage a few bites. As I sat there, the reality of my situation sank in. I was lost, miles from the nearest trail, with no way to contact anyone. The night was long. Every sound, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the wind moving through the trees, set me on edge. My imagination painted vivid, terrifying scenarios, but I forced myself to focus. This was just nature. There was nothing out here but the forest and its wildlife, I told myself over and over, clinging to that thought like a lifeline. At some point, exhaustion must have taken over because I woke abruptly to the sound of movement nearby. My heart raced as I held my breath, straining to hear. Whatever it was close, too close. The fire had burned down to faint embers, and the clearing was cloaked in darkness. Then I saw it, two glinting eyes reflecting the dying firelight. I froze, my pulse pounding in my ears. It was a large animal, perhaps a deer or a stray coyote. I couldn't tell. It stared at me for what felt like an eternity before slowly backing away into the shadows of the trees. I didn't sleep again that night. When dawn's first light broke, I forced myself to stand, stiff and cold, and began walking. I didn't care where I went so long as it was away from that place. Driven by sheer determination, I trudged on, ignoring my aching legs and the heavy fatigue that pressed down on me. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was likely only a few hours, I saw something that made my heart leap. A break in the trees. I quickened my pace, nearly running, and burst out onto an overgrown dirt road. It wasn't the trail, but it was something, a sign of civilization. I followed the road, and after a mile or two, I came upon an old cabin. Though it looked abandoned, I saw smoke curling up from its chimney. Nervously, I knocked on the door. An older man answered, his face lined with surprise at seeing me. I explained I was lost, and he kindly invited me in, offering food and water. Using his radio, he contacted the closest ranger station. Within a few hours, the rangers arrived and drove me back to my car, which was parked at the trailhead, miles from where I had ended up. As I drove home, the events of the last day played in my mind like a surreal dream. I was safe now. I had made it out. But one thing was clear. I would never hike alone or take unmarked paths again. Just as I began to feel at ease, a sound from the forest behind me made my blood run cold. Footsteps, slow and deliberate. My pulse quickened. I glanced in the rearview mirror but saw nothing. I pressed the accelerator, my heart pounding, but the sound only grew louder, closer. When I finally reached my driveway, I shut off the car and sat frozen, realization dawning. I hadn't been alone in those woods. Whatever had followed me might still be out there, watching from the shadows. I want to mention that back then, things were much more rural. I got a job through a close friend. Her two older sisters worked at the same place, and they shared driving duties each week. When I got hired, I was included in their rotation. It worked out that I drove 1 week and had 3 weeks off. We'd meet in a central spot in our small town and head out together. I mention this because sometimes there were 4 of us, sometimes 3, 2, or even just 1 person depending on appointments, early departures, or holidays. You get the idea. The shortcut between our town and the highway to work was a rural road, not isolated but winding. It was paved with houses scattered here and there. The road had curves and small hills except for one straight, flat stretch. After the last small dip, there was a small library and an old-fashioned gas station. Neither was run down. It was a quaint little village. The gas station and library were a few miles away in either direction, and there were no other services, not even a school. After that final dip, there was a long, flat stretch. Farmland on the right, trees, and a steep slope to a river on the left. The riverbank was across the opposite lane. No barriers, just trees and a sharp drop to the river. A vehicle couldn't reach the river. The trees would stop it. Still, the slope was steep enough that a rollover could be fatal. When I was young, my mom drove this road thousands of times, taking my sister and me to our trailer every weekend from spring to fall. It never felt strange back then. As a kid, I was clueless and my mom never drove in a rush. Later, when I started commuting for work, something about that last stretch of the road gave me an unsettling feeling. The bends and hills didn't bother me, just this one spot. It was maybe a few hundred yards long, but I felt an unexplained dread every time. My stomach would drop. I figured it was because of the only farmhouse in that area, a well-kept, occupied place with cars in the driveway. It was the only landmark, and I couldn't shake the sense of doom it gave me. About 3 weeks into commuting with my friend and her sister, we came across a car wedged up into a tree. It was early morning, around 7 a.m., and we drove this route daily. The car was standing on its back wheels, the front smashed, but the windshield was intact. We couldn't see anyone inside. We assumed a deer had caused the driver to swerve and somehow end up in that bizarre position. When we returned at 4:20 p.m., the car was gone. No news reports mentioned an accident. It was strange. No cell phones back then and limited internet, so we never learned what happened. Looking back, I now see this as a prelude to what came next. A couple of years later, one of my friend's sisters retired, and the other changed her hours. It was just my friend, let's call her F, and me. One dark, snowy, slushy winter morning, it was my turn to drive. We made it through the bends and hills slowly. As soon as we hit the flat stretch, my car spun 180 degrees, sliding sideways across the opposite lane toward the trees and the slope. I had no control, no brakes, no steering. Felt like time slowed down. I turned to F and said, "I'm sorry. I think we're about to go over." Then the car just stopped. It was silent, eerie. We sat there, stunned. When I tried to drive away, the car was dead. The power locks had activated, trapping us inside. After a few seconds, I figured out the locks, but the engine wouldn't start. We walked to the gas station, hoping it was open. F called her son-in-law, who eventually picked us up. When he drove us back to my car, it was parked perfectly, as if I just pulled over. The drop was only a couple of feet away. My son-in-law started the car with no problem. It was baffling. F rode with me, her son-in-law following, just in case. Everything was fine after that. I dropped them off and went home, completely exhausted. I slept for hours, even though I hadn't been awake long. F told me later she did the same. I described the event as a miracle, like an invisible force stopped the car. F agreed. She'd been searching for something to stop us, but saw nothing. After that, I still felt uneasy driving past the farmhouse. The car and my near crash happened near that house. Was it the house or something else? I don't know. But for the next 5 years, that heaviness stayed with me on that stretch of road. Later, F got a new job, leaving me to drive alone. One fall morning, in a different car, everything went dark while driving. Headlights, dashboard, and radio shut off, but the engine kept going. It was like driving blindfolded at 60 miles per hour. I panicked, thinking of my options. I decided to try the high beams. Everything lit up again. When I reached the stop sign, I turned off the high beams, and the car remained lit. It never happened again. 2 years after quitting that job, my ex-husband mentioned a friend who'd passed away. They talked about a woman named Linda who died in a car crash on that road. She was 21 or 22. Her husband never remarried and lived a quiet life until he died in his 50s. I was shocked. My ex never mentioned this accident before. Was Linda the source of the dark feeling? A protector? I don't know, but every word of this story is true. I drove past a man who was standing with his thumb out, trying to hitch a ride. I almost stopped for him. He seemed to be in his late 30s or early 40s, carrying a backpack with a fishing rod sticking out. He looked harmless enough, but here I was, a woman by herself, and I've heard way too many stories of hitchhiking going horribly wrong. So I kept going. As I drove on, I couldn't shake the guilt. I started arguing with myself. If I were the one needing a ride, I'd want someone to stop for me. Really, what was the worst that could happen? Plus, I had just promised myself to face my fears more often. I decided if I circled back and he was still walking, I'd give him a ride. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, he was still there. My nerves were kicking in as I pulled over. But what was I supposed to do? Drive off while he was getting in. The moment he climbed in, I knew I might have made a terrible choice. First, he seemed jittery, like he was on something, and he smelled terrible. Second, the way he looked at me made me feel like a meal he was desperate to devour. I didn't realize how shaky I was until he asked for a cigarette. My hands were trembling so much that I almost broke one while pulling it out. Driving helped me hide my fear a little, but inside, I was panicking, trying to figure out how I'd defend myself if he tried anything. He said his name was Dave. He mentioned his place was only about 5 minutes away. He chatted about losing his license because of a few DUIs and said he lived with his dad. Apparently, he had tried to get his dad to come along, but the guy didn't want to. He kept trying to convince me to hang out at his house, have some drinks, maybe meet up again the next day. When we finally reached his place, it was a rundown shack surrounded by junk cars. He got out and kept pushing me to come inside. I said no and drove off, feeling a wave of relief and a bit of pride for facing my fear. Jump to Monday, my instructor mentioned that someone was killed on a certain road nearby. They asked if I knew anyone who lived around there. My stomach dropped. It was weird because I had just given a guy a ride down that same road on Friday. His name was Dave, I think. Not even 15 minutes later, I saw Dave's face on Facebook. The FBI had arrested him for stabbing someone to death at the shack I dropped him off at. The details were horrifying. He stabbed the victim in the lungs, and they bled out there. The dad he mentioned didn't exist. I swore right then I'd never pick up another hitchhiker again. This story is true, and that road will always creep me out. This might just be part one of a series. I used to work in another city, though I come from a small town that has now turned into a city. Growing up, our neighborhood was huge, filled with families and lots of kids. Despite that, my mom was strict about following the rules at home. One of those rules was never to go out alone. If we wanted to walk to a friend's house, at least 3 of us had to go together so 2 could walk back safely after dropping the 3rd off. Sometimes, though, 2 of us would manage to sneak away when she wasn't paying close attention and run to the nearby corner store to grab some candy or a soda. One scorching summer afternoon, I had just turned 9 and was feeling bored at home by myself. I decided to take my sister's sleek new 10-speed bike for a quick ride around the block. Even though I was tall for my age, the bike was still too big for me by a few inches. But that didn't stop me. I hopped on and started pedaling. The first loop around the neighborhood was perfect. Birds were singing, the sun was bright, and the breeze rushed through my curly hair. Felt amazing. On my second lap, I passed an old, unfamiliar car parked on the side of the street. The sun glinted off a large scratch on its side, briefly blinding me with bright streaks of light that I blinked away quickly. On my third lap, I saw the car pull away from the curb and start driving toward me. A small knot of worry settled in my stomach as the driver slowed down while passing me. I told myself I was just scared of getting caught being out alone and kept going. As I turned the corner toward my house, I decided to make one more quick lap before my mom got back to avoid getting in trouble. I sped down the hill near our house and started pedaling back up. My pace slowed as I climbed, and by the time I reached the top, I was out of breath, the too big bike wobbling under me. My arms froze on the handlebars, and a chill ran down my spine. I thought I was caught. I just knew it had to be my mom pulling up behind me, but it wasn't. Instead of feeling relieved, a wave of fear gripped me tighter. I turned my head and saw that same old car with the big scratch crawling up next to me. The man stopped his car right next to mine, on the wrong side of the road. He leaned out of his open door and asked if I'd seen a loose dog because it had slipped off its leash and run away. I froze. That was the exact type of question they warned us about in school, the one every kidnapper supposedly asks. I thought if I just gave a strong answer and rode away, he'd realize his plan wouldn't work on me. Maybe he was just really looking for a dog. But my terrified body betrayed me, and all I managed was a shaky no as I scrambled to push my feet onto the pedals. Suddenly, his car door swung open, and he lunged toward me. I yelled no again and pedaled as fast as I could, wobbling past his open door. His hand grazed the back of my shirt and bumped my bike's rear tire. My legs burned as I pushed hard for the next few feet, aiming for a nearby driveway. I shot up the driveway, crashing my front wheel into my neighbor's porch step so hard that it bent the tire. The impact sent me flying over the handlebars, and I burst through my neighbor's front door, shouting, "Eddie! Eddie! Help!" But Eddie wasn't home. I ran into the kitchen, still calling his name, hoping I was wrong. Then I heard a man's voice behind me. "What are you doing?" I froze, heart pounding, blood roaring in my ears. I turned around, terrified, and saw Eddie's son standing there. He'd come back from college. I broke down, sobbing, and told him what had happened. He tossed the wrecked bike into his truck and drove me safely home. My mom was there, her face full of fury until she saw my tears streaming down. The police were called. The neighbors were alerted. Someone had seen the car circling the area just minutes after I escaped, but by the time the police arrived, the man was gone. Even now, 20 years later, I still struggle to ride my bike alone. I get chills when cars slow down near me, and I often wonder if the next girl he targeted was as lucky as I was. I'm a 25-year-old woman now. Last Friday, I had some time to spare before picking up my kids from school. The weather was perfect, so I decided to take a drive through the back roads of my hometown, listening to music and remembering. That night, I had originally said no to the invite, but after discovering the cheating, I changed my mind and told him I was going. He could stay home if he wanted. The breakup is important to understanding my mental state. You live in a not-so-great part of the city, in one of those newer apartments built in a rough neighborhood. On any other night, I'm the type to keep my windows up and doors locked until I'm far away from that area. But my mind was distracted, and I had both the driver and passenger windows down to smoke a cigarette. At the first red light I stopped at before getting to the party, which was still in the rough part of town, I was the first car in line. A guy in his mid-20s was crossing the street from left to right in front of my car. He suddenly glanced over and made eye contact. As I flicked ash from my cigarette out the window, I think I gave him a quick nod or something. I can't remember clearly. Before I knew it, he quickened his pace, walked to my open passenger window, leaned in and asked if I had a light. When I'm flustered, I tend to be polite, so without thinking, I handed him my lighter. My plan was to drive off when the light turned green and just let him keep it. But instead of taking the lighter, he reached in and opened the door, sliding into my car as if we were old friends. The light turned green, and I grabbed my purse, wedging it between my left leg and the door. At that moment, I was more worried about getting robbed than anything worse. He thanked me for the ride. As I drove away slowly, I asked why he got into my car. He said he knew I wanted to give him a lift and launched into some obviously fake story about needing a ride because his girlfriend had just dumped him and left him stranded in the area. I told him I'd take him to the nearest gas station since I needed gas. That wasn't true, but I knew the gas station was close, well lit, and likely to have people around. It was only 6 blocks away, but it felt like the longest 6 blocks of my life. He said I was pretty and asked if I could give him some cash to get a cab. Like an idiot, I handed him the $4 in quarters I kept for parking meters. I just wanted him to stop talking and get out of my car. Instead, he started tossing the quarters one by one into my shirt. I asked him to stop, but he just laughed. Thankfully, I saw the gas station up ahead. I pulled in and told him we both had to get out so I could pump gas. He hesitated, but he got out. I locked my door faster than I ever had before. I walked inside, saying I needed to prepay. Instead, I found a group of people, college kids dressed up for Halloween. I explained what had happened. Just then, a guy from their group came in and said that the guy outside was claiming I was his girlfriend who drove off with my purse on the car roof.
Ooh, no.
The group went outside, told him to leave, and stayed with me until I was back in my car and safely on my way. I don't know what his real intentions were, but creepy hitchhiker downtown, let's never meet again. I grew up in a very safe, wealthy suburb where no one locked their cars, let alone their homes. When someone new moved in, they were welcomed immediately with open arms. My dad gets into the car. Hey, thanks. I really appreciate the ride. The driver says nothing. I'm heading up north. Where are you going? Still no reply. The driver just keeps driving. Without glancing over, the driver locks the doors and puts his hand on my dad's upper thigh, squeezing it. My dad was 23 or 24 at the time, working in construction, mostly doing drywall. He was shorter, with a stocky build and broad shoulders. My dad turns to look at the driver. Hey, I'm not interested in that. I just needed a ride. The driver doesn't move his hand. After a tense 10 seconds of silence, My dad says, "Okay, let me out of the car." The driver still doesn't react or look at him. My dad grabs the driver's hand and pulls it off his leg. "Let me out of the car right now, or I'll mess you up." My dad was ready to defend himself. Without a word or a glance, the driver finally pulls over and unlocks the doors. My dad jumps out immediately. The driver speeds away. Eventually, my dad makes it home and tells his family what happened. No one believes him. A few years later, he was dating my mom. One evening, they were watching the news. The broadcast covered the capture of a serial killer, John Wayne Gacy. My mom says my dad's face went white. He jumped out of his seat, shaking and shouting while pointing at the TV. "That's him. That's the guy who picked me up." My mom believed him instantly. Dad was never one to lie or play jokes. He was straightforward, quiet, and didn't seek attention. I was fascinated by this story. It took place in the late 90s, and I started reading about Gacy, including books based on interviews with him. He picked up many hitchhikers during the 70s. Sometimes he gave them a ride with no incident. The timeline, details, and locations all matched. I believe Gacy thought my dad was younger than he actually was and was testing his reaction. Gacy typically targeted young men between 18 and 20. When my dad reacted aggressively and fought back, Gacy decided he wasn't worth the risk, maybe realizing my dad was older than he first thought. Years later, my husband and I were at an event. We started chatting with a couple sitting next to us. For some reason, I told this story. The woman turned pale, her mouth hanging open. She said her uncle had a nearly identical experience with Gacy. "I feel such sorrow for those who couldn't escape. This happened when I was 21, living downtown with my boyfriend. I had just found out that my boyfriend of nearly 4 years had been cheating on me. We'd been invited to a Halloween party. As I crossed Pine Ridge Road, I noticed a van pulled off to the side, its back doors wide open and lights still on. It was well past midnight, and the road was completely deserted. I slowed my 1987 Mazda convertible down to first gear, scanning for anyone who might need help. But there wasn't a single person in sight. The forest surrounding the road was eerily quiet. The van's engine was off, but every light was shining, and the driver's door was hanging open. I remember thinking how unfortunate it was that I didn't have cell service up here on this ridge, and I knew I needed to call the police. I continued driving slowly, maybe 25 miles an hour, heading toward a spot where I knew my phone would work. The situation felt odd, but it got even stranger. Only a couple of miles down the road, the trees thinned out, and I could see deeper into the woods. I caught some movement and eased off the gas, thinking a deer might be about to dart out. Instead, a man, drenched in fresh blood, stumbled out of the tree line and into the road. At first, I wasn't even sure he was human. He was so covered in gore. He staggered in front of my car, waving frantically. I was still in my convertible, and he started screaming and grabbing at my door handle. Terrified, I quickly shifted into first gear and sped off. About a mile later, I finally got cell service and called the police. The guy clearly needed help, but his desperate grabbing had freaked me out. I stopped at a wide turnout on the mountain to wait for the cops. They arrived in less than 10 minutes. I put the top up and locked my doors while I waited. An officer took my statement and examined my car with his flashlight. The man had left a long, bloody smear down the side of my door. Another officer went back to check the van, but couldn't find the man from the woods. The cops let me go, saying they'd call if they needed anything else. A few days later, they did call, asking me to describe the man again. They told me the van had been stolen. Apparently, the guy hurt himself and fled in a panic. As far as I know, they never found him. To this day, I still keep an eye out for bloody figures emerging from the woods. The memory stuck with me, and it's completely true. On a cold, dark night in the late 70s, my father's car broke down about an hour from home. He started walking and stuck out his thumb to hitch a ride. Before long, a middle-aged man in a tan sedan pulled over and picked him up. Miles from where I lived, I had become good friends with one of the mechanics from my crew. After work, we'd often spend time together since we both lived in the same area. On our way home, we'd usually pick up some beer from the convenience store, which stayed open until just before midnight. There was a small clearing in the woods behind my place where I had set up a fire pit. Most nights, he'd come over, and we'd drink there without worrying about disturbing anyone late at night. One night, after we clocked out, we planned to hang out like usual. But for some reason, though I can't recall why since it's been so long, he couldn't come straight to my house. Instead, he told me he'd meet me at the church parking lot just down the road from my place. I bought some beer and drove to the lot to wait for him. Time passed, and he hadn't shown up yet. So, I stepped out of my car to watch the road for his headlights. Eventually, I saw his truck pulling in, and he parked beside me where I was leaning against my car. We decided to hang out right there for a while before heading to my place, both of us leaning on our vehicles, looking out toward the gravestones. That's when things took an odd turn. As we chatted, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence and asked, "Do you see that?" "See what?" I replied. He pointed toward a headstone a few rows in from the edge of the lot, saying he saw some movement. I squinted in that direction but didn't see anything. His face told me he wasn't joking. He looked genuinely unsettled. I asked what exactly he saw. He described a dark figure swaying back and forth. The description gave me a chill, though I wasn't sure if I fully believed him. I asked if he had anything for protection, and he patted the 9mm pistol holstered on his hip. Still, he wasn't willing to go check it out, so I decided to do it myself. I stepped off the pavement onto the grass. The churchyard had decent lighting from several lampposts, and the only shadows came from the gravestones. As I scanned the third row, a feeling of dread washed over me. About 15 feet ahead, I saw a pitch-black figure hunched against one of the markers, its head between its knees, rocking just like my friend had said. How he saw it from the car, I still don't know. The thought of being near this thing the whole time without noticing it was terrifying. I called out, asking if they were okay. No answer, just a faint, sorrowful whimper, like someone grieving. While visiting a grave wasn't unusual, doing it at midnight felt wrong. I moved closer until I was only a few feet away. I was about to speak again when my blood froze. Light from the nearby lamps fell on the figure, but instead of reflecting, it seemed to vanish into the darkness of the form. I couldn't make out any features, no clothing, no hair, no shoes, nothing to suggest it was a person. The soft whimpering turned into louder, more aggressive sounds. Trying to stay calm, I backed away slowly, then turned and sprinted to my friend. I told him we needed to leave. Now, we didn't hesitate. We got in our vehicles and drove off immediately. About an hour later, curiosity got the better of us, and we went back to the cemetery. The figure was gone. My friend and I aren't as close as we used to be, but I still tell this story because it's the only strange encounter I've ever had. To this day, I have no explanation for what we saw that night. Back in 2005, I was leaving a friend's house and heading home. He lived near a lake in the next county over, and I had a good 15-mile drive ahead. To save time, I decided to take the back roads. A friend of my dad's named Mike joined him on a trip down a long road, carrying only their guitars and some money. They eventually reached Alabama, exhausted, but they had to get to a nearby town in time to catch a Grateful Dead show the next day. They walked for hours, covering mile after mile, trying to hitch a ride without any luck. Just as they were about to give up, an old, rusty truck pulled over to pick them up. My dad climbed into the front seat while Mike got in the back. They thanked the driver and Mike immediately dozed off, leaving my dad to stay awake with the driver. From the beginning, my dad had a bad feeling. The driver asked where they were headed, why they had guitars, and if my dad was any good at playing. My dad mentioned the Grateful Dead and that he usually played the banjo, though he'd left it behind this time. The driver then said something that made my dad's skin crawl. "I've always wanted to kill one of those guitar boys." My dad tried to stay calm, laughing nervously and doing his best to be as unnoticeable as possible while quietly trying to wake up Mike. The driver grew more unsettling. My dad asked if they could stop at a gas station, but the driver refused. He asked how far the next town was, but the driver didn't answer. Eventually, the man stopped talking altogether. After hours on the road, Mike woke up. Things got worse when the driver suddenly asked if they had ever seen a gruesome death. He started swerving, hitting mailboxes and street signs, and even struck a stray dog while laughing like a maniac. My dad and Mike nervously laughed along with him, hoping to keep the situation calm. Finally, the driver pulled into a gas station. They grabbed their things and bolted as quickly as they could. They missed the concert, but my dad was just relieved he wasn't the guitar boy the driver had been looking for. This happened to my dad a few years ago, probably around 2015 or 2016. Back then, he was working second shift as a mechanic for a trucking company. So last night, I was at a classmate's place working on a group assignment that we have due tomorrow. I live in an apartment in a town near our college campus, while my classmate lives at his parents' house in the hills just outside of town. To get to his place, you have to drive down a fairly isolated, narrow two-lane road for about 5 or 6 miles. We started the project around 6 p.m., and after we finished, I stuck around for a bit to relax. I didn't leave until pretty late. I'd say it was close to 11 p.m. As I started driving back toward town, I quickly realized how difficult it was to navigate the road at night. There were no streetlights, and the road was poorly maintained, full of potholes. To make things worse, my cell phone had no signal, and since I had already used my spare tire a few weeks earlier, I drove very slowly to avoid popping one of my tires. I think I was about 3 miles away from his house when I turned a sharp corner and suddenly saw an old pickup truck with a camper shell parked across the road. The way it was positioned completely blocked my path. There were ditches on both sides, so I couldn't drive around it. My only option was to reverse to a nearby pull-off where I could turn my car around. At first, I couldn't see anyone in the truck, but when I turned on my high beams, I noticed a man slumped over in the driver's seat. His head was resting on the steering wheel, like he had passed out after an accident. Something about the whole scene felt off. The way his truck just happened to stop in a position that blocked the entire road was suspicious. I remembered hearing stories about people pretending to be injured to lure drivers out of their cars for a robbery. So, I trusted my gut and decided to go back to my classmate's house to get help. I put my car in reverse, my eyes flicking between the rearview mirror and the truck. When I was almost to the pull-off, my heart skipped a beat. The man who had been slumped over was now walking toward my car, fast. At the same time, 2 more men climbed out of the camper shell and started heading in my direction. Panic set in, and I hit the gas, reversing quickly into the pull-off. The undercarriage of my car scraped badly, but I didn't care. I shifted into drive, and just as I did, the man was at my passenger side door, yanking on the handle. Thankfully, the doors were locked. I only got a quick look at him, but his face was rough and scabbed. He looked like a drug addict. I floored it and didn't slow down until I was back at the house, glancing in my rearview mirror the whole way to make sure they weren't following me. Thankfully, they didn't. When I got there, I explained everything to my classmate and we called the police. His parents were kind enough to let me stay the night. The police didn't find anyone matching the description, but I filed a report. They promised to keep an eye out for similar vehicles or suspicious behavior. Honestly, I'm still shaken up. Every time I think about that guy running toward me, I get the same adrenaline rush I felt in that moment. If you've ever had a similar experience, please share. I could use a good conversation or story to help clear my head. Thanks. This is one of the stories my dad told me when I was a kid, about his own adventures from when he was younger. He's 28 now, and he's always been a free spirit. He and his buddies had all kinds of wild experiences back then. I've always found solo camping trips a great way to unwind and relax. Yesterday morning, I drove out to some hills nearby and set up my tent in a campsite close to a well-known hiking trail. Since I didn't have any plans for the holidays, I figured camping would be a better choice than staying at home. I also thought the area would be pretty empty, considering the time of year. Turns out I was right, but to my surprise, I was completely alone at the site. The day was peaceful, and I enjoyed myself thoroughly. After a long hike that left me completely drained, I decided to call it an early night. Around 8 p.m., I cleaned up my campsite and crawled into my tent to wind down. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly, but at around 3:15 a.m., I woke up abruptly to the sound of my tent's zipper being opened very slowly. I'm a light sleeper, especially on trips like these, because I like to stay alert. I always position my head near the tent entrance for situations just like this. As soon as I woke up, I realized someone was trying to get into my tent. Luckily, I always bring a small handgun for protection, though I've only ever used it at the range and never in an actual emergency. My heart started racing, but I stayed calm. Carefully, I grabbed my gun, aimed it at the entrance, and spoke loudly, "I have a gun! You have 5 seconds to leave before I shoot." The silence that followed was unnerving, lasting about 3 seconds, until I heard footsteps quickly running away. I kept my gun pointed at the entrance for what felt like 10 minutes, waiting to hear any other noise. When everything stayed quiet, I grabbed my phone and called the police. They told me they were about 20 minutes away, so I stayed on high alert, ready for anything. When the officers arrived, I stepped out of the tent and explained what had happened. They searched the area and, just about 15 feet away, found someone hiding in a tree. It turned out to be a guy in his early 20s who had taken some kind of hallucinogen at another campsite nearby. He had wandered off, gotten lost, and mistakenly thought my tent was his. The guy looked shaken up, and as the officers cuffed him, he apologized, saying, "I'm so sorry, man, that's my fault." The police asked if I wanted to press charges, but I decided against it. I was frustrated, but I could tell he wasn't trying to harm me. It was just a dumb mistake from someone who was out of it. After everything calmed down, I packed up my gear and left. There was no way I was going to sleep again after an experience like that. When I was younger, I worked as a seasonal wildland firefighter in the southwestern United States. One summer, I was stationed deep in the rugged backcountry of rural New Mexico. The northern part of the forest was a popular spot for outdoor activities, but the southern section, where we were based, was incredibly remote, far from paved roads or any campgrounds. If you wanted to explore there, you had to put in serious effort. Shade was scarce, and the afternoon sun could be brutal. Our fire crew operated out of 2 locations, one in town and another about 2.5 hours away, accessible only via a narrow, winding mountain road. The remote station was a decent setup. It had a fire response building, an old ranger cabin, and a newer trailer where we bunked. This was more than 20 years ago, so cell service was non-existent, leaving us to come up with our own ways to stay entertained. We had a small TV for movie nights and outdoor games like horseshoes to pass the time. With the right team, evenings around the fire pit could feel pretty cozy. This story happened on the night of July 4th. There wasn't an active fire at the time, but with the holiday, we were on edge, not knowing what might happen. That evening, we played horseshoes, listened to music, and enjoyed each other's company. Since we had an early training hike the next morning, there was no alcohol involved, so most of us turned in early. I had my own small room in the trailer, which featured one of the few windows. It overlooked a stretch of wilderness, away from the station. As I was drifting off to sleep, I suddenly heard someone outside my window. It was one of my coworkers, or at least it sounded like him, calling me to come outside. His voice was calm at first, coaxing. Half asleep, I opened my eyes and looked toward the window. It was pitch dark, and I couldn't see anything. The land sloped down steeply on that side of the trailer, which made it even harder to see. But I could hear him clearly. "Come on, man. You need to see this," he said. I didn't answer right away, just stared at the window, trying to process what was happening. Then he spoke again. "Hey, come out here, just for a second." "No," I finally muttered. The tone of the voice immediately changed. It grew sharper, deeper, and angrier. I could feel the tension through the wall. Something inside me told me not to look again. If I did, I was certain I'd see a hand tapping on the glass, beckoning me. But it wouldn't be coming from below, it would be reaching down from above. Whatever it was, it felt unnaturally tall, which is why I couldn't see it through the window. The voice turned to harsh insults and threats, making my heart race. I stayed frozen in bed, sweating and terrified. The tirade went on for what felt like hours before I eventually passed out from exhaustion. The next morning, I told my crew about what happened. Everyone swore they had gone to bed early, and no one had been wandering around outside the trailer. No one else heard or saw anything strange that night. We chalked it up to sleep paralysis or some kind of dream. A few weeks later, while we were back in town, my captain pulled me aside. He swore he hadn't been near my window that night, then shared his own eerie experience. A couple of months before, he'd been camping a few miles from the station, sleeping out in the open without a tent. He and a few others were monitoring for lightning fires in the area. One night, while lying in his sleeping bag, something wet and heavy dripped onto his face. He assumed it was tree sap or bird droppings and tried to wipe it off, but the dripping continued all night. He shone his flashlight into the darkness and even yelled, but nothing responded. Frustrated and uneasy, he moved his bedding to a clearing, away from the trees, but the dripping didn't stop. At first light, he packed up and headed back to the station without saying a word about it. After that, I noticed he stopped volunteering for overnight outdoor assignments, a sharp change for someone who usually jumped at the chance for solo jobs. Neither of us could explain what happened, but we couldn't shake the feeling that our experiences were connected somehow. I had an unusual paranormal experience while camping with some friends near Kalama Falls in Washington State. We were there to celebrate my 14th birthday, and the girls and I had wandered down to the nearby lake for a swim. On the way back to our campsite, we walked alongside a river with a moderately large dam. A few years earlier, there had been a tragic accident where two brothers drowned after being caught in the dam's turbines. The area around the dam was marked with warning signs featuring a skull and crossbones and bold danger messages. After spending some time swimming and playing around, we decided to call it a day and head back. I needed to use the restroom, so my friend stayed at the bottom of the trail while I walked up toward the restrooms. As I approached the entrance, a figure suddenly stepped out from the opposite doorway. It was a boy wearing swimming shorts, water still dripping from him as if he had just been swimming. He stood completely still with no expression on his face. I opened my mouth to greet him, but before I could say anything, he calmly walked past me and headed back toward the lake. I shrugged it off and continued with what I was doing. When I rejoined my friends, I asked if they had seen the boy pass by. They said they hadn't noticed anyone. We stood there for a moment, listening to see if we could hear anything, but there was only silence. We were walking along the river a few hundred feet from our campsite when I saw something strange. A vivid, glowing white figure appeared on the surface of the water. It was a slightly chubby boy who looked about 12 years old, walking atop the river as if the water was solid ground. I stopped and pointed it out to my friends. One of them gasped and said she could see him too, while the other covered her face, saying she was too frightened to look. We stood there for several minutes watching the figure. He walked slowly along the water for about 30 feet before fading away. To me, it didn't seem like he vanished into the trees or air. Instead, it looked like he slipped right through the water's surface. Oddly, he didn't look exactly like the boy I had seen at the restroom earlier, but there were enough similarities that I wondered if they could have been siblings. This remains the most vivid and unforgettable supernatural experience I've ever had. My friend and I decided to explore a challenging canyon trail as a way to celebrate finishing high school. Being naive 19-year-olds, we chose the route purely because it was labeled as extremely difficult. The trail was called the Rockfall Trail, and I'd read somewhere that part of it had been destroyed by a huge landslide. The trek was stunning but utterly draining. We did this in early July when temperatures down in the canyon reached nearly 115 degrees Fahrenheit. Like I said, it was a poorly thought-out adventure by a couple of overconfident teenagers. The last stretch to the canyon's riverbank followed a dried-out stream bed, which we mistook for Drybrush Creek. As we maneuvered around some large rocks, we finally approached the water. We hadn't encountered another person the entire journey, so we were pretty laid back as we hiked. When we reached the river, we stumbled upon a man who immediately stood out. He looked like what you'd imagine from an old Western movie, likely in his late 20s or early 30s, with long black hair, a faded denim shirt tucked into his jeans. He reminded me of someone straight out of a film, maybe like a character you'd see in Young Guns if you've ever watched that. For a moment, I wondered if we'd accidentally wandered onto a film set. As we moved closer, he seemed completely unaware of our presence, staring off into the distance. Eventually, he noticed us and gave a brief nod. We nodded back, and that's when we realized what he was doing. He was tossing a small, bright ball like a racquetball into the rushing water. The current carried it downstream a short distance before it hit a rock. But here's the weird part. Instead of just bouncing off and floating away, the ball launched back into the air and landed perfectly in his hand. At first, it seemed like a simple trick, but the more I watched, the more it felt almost otherworldly. He repeated the action so effortlessly that it felt like I was witnessing something supernatural. Then I noticed something strange about him. It wasn't just his clothes. It was his whole appearance. We'd been hiking through a dusty, bone-dry canyon for miles, yet this guy was spotless, not a speck of dust or dirt on him. And despite the blistering heat, easily over 110 degrees Fahrenheit, he wasn't sweating at all. No stains, no beads of perspiration, nothing. The whole situation was starting to feel surreal. Exhausted from the hike, we just wanted to find a spot to set up camp. We said a quick hello and goodbye, and he returned the greeting before continuing to walk downstream. We headed upstream and never saw him again. It wasn't until much later that we started questioning what we'd seen. How had he known the ball would react that way? Not just how he pulled off the trick, but how he even knew it was possible. We didn't sleep well that night, but nothing else unusual happened after that encounter. Several states, including New Mexico and others across the country, have outdoor youth programs known as wilderness therapy. In the summer of 1993, I participated in one such trek, a 61-day journey through the rugged terrain of the Gila National Forest. Our group consisted of teenagers, many of us considered troubled or rebellious. This was an isolated experience where all our energy and attention were directed toward daily survival. During the entire 2-month trip, we only encountered other people once, and it happened early in the journey. At that time, this was the most remote location I had ever visited, with no signs of civilization for at least 70 miles in any direction. On one particular stretch of the trek, our group was navigating through a canyon using a waterway called Crystal Creek to find our way. This area was incredibly challenging, with no established trails or campsites. The canyon was a slot canyon, meaning its walls were nearly vertical on both sides, and the creek itself was filled with boulders and other tricky obstacles, making progress painstakingly slow. One afternoon, as we made our way through the canyon, some of us spotted a suitcase perched on a rock above the water. It was balanced in a way that suggested someone had intentionally placed it there. We managed to retrieve it from the ledge and opened it. Inside, we discovered women's clothing, wigs, high heels, and some cans of soda along with non-perishable food items like stew and chili. We were puzzled, as there were no roads or trails for miles around. Our guides speculated that the suitcase might have fallen from an aircraft. However, upon closer inspection, the exterior of the suitcase was completely intact. If it had fallen from thousands of feet onto the rocky canyon floor, it would have been heavily damaged, yet there wasn't a single dent or scratch. Another theory was that a flood during the monsoon season might have carried the suitcase downstream from a campsite and left it where we found it. But the suitcase was sitting atop a rock about 7 or 8 feet above the water. It wasn't waterproof, and everything inside was in perfect condition, suggesting it hadn't been through a flood. We ultimately left the suitcase where it was and chalked it up to an unsolved mystery. Who would bring wigs, dresses, and high heels in a suitcase to such an inaccessible location? The thought unsettled all of us. What sticks with me the most are the cans of food. It made me wonder if someone had deliberately placed the suitcase there as part of some plan, maybe an attempt to disappear in the summer of 1993. The whole incident continues to haunt me to this day. Back when I was a teenager in high school, a group of my friends and I decided to camp in a very secluded area deep in the hills. Reaching the spot required a serious off-road vehicle. It was about 35 miles along an extremely rugged path. There were river crossings, large rocks scattered across the trail, and plenty of sandy patches. Calling the place remote would be an understatement. The drive took us the entire day, and during that time we didn't see a single person. No one passed us, and we didn't spot any other campers. One of my friends pointed out that it seemed like the trail hadn't been used in a long time, which felt odd since this was in Utah, a state where trails like this are usually bustling with outdoor enthusiasts. It's worth noting that the path led to a box canyon, which is essentially a dead end surrounded by towering cliffs. The road we were on was the only way in and out, and cell phone reception was at least 20 miles away. By evening, we finally reached the campsite and began setting up. One of our traditions whenever we went camping was playing Capture the Flag, and this trip was no different. We waited for darkness to fall before starting the first round. During the second round, one of my teammates and I decided to hop onto the road, which ran alongside the area where we were playing. We thought it would be a good shortcut to reach the other team's flag. While walking along the road, we noticed a faint light heading toward us. At first, we assumed it was another vehicle entering the canyon, but as it got closer, we realized it wasn't a car at all. It was a young woman holding up a phone, seemingly searching for a signal. She was still a little way off, but we could see she looked distressed. She was moving quickly but clumsily, as though she was in a panic. It didn't seem like she was drunk. It was something else entirely. We called out to her, "Hello!" No response. It wasn't like she was ignoring us. It felt more like she didn't even notice we were there. We tried again. "Hey, are you all right?" Still nothing. As she got closer and passed by us, we saw that she was crying. Once more we asked, "Are you okay?" But she just stumbled past us, never once acknowledging our presence. The entire time, her focus remained on her phone as she desperately searched for a signal. My friend and I stood frozen, watching her disappear around a bend in the road. She was still stumbling, still crying. When she was out of sight, we called everyone back to camp and told them what we had seen. I'll admit we were shaken. It seemed like she might need help, but the whole situation felt so eerie that we decided to stay in camp for the night and look for her in the morning. The next day, we set out first thing. We thought maybe there were other campers further down the road who might know her. We walked to the very end of the trail but found no sign of anyone. Confused, we decided to check the entrance to the road, hoping we might see her there. After another long drive back to the canyon's entrance, we still didn't find a single trace of her. To this day, I feel guilty for not trying harder to help her, but the whole situation remains a mystery. How did she end up in such a remote location? She didn't seem like someone out hiking. She was wearing ordinary jeans and a light sweater, with no backpack or supplies. If she'd entered the canyon from another direction, it would have required specialized climbing gear, which she clearly didn't have. We were fairly certain no one else had driven down that road in a long time, so the idea of someone dropping her off didn't make sense either. And yet, there she was, holding her phone up as if she thought she'd find reception in a place where it was impossible. My friends and I never saw her again, and we've returned to that campsite several times over the years. That trip, however, remains unforgettable for all of us. My boyfriend at the time and I decided to go camping about 5 hours from our city for his birthday, which was close to our anniversary. We planned the trip the day after a major storm had passed through. We left early in the morning and reached the campground by early afternoon, giving us plenty of daylight to pick a nice spot and set up. The guy at the campground entrance mentioned we were the only ones there that weekend. "This is going to be amazing," my boyfriend said, and I agreed. We drove down long dirt paths to our assigned campsite. As we got closer, the road narrowed and ended abruptly, meaning we'd have to reverse all the way out if we wanted to leave. There was no quick exit. We unloaded the car, set up the tent, and decided to explore the woods. It was eerily quiet, but since it was still bright out, we enjoyed the calm and soaked in the nature. After walking a few miles, we stumbled upon these strange white cabins. They all looked identical, almost like they were mass-produced. Felt odd being there, like we had entered a place we didn't belong. The cabins had this sterile, unnatural vibe that didn't fit the outdoors. Unnerved, we turned around and headed back to the campsite. After catching our breath in the tent, we tried starting a fire in the fire pit. Neither of us had ever been camping before, so we were clueless about how to build a proper fire. We brought self-lighting logs from a store and some lighter fluid, but everything was still damp from the storm. Finding dry kindling was a challenge. That's when I realized how unprepared we were for the wilderness. Fresh from a storm, with no real supplies and no backup plans. Eventually, we managed to get a small fire going, roasted some hot dogs and marshmallows, and spent a while stargazing. It was stunning but unsettling just how dark it got out there. My boyfriend, who wasn't fond of the dark, said, "Can we go inside the tent now?" We put the fire out and got into the tent, chatting quietly. I could tell he was nervous. Suddenly, he froze, put his hand over my mouth, and whispered, "Did you hear that?" Before I could reply, we both heard heavy footsteps nearby. It sounded like multiple people walking around. "It's probably just animals," I whispered, but we soon heard low murmuring. It didn't sound like animals at all. It was like voices, only muffled. We sat there in complete silence, staring at each other in the dark. The murmurs grew louder, as did the footsteps, until it seemed they were right outside the tent. Neither of us moved or even breathed. I kept hoping it was a drunk hiker stumbling by, but then I remembered the man at the entrance had said we were alone in the campground. For a moment, I thought maybe it was the ranger checking on us, but that didn't make sense either. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the noise stopped. We waited in silence, unsure how much time passed. Finally, my boyfriend whispered, "We need to get to the car." Adrenaline kicked in, and I peeked out of the tent into the pitch-black night. Telling him to stay behind me, we sprinted to the car. Once inside, I locked the doors and he said, "What the heck was that? There's no one else here." I scanned the area but saw no signs of life. "Stay here," I told him. "I'll grab our stuff." I hopped out, grabbed the cooler, and tossed it into the back seat. As I turned to get the tent, I heard those same heavy footsteps again, getting closer. In a panic, I yanked the tent out of the ground, wrapped it in the tarp, and threw it into the trunk. Without a word, I climbed back into the car and asked, "Do we have everything?" "Yes," he said, and I slowly backed the car out. Reversing in the dark was nerve-wracking, especially since the road was narrow. At a fork in the path, we got confused. He couldn't remember which way we had come, so we picked a random direction and ended up in another campsite. Frustrated, I reversed again and finally spotted a small sign hidden behind some bushes that pointed us back to the main road. As we drove away, I noticed a faint green light in the woods near where our site had been. It reminded me of the logs we'd brought. The outer paper burned green when they first caught fire. Someone seemed to be using them now. We drove the entire 5 hours back to town. Arriving at his parents' house around 4 a.m. exhausted, we collapsed on their couch. Neither of us ever talked about that trip again, and I haven't gone camping since. A few friends and I planned a weekend trip to the woods. What made this trip unforgettable were two unsettling events that only happened to me. Both incidents involved what I thought was one of my friends and my frequent need to visit the restroom. The first incident occurred late at night. Everyone was gathered around the fire when I decided to take a short walk to the campground facilities about a quarter-mile away. The moonlight and nearby campers provided enough visibility, so I felt safe venturing into the forest alone. Reaching a fork in the trail, I noticed one path led to an abandoned campsite. In the dim light, I could make out a worn fire pit in the middle of the clearing. For some reason, I couldn't look away. A sense of unease kept me frozen. That's when I saw it, a person stepping out from the trees. As they moved closer, their walk struck me as odd, almost unnatural. They shuffled through the undergrowth until they emerged onto the trail, just ahead of me. I squinted, and my fear briefly subsided. It was one of my friends from camp. I recognized them by their distinct way of walking, but something was off. Why were they wandering through the wrong campsite? And how had they gotten ahead of me when walking was such a struggle for them? Convinced it was a joke, I called out, "What are you doing?" I told everyone I was going to the restroom. They whispered back, "Stop following me." Their voice sounded familiar but distorted, like a bad imitation. I tried catching up, but no matter how fast I walked, they stayed the same distance ahead. It didn't make sense. My friend had difficulty walking, yet they moved effortlessly now. Just as I reached the restroom, they vanished into the shadows. After finishing up, I headed back to camp. To my surprise, I found the same friend sitting by the fire where they'd been earlier. Everyone swore they hadn't left the campsite, insisting I must have been alone. I brushed it off as a weird joke. The second event happened around 3 a.m. Everyone was asleep, and the fire had burned out. I needed to relieve myself again, but this time, I decided to use a nearby tree instead of trekking back to the bathrooms. As I was finishing, I heard the faint sound of a tent zipper behind me. Glancing back, I saw the same friends standing in the clearing. They were trying to light a cigarette, and in the brief spark from the lighter, I caught a glimpse of their face. Their dark eyes were locked on me in a way that sent chills down my spine. They finally lit the cigarette, took a drag, and asked, "Can you hear me?" Their voice was muffled, like it was underwater. Confused, I nodded. Again, they asked, "Can you hear me?" This time, their voice was louder but still distorted. "Yeah, what's going on?" I replied, my voice shaking. The third time they asked, their voice became so loud it was paralyzing, as if the sound itself had weight. I couldn't move or speak. When they finally turned away and stumbled toward the cars parked nearby, I snapped out of it. Thinking it was another prank, I followed them around the vehicle. But when I got there, no one was in sight. The lot was completely empty, with no sign of a cigarette, not even its smell. I returned to camp to find their tent zipped shut, their boots sitting neatly outside, and the sound of them snoring from inside. The next morning, I decided not to mention it, assuming they'd bring it up if it was a prank. But no one said a word. My name is Max, and I live in New Zealand. In the southern part of the country lies the Otago region, home to vast, rugged wilderness with alpine peaks and hidden valleys. This area, known as the backcountry, is remote and can only be accessed by off-road vehicles, often taking days to traverse. It's a favorite destination for adventurers, hunters, and hikers alike. My partner, Sarah, and I decided to go camping there to escape the noise of everyday life. Being away from phone signals and distractions was just what we needed. We packed our SUV, double-checked our supplies, and ensured the vehicle was in good shape. Extra fuel was strapped to the roof, and we informed the nearest ranger station about our trip, a common safety practice in these parts. Our chosen destination was Mataka Valley, a remote, amphitheater-like basin surrounded by towering peaks, with a river winding through its floor. After a full day's drive, we reached the final stretch, a rugged descent into the valley. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, we set up camp near the river under a canopy of beech trees. Being midweek in the off-season, we were confident we had the valley to ourselves. That night, after dinner by the fire, we crawled into our sleeping bags and quickly drifted off. Sometime during the night, I awoke to a sharp noise. I listened closely but heard nothing else. Dismissing it, I rolled over, only to be startled again moments later by what sounded like something falling off our camp table. I figured it must be possums or stoats, common nuisances in the area. Regretting that we hadn't tidied up properly after dinner, I went back to sleep. The next morning, I crawled out of the tent and was immediately struck by a strange feeling. Something was off. The chairs we'd left by the fire were moved. One was now near the table. On the table lay a loaf of bread that I distinctly remembered packing away. Approaching it, I noticed a piece with a bite taken out, the teeth marks unervingly clear. "Did you get up before me and eat this?" I asked Sarah. She shook her head, confused. Together, we combed through our belongings. Nothing was missing, but when I checked the vehicle, I found footprints near the front, where the hood was. The rest of the camp was grassy, but this patch of dirt made the prints stand out. They weren't mine or Sarah's. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe the prints were old, left by someone who camped here before. Yet neither of us wanted to admit the unnerving possibility that someone had wandered through our campsite in the night. Despite our unease, we decided to stay, reasoning that my hunting rifle provided some level of security. After breakfast, I ventured to an old homestead ruin about a kilometer away, a relic from the 19th century when settlers grazed cattle in the valley. The place was steeped in eerie lore, including an unsolved murder from 1919. After taking a few photos, I started back toward camp. Halfway there, I saw Sarah hurrying across the field toward me, visibly shaken. She explained that while washing dishes by the river, she glanced up and saw a man on the opposite bank watching her from the bushes. He was older, scruffy, and wore tattered clothes. The moment their eyes met, he turned and melted into the dense forest. We couldn't understand how anyone could be on that side of the river. It was nearly impassable wilderness. Hoping to make sense of it, we drove the length of the valley, checking every campsite. We saw no vehicles, no fires, nothing to suggest anyone else was there. As evening fell, we returned to camp, deeply unsettled. After dinner, Sarah needed to use the portable toilet we'd set up a short distance away. I accompanied her, not wanting her to go alone. On our way back, we froze. Near our campsite stood a man, old, scruffy, and dressed in patched-up clothes, barely a meter from the rifle leaning against the table. "Evening, mate," he said casually, holding a piece of carved antler in one hand. His coat was fastened with buttons that appeared to be made of bone. Sarah clung to me, trembling. I greeted him cautiously, edging toward the rifle. He explained he'd been coming to this valley for decades and had seen us arrive the previous evening. After a brief and tense conversation, he turned and walked off into the night without a flashlight, disappearing into the dark wilderness. That was enough for us. We packed up in a hurry, ignoring the risks of navigating the treacherous tracks at night. As we drove out of the valley, we didn't see any other camps or vehicles. It was as if we had truly been alone, or should have been. Back home, we shared the story with friends. One of them mentioned hearing about a mysterious figure known as the Bone Man, a hermit who roams the backcountry, crafting tools and buttons from animal bones. Some believe he's harmless. Others link him to unsolved disappearances in the area. We haven't been back to Mitaka Valley since. The beauty of the backcountry no longer feels worth the unease of what or who might be out there. Late at night, in the middle of the week, we had this totally random idea. With everything happening in the world, we craved a break in nature. It was spontaneous. One moment we were playing PlayStation, and the next we were hit with the excitement to escape. Within an hour, we grabbed our stuff, jumped into our cars, and drove out of the city. We headed to a small town outside the urban area and left our vehicles behind since the place we wanted to camp wasn't accessible by road. It was such a cool vibe, just a bunch of city guys carrying backpacks, tents, knives, and snacks. The mood was lighthearted, and no one was nervous or overthinking. Even as we trekked through dense woods in the middle of the night, far from civilization, with only our phone flashlights to guide us. After a few hours of walking, we stumbled upon what seemed like the perfect spot, a lovely little lake with a wide open area around it. We set up our tents and made ourselves comfortable. It's worth mentioning that all four of us had served in the military and had survival training. So, we were pretty laid back, not worried about anything going wrong. None of us brought firearms since they require permits back home, and we figured we'd be fine without them. Once we found our spot, one of my friends and I decided to scout the area while the other two stayed behind, gathering firewood. When we regrouped, we were just hanging out around the campfire, chatting, joking, and reflecting on how unlucky our generation had been with everything going on. Time flew by, and around 5 a.m., we agreed to get some sleep. We planned to wake up at 11 a.m. or so to make the most of the daylight. Barely 5 minutes after settling into our tents, we heard a cat meowing, a distressed, almost desperate sound. My wife and I have 2 cats at home, and I grew up surrounded by them, so I immediately recognized that cry. We all exchanged puzzled glances. How could a cat survive out here, in the middle of nowhere? Maybe it was feral, but we decided to investigate. We stepped out of our tents and spotted a black cat. None of us were particularly religious or superstitious, but we couldn't help feeling slightly uneasy. I had some sausages in my bag, so I pulled one out and tossed it toward the cat. As I tried to get closer, it suddenly vanished into the darkness. I brushed it off. It's the woods, after all. I returned to the tent, trying to fall asleep again. 15 minutes later, one of my friends whispered that he heard something moving outside the tent. At first, we thought it might be a pack of wild dogs, or maybe the cat had returned. We cautiously unzipped the tent a little to take a look. What we saw froze us. A massive black boar. If you're unfamiliar with wild boars, let me tell you, they're no joke. These animals are incredibly strong, with tough hides that can even withstand a bullet. And, of course, we didn't have any firearms. My friends and I whispered anxiously, wondering what to do if it decided to charge at us. Then we heard that same cat meowing again. It didn't make sense. Both the cat and the boar were moving around our camp, just a meter or so away. It was bizarre that the two animals seemed aware of each other but weren't attacking. The cat even seemed comfortable around the boar, which only made the situation feel more unsettling. They lingered for what felt like an eternity, probably about an hour, circling our camp. None of us dared move or make a sound. As dawn broke, both the boar and the cat quietly left, disappearing into the forest. We didn't waste any time packing up and leaving the campsite ourselves. To this day, I can't explain what we experienced. If anyone has a logical explanation for such strange behavior, I'd love to hear it. Thanks for sticking around for this story. It still gives me chills. In Arizona, we had one of those RVs with bunk beds, a little kitchen, and a tiny bathroom. One afternoon, my buddy and I were wandering around when a guy approached us and started talking. He looked to be in his late 20s and asked if my friend and I wanted to hang out and maybe go for a swim. There was something about him that felt off, so we declined and went back to our parents. We didn't give it much thought after that. Later that night, I woke up unexpectedly. My bed was near a window, and when I turned over, I saw him peering at me through the glass. I screamed, waking everyone up. My dad was annoyed at being disturbed, but eventually got up to check outside. He didn't see anyone and told us to settle down and get some sleep. The next morning, my dad looked around for the guy, but he was already gone. He'd packed up and left before dawn. A few years ago, 3 of my friends and I decided to go on a camping trip in the When we arrived at the campsite, the ranger in charge made it very clear that there was a major bear issue in the area. We were warned that even leaving out drinks could lead to a fine, and all food had to be stored either in a bear-proof container or locked inside a car. On the first day, we were extremely cautious. But on the second day, someone in our group, a careless guy, dropped an uncooked sausage at my spot. Instead of grilling it or sealing it in a bag to store properly, he decided to toss it into the bushes right behind my tent. Fast forward a few hours. We had been drinking, and I'd eventually fallen asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of something running around the area near our tent. My friend and I shared the tent, and I initially thought it was just the other group members playing a prank on us. I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but the sounds continued throughout the night. Something kept wandering near our campsite, sniffing around the tents. The moment that truly terrified us was when it came up to the tent and started sniffing near our feet. Both of us were absolutely terrified, crying and yelling. We grabbed the air mattress pump and turned it on, trying to make noise to scare it away. I was certain we were about to be attacked by a bear. Luckily, we weren't. And before you ask, I have no idea how we managed to fall asleep again after that. By the way, keeping weed in a tent is another thing that can attract bears. When I was around 12, my parents took my best friend and me on a camping trip in the woods. When I was a kid, about 6 years old, I went to the creek with my dad to brush my teeth. Our dog was acting strangely. He was jumpy and kept nervously staring at the ground. We didn't realize what he was trying to warn us about until we were walking back. A long, bluish-gray snake suddenly sprang out, slithering right between my legs. My dad grabbed me and carried me back to our campsite as quickly as he could. Another time, when I was around 9, I was camping with a friend and both our families. My friend and I decided to explore some huge boulders near the site. After wandering away from our chatting parents for a while, they were okay with it as long as we stuck together. We faintly heard the sound of rushing water. Excited, we ran down a rocky slope, hoping to reach the river and maybe splash around. But just as we got closer, a deep, guttural growl stopped us in our tracks. The sound came from the direction of the water, and it made my stomach drop. My friend looked just as uneasy. Without saying a word, we turned around and bolted back to the campsite. Later, we learned that a bear had been prowling the area. It had raided a nearby camper's food supply and even torn through their tents. The bear tracks led straight to the part of the riverbank where we had heard that growl. If we had let our curiosity get the better of us, we might not have made it back safely to tell the story. More recently, last summer, I camped in a very remote area, and when we arrived at the site, admit it, Virginia has some of the best mountain trails, and that's why I often drive out there to hike and camp. One time, I decided to take on a trail that turned out to be tougher than I had anticipated. It wasn't the steepness that got me. I've hiked steep trails out west, but the constant ups and downs made it feel endless. As evening approached, it started to get darker, and I realized I needed to set up camp while there was still enough light. I stopped about half a mile from the peak, thinking I'd finish the hike the next morning. The night began uneventfully. I pitched my tent at a great spot, had some dinner, and settled in for the night. It was only then that I realized something unusual. I hadn't crossed paths with a single other person during the entire hike. At first, it didn't seem odd, but soon enough it would. I've always had trouble falling asleep and usually stay awake for at least an hour. While lying there, I thought I heard faint footsteps moving around nearby. The pace of the steps made me dismiss it as my imagination running wild, but just to be safe, I reached into my bag, pulled out my large knife, and kept it beside me in the sleeping bag. The next morning, I woke up and ate some oatmeal for breakfast. As I was packing up, I noticed something strange near my tent. A bundle of dried sticks and small berries tied together with a thin, green string. My heart sank. Internally, I was freaking out, but I kept my composure, quickly packed my gear, and left the site within minutes. I decided to forego the summit and headed straight back down the trail. On the way down, a thick fog rolled in, and I somehow wandered onto a side trail. After a while, I realized I was lost. Thankfully, I had a compass with me and used it to reorient myself, eventually finding the main path again. The relief I felt was immense, and I made it back to my car without any further issues. Later, I found out that the same morning, a 25-year-old hiker died on the very same trail. If I hadn't gotten lost and rejoined the main path later than planned, I might have encountered him. The circumstances of his death were unsettling. From what I gathered, he supposedly fell while trying to climb out of a ravine, but his backpack was found far from where he fell. He had called 911 but never managed to speak to anyone. The whole thing still creeps me out. It's hard not to think about the bundle I found and what might have been if my timing had been different. We were camping with a van and had a large beta tent. It was a fairly spacious campsite with a few wide trails cutting through, leading to the nearby road. What stood out was that there were no other campers in any of the sites within several miles of us. We picked a small nook nestled in the bushes on one side, while the camper van was parked on the other. This setup meant that anyone walking those trails would pass directly between us. During the day, we spent time riding dirt bikes and eventually returned to our separate sleeping areas. As usual, I struggled to fall asleep. Around 2 a.m., according to my phone, I glanced out through the thin, semi-transparent mesh of the tent. On the trail outside, I spotted what looked like a single stick or branch lying across the path, illuminated by a faint light. I stared at it for a long while, trying to figure out what it was, as the light remained completely still. Then came the next thing I remember clearly: the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps. The crunch of gravel echoed around the perimeter of the tent as someone, or something, walked in a steady, repetitive loop. At first, I assumed it was just an animal curious about our camp, maybe annoyed that we had taken over its usual space. But the footsteps persisted, becoming increasingly unsettling. That branch I'd been staring at was still visible through the mesh, lit up faintly. I started to feel drowsy, but was abruptly jarred awake when I realized the footsteps had stopped, and the branch was no longer visible. What came next made my blood run cold. Just a few feet beyond the tent's mesh window, I could barely make out the shape of a crouching, motionless figure. Its silhouette reminded me of something unsettling, like a creature from a horror game. The figure seemed nude, with something resembling twigs or branches encircling its head. I couldn't tell which direction it was facing, and my poor night vision only added to the eerie scene. At some point, the figure simply vanished. When I looked back, the branch on the trail was visible again, though it had started to resemble a crucifix to me. A detail I'm sure was just my mind playing tricks. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, everything seemed perfectly normal. My first instinct was to check around the tent for signs of footsteps, but the ground was just gravel and compacted dirt, leaving no clear tracks. Over breakfast, we talked about what everyone else had experienced. It turned out that later in the night, around 2:30 a.m., after I'd finally fallen asleep, someone had seen a lone person walking through our campsite with a flashlight. None of us had left our tents, and whoever it was would have needed to hike for miles to reach us. We decided it must have been someone taking an unusual nighttime stroll. But even now, the thought makes my skin crawl. I've spent most of my life hiking and camping around North Carolina and love being out in nature, but I can't shake the eerie feeling from that night. I wandered through the nearby forest and eventually set up a campfire. After spending a few hours by the fire scrolling through my phone, I started to get an odd, unsettling sensation. I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, so I dismissed it as paranoia and decided it was time to call it a night. I have a habit of tying the zippers on my tent, just as a precaution in case anything or anyone stumbles upon my campsite and tries to get in. After drifting off to sleep, I was abruptly awakened by the sound of someone tampering with the zipper of my tent. Of course, they wouldn't know the zippers were tied shut. I always carry a handgun with me wherever I go, so I quietly reached for it, lying still and straining my ears to catch any sound. I heard faint footsteps moving around the camp, and then I noticed a shadow pass by the faintly glowing embers of the fire. For a while, everything went quiet. Moving as slowly as I could, I unzipped the tent just a sliver, barely enough to peek outside. What I saw made every hair on my body stand on end. Standing at the edge of the campsite, faintly illuminated by the dying fire, were two figures. In the dim light, I couldn't tell where they were looking or what they were doing, so I stayed silent and watched. Suddenly, one of them lunged at me, and I felt a knife stab into my upper body twice. For context, I'm a former grappling champion, so adrenaline took over. In less than a second, I had the attacker pinned beneath me and was punching him relentlessly until he stopped moving. I stood up, debating whether to shoot him, but I couldn't bring myself to shoot someone who was unconscious. Instead, I ran toward my car in a panic, grabbing a flashlight along the way. Terrified and unsure if more people were nearby, I fumbled with the flashlight and scanned the area. I couldn't see anyone. My heart raced as I realized the man I had fought seemed to be gone. Bewildered, I half-stepped out of my car, unable to process what was happening. I was certain I had incapacitated one man and beaten another unconscious. I returned to my car, grabbed a towel, and wrapped it tightly around my shoulder to slow the bleeding. After managing the pain for a moment, I decided to check the campsite again. Every step I took was filled with dread, expecting another attack. When I reached the spots where I had fought the two men, there was nothing. No bodies, no blood, no footprints, absolutely nothing. Panic set in. My mind raced, trying to comprehend how they could have disappeared. To confirm my sanity, I fired my pistol into the woods a few times, then ran back to my car. I drove away as fast as I could, leaving my camping gear behind. Even as I sped through the dark forest, a chilling realization hit me. This wasn't a dream. My injuries and the scars on my hands from punching the attacker were real. About a mile away, with my car windows slightly open, I heard loud, eerie laughter, multiple voices. It didn't make sense. I was far from the campsite, yet the sound seemed unnaturally loud, echoing through the trees. That terrifying laughter made me floor the gas pedal. To this day, I have no idea what I encountered that night. It wasn't a ghost, it couldn't have been, given the injuries I sustained. But if they were human, how did they vanish so completely? One detail that still haunts me is the memory of their faces, or lack thereof. I couldn't see any features, only darkness. The scars remain as a permanent reminder that what happened wasn't just in my imagination. It all occurred, and I think it's best not to talk about it. He looked terrified, like he'd never encountered anything like it before. To this day, I still don't know what or who it was. Later in life, I asked my aunt, who lived nearby and had grown up in the area, if she had experienced anything similar. She avoided the question, only saying that we shouldn't have been camping there and that my dad was reckless for letting us go. Since then, I've left my small town, moved to another state, and heard similar stories in the southeastern region, with the same unwillingness to explain what might have happened. If anyone has insights, I'm all ears. As a kid, I grew up in the western suburbs of Melbourne, Australia, in a neighborhood called Meadowview. Sounds pleasant, right? Well, there were no meadows, and much of the area was government housing, known for being rough. Despite that, my childhood was happy, and my friends and I made the most of what we had. We spent our days exploring the local bushland, riding bikes, building swings, catching frogs, and wandering. I knew the area as well as my own backyard. Nothing about it seemed particularly eerie, except for an old nursing home perched on a hill at the bushland's edge. It was called Hillside Care Facility, and security patrolled the area. Sometimes they'd chase us out. Behind the nursing home was an odd structure, like the foundation of an unfinished building. It had concrete walls and half-dirt, half-brick rooms. It looked like people occasionally used it as a hangout or makeshift shelter. There were old food cans, discarded clothes, and broken items. By 2004, I was 15 years old. My friends and I had just started experimenting with weed and thought it'd be fun to camp in the bush. We bought a cheap tent from a discount store and decided to set up camp in a valley on the western side, far enough from the nursing home's patrol routes. Around 4 p.m., we hiked to our spot and pitched the tent before sunset. I'd managed to get a small amount of weed, and the three of us were eager to try it. None of us told our parents, knowing they wouldn't approve. As night fell, we lit a small fire and each took a turn smoking. My friends were deep in conversation, laughing and having fun, while I started feeling uneasy. Suddenly seemed like we weren't alone. My senses heightened, and I thought I heard faint rustling in the distance. I waved my hands to hush my friends, whispering, "Did you hear that?" Before I could finish, a strange voice echoed from the darkness. "I know where you are." It was raspy and menacing, like someone unhinged. We froze, staring at one another in disbelief. After a few seconds, instincts took over, and we bolted toward the nursing home, hoping to escape the bushland. As we ran, I glanced back and saw a tall, shadowy figure on top of the abandoned structure. It looked like someone in a cloak, looming ominously. I didn't stop to investigate. When we finally made it out of the bush, we looked back in relief, only to see a pale, ghostly figure moving toward us from the hill. We ran straight to my house, too shaken to return to the bush that night. The next day, we went back to clean up our campsite. Despite the unsettling night, we kept exploring the bush during the day. One afternoon, while playing near a tree swing not far from where we'd camped, we heard the blood-curdling screams of a girl. She cried out, "Help me," followed by the sound of a chainsaw. We froze, staring toward the thick shrubs where the noise came from. There were no paths or clearings in that part of the bush. Panic set in, and we ran back to my house, telling my dad what we'd heard. He grabbed our dog and joined us in searching the area. Strangely, when we got to my house, an old man was circling it on a bicycle with a bucket on his head. I'd seen him around town before, but his strange behavior unnerved me. When we returned to the bush with my dad and the dog, we found nothing. These experiences left me questioning everything. Were we imagining things? Was the man on the bike somehow connected? Who yelled at us? And was there really a chainsaw-wielding maniac? Could the nursing home harbor dark secrets or unexplained entities that haunted the area? To this day, I don't have answers. If anyone familiar with Meadowview Bushland has experienced something similar, I'd love to hear about it. Growing up, we kids naturally played together and sometimes grouped up to explore the area. In the mid to late 90s, in a quiet part of rural Indiana, there wasn't much for entertainment. The village was quite old, with the earliest records showing it was established in the 1780s as a trading post. Indiana didn't even become a state until 1816. Our village had a small church in the center, an old schoolhouse that had been turned into a residence nearby, and a field with thick woods surrounding most of the town. My dad had grown up in the area and was full of stories about the history and local legends. One story he often told was about a small fort nearby. It had started as a French post, later taken over by the British, and eventually became American. No one knew exactly where it had been located, but there were mentions of it in historical records. According to legend, it was an important stop for trade between settlers and local Native American tribes. Over time, as more settlers arrived, tensions rose, leading to violent conflicts. The fort was supposedly destroyed by a fire, with many lives lost. My dad always said the land felt wrong, as if it carried the weight of the tragedies that had occurred. When we played in the woods, the adults in the village gave us strict warnings. If the woods went silent, we were to leave immediately. If we heard our name called while deep in the trees, we were never to respond. Just turn around and go home as fast as possible. Everyone in the village understood that strange things happened in the area. Most days were uneventful, but sometimes the woods felt like something out of a dream or a nightmare. One of the most well-known legends involved the people of the woods. They weren't necessarily feared, but were respected and avoided. There were other things out there too, but those were best left alone. Now for my experience. When I was 11, I decided I wanted to go camping. It was mid-August, with muggy days but pleasantly cool nights. I convinced 2 of my friends to join me. While most people didn't camp in our woods, my dad said we could go as long as he came along to keep an eye on us. I reluctantly agreed. The day before, I went out to find a good camping spot. I knew of a flat area near a creek that seemed perfect. As I always did before entering the woods, I left an offering, a little food, or a trinket. The hike was uneventful, and I spent time clearing the site of sticks and stones, building a fire pit, and gathering wood for the night. It was then I noticed how quiet everything had become. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of the breeze. It was unnerving. I froze, straining to hear anything. After what felt like minutes, I finally heard a crow caw in the distance, and the usual sounds of the forest returned. Relieved, I chalked it up to me making too much noise and scaring everything off. That evening, around 6 p.m., my friends arrived with their gear. After dinner, we all headed to the campsite. My dad and I carried most of the supplies. The walk was uneventful, and after setting up our tents and lighting the fire, we roasted marshmallows and told stories. By 11 p.m., we were ready to sleep. As we crawled into our tents, the wind started to pick up. My dad mentioned rain might be coming, but something in his tone sounded off. He loved the rain, yet he didn't look excited about it. The wind eventually died down, and everything went eerily quiet again. No crickets, no creek sounds, nothing. I heard one of my friends unzip his tent, so I unzipped mine too. My dad was already outside, gripping a machete and staring into the woods. My friend whispered, asking if I had heard a noise. I hadn't, but my heart was pounding too loudly to be sure. Then we heard it, a faint, distant voice calling, "Hello!" It sounded wrong, like someone trying to mimic a woman's voice but not quite getting it right. My dad signaled for me to throw more wood on the fire. The growing flames pushed back the darkness, but the voice came again, closer this time. "Hello!" it called. We all froze. My dad stood near the fire, his eyes locked on the treeline. My other friend peeked out of his tent, and the four of us listened, waiting. Nothing happened for what felt like an eternity. Then, faint rustling came from deeper in the woods. My dad stayed on high alert, but the voice didn't return. Hours passed. The forest came alive again as dawn approached. Birds chirping, crickets singing, and the creek bubbling. We packed up and hiked home, stopping often to look and listen. None of us spoke until we reached my backyard. Finally, my dad broke the silence, telling us never to talk about what had happened. About 5 years back, my wife and I decided to take a trip to New Mexico. I'm not sure how she always does it, but she managed to find this incredible spot for us to camp. Anytime I try to pick a place for our trips, it usually ends up being a disaster. It's one of the countless reasons I adore her. She's always got a plan and keeps everything running smoothly, which is helpful since I'm probably the most indecisive person I've ever met. The area we went to allowed campers to set up wherever they pleased. I drove our SUV to a spot that seemed perfect, and we started unloading. We set up the tent, got the grill ready, turned on some music, and prepared everything we'd need for a relaxing getaway. We planned on staying for 5 nights, but unfortunately, we only made it through 3. I'm pretty sure you would have left too, if you had seen what happened on our 3rd night. The first couple of days were amazing. Unlike many camping destinations across the country, this place felt unique. Maybe it's just me since I grew up in the Midwest, but when I think of camping, I picture dense forests, lakes, and old horror movies. Instead, this place was filled with dry hills, sand, and plants I'd never seen before. It was a completely different landscape from what I was used to, but I fell in love with it instantly. I made sure to enjoy every single moment. The best part about this trip, though, was how empty it was. For 3 days, we didn't come across a single soul. To some people, that might sound unsettling, but to us, it was perfect. Then came the 3rd night. That day had been just as great as the others. We spent it hiking through some trails and were more worn out than usual. We decided to take it easy in the evening, so we turned in early. I remember checking the clock just before I drifted off to sleep. It was around 9 p.m. A few hours later, I was startled awake by my wife shaking me. Confused, I asked what was wrong. She didn't say anything, just put a finger to her lips to signal for me to be quiet, then pointed outside the tent. I stayed still, listening, though at first I wasn't sure what I was supposed to hear. Eventually, she mouthed something like, "I think there's an animal outside." Couldn't help but chuckle a little. I thought it was cute that she was so spooked by an animal. In hindsight, that was a dumb reaction, considering the number of wild animals in that area that could easily hurt us if they wanted to. I listened again. First, I heard nothing. Then I caught it, a growl. It was the strangest growl I'd ever heard. I'm no expert on wildlife sounds, but it didn't sound deep or aggressive like you'd expect from a bear. Instead, it was almost weak, like something trying but failing to sound threatening. For a second, I thought maybe it was a sick animal, like a coyote with rabies, which I'd read about before. Whatever it was, its footsteps sounded light, which meant it wasn't very big. Still, I didn't want to take any risks. I waited until the creature sounded like it had moved a little farther from the tent. Then, I quietly unzipped the door and whispered to my wife to make a run for the truck. When I unzipped the tent completely, we didn't see anything. We both hurried to the truck, and as soon as I unlocked the doors, we climbed inside. From the safety of the truck, we sat silently, staring out through the tinted windows, trying to spot whatever had been making that noise. Minutes passed, but we didn't see a thing. The campsite was completely still. I knew something had been out there. We'd both heard the footsteps, and we'd both heard that growl. My wife eventually started dozing off again, but that's when I saw it. I jolted her awake, shouting in panic. It wasn't an animal at all. It was a man. He looked wild, long, messy hair and a scraggly beard. He was hunched over and walking in a strange, lurching way while making those same growling noises we'd heard earlier. I was furious at first and about ready to get out and confront him. Then I froze as things got even worse. 3 more figures appeared, walking into our campsite from the direction of the woods. They were all men, and they looked like they were whispering and chuckling to each other. 3 of them were holding large sticks, at least I think they were sticks. Without warning, one of them stepped forward, raised his stick over his head, and brought it crashing down onto our tent. I heard him shout something, and it was clear he thought we were still inside. At that moment, pure panic took over. I started the truck and hit the gas, speeding out of the campsite without looking back. I didn't care what those men were doing or what their intentions were. I just wanted to get as far away as possible. Once we got back into an area with phone service, my wife called the police. She explained everything to them, and I think she ended up talking to a park ranger or someone similar. A few calls came in from law enforcement, but we never went back to retrieve our tent or any of the gear we'd left behind. Later, the park charged us a fee for abandoning our equipment and leaving early. They claimed it was policy, and they didn't seem to care about what we'd gone through. The law enforcement officers we spoke to were understanding, but the park staff weren't. At the end of the day, it was a small price to pay for our safety. I don't know who those men were or what they wanted, but I sincerely hope they're caught before they hurt someone else. A lot of people can't stand the city, but I'd still pick it over the wilderness any day, especially after what happened to my friends and me about a year ago. One of my friends had recently ended things with her fiancé of nearly 6 years, and she wasn't handling the breakup well. Honestly, I couldn't blame her. Another friend of ours, who loves the outdoors, suggested we spend a night camping in the woods to take her mind off things. Surprisingly, she agreed to it. The 3 of us found a cozy little cabin out in the middle of nowhere and booked it for one night. I was actually looking forward to a girls' night out that didn't involve the city or dressing up for a change. But, as I expected, my recently single friend got bored not long after we arrived. She started searching for nearby places and came across a small bar in a nearby town. She convinced us to go check it out, which honestly felt more like my kind of camping anyway. I joked with the others about that on the way there. The bar was as low-key as it gets, just a handful of locals hanging around, which was a nice break from the busy city nightlife. At one point, my friend struck up a conversation with this man sitting at the bar. He was older, middle-aged maybe, but he had that rugged kind of charm. I don't know if it was the drinks or her breakup blues, but she was really laying on the flirting. This went on for a while, but eventually, she walked away from him and told us she was ready to head back to the cabin. On the way back, we teased her about her new bar friend, but she just brushed it off, saying it wasn't anything serious. Once we got back to the cabin, we each had a glass of wine and decided to call it a night. By this point, it was clear camping was not for us. None of us enjoyed being stuck in a tiny cabin with no Wi-Fi and nothing to do. I know our outdoorsy friend had good intentions, but the whole thing was kind of miserable. We decided to sleep in the living room together. One of us took the couch, another the love seat, and the last person curled up in the recliner. It didn't take long for all of us to fall asleep. Around 3 in the morning, one of my friends nudged me awake, looking really worried. She whispered that she heard someone messing with the doorknob. I laughed it off, telling her she was just imagining things. But then I heard it, too. The sound of the doorknob rattling, not gently but like someone was really trying to open the door. We were too terrified to move, so we huddled together under a blanket on the couch. Since the cabin was so small, you could walk around the entire building in just a couple of minutes, and we soon realized that's exactly what the person was doing. We could hear the faint sound of footsteps outside, deliberate, careful, but loud enough for us to notice. Every twig snapping sent chills down my spine. The person made their way to the back of the cabin, where there was a large window right behind the couch where we were lying. That's when we heard the sound of someone fumbling with the window frame, like they were trying to open it. In that moment, something came over me, and I yelled, "I'm calling the police!" Everything went silent for a moment, but then we heard a whisper. It was a man's voice, and he was whispering my friend's name, the same friend who had been chatting with that guy at the bar. My mind immediately jumped to him. I didn't want to believe he had followed us all the way here, but how else would someone know her name or where we were staying? I don't know what I was thinking, but I suddenly yanked the curtain open. Standing there, frozen like a deer caught in headlights, was the man from the bar. His eyes met mine, and he quickly threw his hands up, like he was the one in trouble. Then, without saying a word, he turned and ran off into the darkness. I didn't see him get into a car. It didn't seem like he had one nearby. We immediately called the police and reported what happened. They came out to check on us, but there wasn't much they could do. We were too shaken up to stay any longer, so as soon as the police left, we packed up and drove home, even though the sun hadn't come up yet. On the drive back, we finally started to piece everything together, and that's when the fear really set in. We had gotten back to the cabin before midnight, and this man didn't try breaking in until hours later. That meant he must have followed us from the bar, found out where we were staying, and waited outside for us to fall asleep before trying to get in. Just the thought of him lurking around in the dark for hours makes me feel sick to this day. Later, we realized the back window had been unlocked. If my friend hadn't woken up when she did, it was only a matter of time before he would have gotten inside. As terrifying as the experience was, it somehow ended up helping my friend. She said the scare gave her a new perspective on life and made her grateful to have gotten out unharmed. That trip turned out to be a wake-up call for her, and it helped her start moving forward after such a tough breakup. This creepy experience happened to me a few years ago, back when my wife and I were just dating. We decided to take a spontaneous camping trip. I've never been much of a camper aside from a couple of trips with a buddy in my teenage years. But my girlfriend had grown up camping all the time with her family and wanted to do it again. She thought it would be a great opportunity for us to spend some quality time together, far away from the chaos of the city where we lived. She went all out preparing for the trip, buying all sorts of cool camping gear, including a brand new tent. It was a pretty large tent for just the two of us, but I didn't mind. I was a bigger guy back then, so extra space was fine by me. One feature I really liked about the tent, which I later learned is common, was the little zippered window that allowed you to see outside. I figured it would be comforting to peek out at night and would let the sunlight pour in during the morning, making it easier to wake up. We reached a pretty isolated spot in the woods late in the afternoon. We were only staying 2 nights, so we wanted to make the most of it. That first day, we didn't do much besides set up our tent, relax, and call it an early night. I loved that little window already. Lying in my sleeping bag, I could look up through it and see the starry sky. It was even more breathtaking than I expected. Sure enough, the next morning, the sun streamed through the tent's window like an alarm clock, just as I'd hoped. We got up early and enjoyed a great day together. We went hiking, fished a bit, and spent hours just basking in the sun, reading and unwinding. By nightfall, we were both completely worn out. Neither of us had ever been the type to stay up late anyway, so we were more than happy to turn in early again. As we settled into our sleeping bags, I made sure to keep my little window propped open. I was just starting to drift off when I thought I saw something move outside. I couldn't tell if I was imagining it or if I'd momentarily fallen asleep and dreamed it. I sat up to get a better look when my girlfriend whispered, "Did you see that?" I told her I thought I'd noticed something, but I wasn't sure. We both sat there quietly, staring through the tent's small window. At first, everything just looked normal, a calm, still night. But then my girlfriend let out a gasp. It was the kind of sound you make when you suddenly lose your breath. Sitting in a tree about 30 or 40 feet away was a person. They were perched on a branch, swinging their legs like a kid would on a swing. What made it even creepier was the mask they were wearing. One of those cheap, unsettling rubber masks that looks like a caricature of a politician's face. We were frozen, completely paralyzed with fear. We hadn't seen a single other person the entire time we'd been at this campsite, and now there was the stranger in a mask sitting in a tree near us. I felt my throat tighten. My girlfriend was already in tears, but I was trying to stay calm for her sake. For what felt like 5 minutes, the person just sat there, kicking their legs casually. Then they jumped down from the branch. They didn't come toward the tent, but they didn't leave either. Instead, they paced back and forth slowly, like they were trying to decide what to do next. Every second felt like an hour. Finally, they stopped walking. They turned directly toward the tent. I swear they were staring right at us. Then, through the mask, we heard muffled laughter. The person lifted their arm and started waving. Not a small, normal wave, but a frantic, exaggerated motion, like they were trying to shake something loose from their hand. Abruptly, they stopped waving. In a muffled, almost sing-song voice, the person shouted, "Bye, guys!" And with that, they turned and sprinted full speed into the darkness of the woods. We sat there for the rest of the night, staring through the tent window, too scared to move. I think we each dozed off here and there, but neither of us truly slept. We didn't see or hear that person again, and by morning, there was no sign of them anywhere. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing to suggest where they'd come from or how long they'd been watching us. That's what still unsettles me the most to this day. How long had they been sitting in that tree watching us? Minutes? Hours? We had no idea. Nothing actually happened to us physically, but mentally, that night left us shaken for a long time. Since then, we've gone camping again, but we've made a rule. We'll only stay in cabins that have sturdy doors with locks. It's just not worth the risk. There's a good reason why I always have to be convinced to go camping whenever it's brought up by friends or family. It's not that I dislike nature or the outdoors. I just really prefer sleeping in a real bed instead of on the ground in a tent. That particular year, my boyfriend finally talked me into a trip by promising we'd stay in a cabin instead. A bed was non-negotiable. I still pushed for a beach getaway, but I was at least happy to know I'd get a proper night's sleep. The group included me, my boyfriend, and 2 other couples. The 6 of us rented a lovely, secluded cabin deep in the woods, just a short walk, maybe 100 yards or so, from a beautiful lake perfect for swimming. I didn't want to admit it, but once we arrived, I was starting to feel excited about the trip. The first day was incredible. We spent hours exploring trails, swimming in the lake, and ended the evening grilling steaks and enjoying each other's company. It was the perfect start. That night, we all turned in around midnight. I didn't sleep well, though. I kept hearing strange noises outside, soft sounds like footsteps, but I convinced myself it was just my imagination. After all, it's normal to hear odd sounds when you're staying in the woods. The next morning, we were getting ready for a hike when a cheerful voice called out from behind us, "Hey there! How are you all doing?" Startled, we turned to see a man approaching us. My boyfriend, who's always friendly, started chatting with him right away. The man introduced himself as Larry and explained that he was very familiar with all the trails in the area. The conversation wasn't alarming, but it did feel a little off. Larry told us he lived nearby, heard voices while out hiking, and wanted to stop by to make sure we were settling in okay. I thought it was a kind gesture at the time. He was a big guy, easily over 6 feet tall, with a noticeable belly, wearing jeans, hiking boots, and carrying a backpack. He looked like any other outdoorsy local. We thanked him, and he gave a hearty laugh before wandering back into the woods. Later, as we started our hike, we joked a bit about Larry and the odd encounter. That afternoon, we decided to cool off at the lake again. While lounging on the dock and soaking up the sun, that same voice rang out from the trees. "There you are!" We all flinched. It genuinely startled us. Turning, we saw Larry standing near the edge of the dock, grinning. We asked what he was doing there, and he again claimed he was just wandering through the area and happened to spot us. My boyfriend shrugged it off and made small talk with him, but I could tell that Tina's boyfriend and I were uneasy. Throughout the conversation, Larry kept nodding, laughing, and glancing around. He ended the chat with a few mumbled, "Okay," and wandered off again. It was strange, but not outright terrifying, at least not yet. That evening, we sat around the campfire sharing spooky stories, and for some reason, I couldn't shake my uneasiness. Suddenly, Larry burst out of the bushes, shouting, "Here I am!" and laughing like it was all a big joke. We screamed, completely caught off guard. My boyfriend was furious and immediately snapped at Larry, telling him to leave us alone and head back home. He explained that sneaking up on people like that wasn't funny and that Larry was lucky none of us reacted instinctively to defend ourselves. Larry looked genuinely hurt and muttered something about trying to give us some memorable moments before stomping off down one of the trails. For a moment, I almost felt bad for him, until I remembered it was past 11 p.m. What reason did he have to be wandering around near our cabin at that hour? The whole experience ruined the mood, and we ended up heading inside not long after. We spent the next while tidying up since we planned to leave first thing in the morning. Once in bed, I confessed to my boyfriend that the whole situation with Larry had left me with a bad feeling. I couldn't stop thinking about the noises I'd heard the night before and wondering if Larry had been lurking outside. That night, I lay wide awake. At some point, I started hearing soft footsteps and even breathing near the window. I shook my boyfriend awake and begged him to check. Annoyed at first, his demeanor shifted instantly when he peeked outside. His face turned ghostly pale as he whispered that someone was pacing near the cabin, and he thought it was Larry. Trying to stay unnoticed, I glanced out too. Sure enough, Larry was there, muttering to himself and pacing back and forth. His words were incomprehensible, almost like he was arguing with himself. Then he tried the cabin door. When it didn't budge, he began hitting his head with his hands, clearly upset. After several tense moments, he eventually disappeared back into the darkness of the woods. We were terrified but didn't know what to do. My boyfriend called the cabin's owner and told him we'd also be calling the police. A patrol car arrived not long after, and we described everything that had happened over the past 2 days. The officer listened, but his reaction was unconvincing. He nodded along, but it felt like he didn't take us seriously. At that point, we gave up on sleep. We packed our things, made coffee, and stayed awake until sunrise. As soon as daylight broke, we loaded up the van and started heading home. On the main road, we saw Larry again. He was walking alone, still mumbling to himself and occasionally hitting his head. We called the dispatcher to report seeing him, explaining he'd been outside our cabin trying to break in. That was the last we heard of it. I still don't know if the police ever found Larry or if he disappeared back into the woods. I'm not even sure if he really lived nearby or if he was just some unstable person wandering around. I'm just grateful nothing worse happened. But after that experience, everyone else can go camping without me. I'm writing this story just hours after experiencing the craziest moment of my life. I know that sounds over the top, but trust me, it was beyond insane. My family and I just arrived at our campsite for the week, and I can't shake this on-edge feeling, constantly looking behind me, even though I know we're probably safe. Just bear with me as I try to recount everything, since it all just happened and I'm still trying to process it. Late last night, my family and I left home to begin our week-long camping trip. Our 2 kids were thrilled to finally come along on one of our outdoor adventures. My wife and I had been taking trips like these for years, but we waited until the kids were old enough to bring them along. That time had finally come. We started the 6.5-hour drive shortly after midnight. Once the initial excitement settled and the in-car karaoke session ended, everyone but me fell asleep. I didn't mind. It gave me the perfect opportunity to catch up on an audiobook I'd been neglecting for months. I was surprised when we were nearly at our destination and realized everyone had stayed asleep for most of the ride. Occasionally, one of them would stir, mumble something about how much longer we had, and then drift back off. About 40 minutes before reaching the campsite, the worst happened: a flat tire. It's every driver's nightmare, especially on vacation. Luckily, I had a spare, so it wasn't a huge problem, just a frustrating setback. I remember feeling a moment of panic when I briefly lost control of the truck as it slid to the side of the road. Somehow, my family stayed asleep through it all. I quietly got out of the truck, pulled the spare from under all our packed gear, and started changing the tire. As I worked, I couldn't help but wonder what I'd hit. The tire had blown so suddenly that it felt strange. Something about it made me uneasy. I was nearly finished replacing the tire when I heard someone lightly clear their throat behind me. It sounded like my wife, but when I turned around, I saw a short woman standing there. Her tangled dreadlocks framed her face, and she had a tattoo of a flower running up the side of her neck. "Hi there," she said softly, smiling in a way that felt unsettling. "I'm April. Need a hand?" I hesitated, then replied politely, "Oh, no thanks, April. I've got it covered." Something about her put me on edge, but I didn't want to be rude. As I spoke, I noticed her glancing repeatedly to the opposite side of the road, as though communicating with someone I couldn't see. Each time I looked, though, no one was there. April kept insisting on helping me, her voice sugary sweet, and I kept politely declining. I began packing up my tools, eager to get back on the road. That's when her tone changed. "I think you really need my help," she said sharply. Her voice was no longer soft. It was now low and angry, with a threatening edge. "Let me help you." My patience snapped. I turned to her and, in the firmest voice I could manage, said, "Look, lady, you need to back off. My family is in that truck, and I'm not playing games. If you don't leave now, I'm calling the cops, or I'll deal with you myself." I expected the threat to scare her off, but instead, she just started laughing. This unnerving, mocking laugh that sent chills up my spine. I'd had enough. Ignoring her, I opened the driver's side door and tossed my keys into the cup holder, ready to start the engine the second I got in. When I turned back to grab my lug wrench, I froze. April was mid-swing, aiming the wrench at me, likely trying to hit me in the head. Her movements were clumsy, almost like she wasn't fully in control of herself. I managed to block the blow with my hand and, acting on pure instinct, kicked her in the shin. She stumbled backward, grunted, then bolted toward the same patch of road she kept looking at earlier. Wasting no time, I jumped into the truck, started it up, and sped away. My heart was pounding, and I kept checking the mirrors to make sure no one was following us. Thankfully, the rest of the drive was uneventful. When my wife woke up, I told her everything. She was furious that I didn't call the police immediately and, honestly, didn't even believe me at first. As soon as we reached the campsite, she called the local authorities. She gave them the details I told her. The woman's name, her tattoo, and the exact stretch of road where it happened. Now, I can't shake this feeling that April might show up here. She definitely saw our camping gear, so she knows where we were headed. I didn't think about it at the time, but now I can't help but wonder, did she cause the flat tire? I don't have proof, but the thought lingers. I'm trying my best to enjoy this trip, but I had to get this story out while it was still fresh in my mind. Keep wondering, what did she want? Was she trying to rob us? Take the truck? Or was it something worse? Wish me luck for the rest of the week. If anything else happens, or if there's an update from the police, I'll be sure to share it. But for now, I just hope I never see that woman with the flower tattoo again. The story happened about 14 years ago. My parents allowed me to invite two of my closest friends over for a backyard campout. They set up a tent for us, and my mom picked up lots of snacks while my dad ordered pizza and drinks before they headed out for their dinner plans. My friends and I were thrilled to hang out in the tent. We carried as much food as we could to the backyard, munching away and chatting excitedly. We had a little plan for the evening. Scary stories, making s'mores, and whatever else we could think of. After stuffing ourselves with dinner, we began sharing stories about our crushes and whether we'd work up the nerve to ask them to the first school dance of the next year. At one point, we tried to make a blanket fort inside the tent, but it didn't work out too well. While all this was happening, I kept feeling like I could hear something outside the tent. I unzipped the window flap to peek outside, but I didn't see anything unusual. About 5 minutes later, my friend Emma said she thought she heard something too, like something brushing against the tent fabric. That's when my other friend, Lily, looked through the open flap and said, "Do you see that dark shape over there?" I glanced where she pointed, and something bright caught my attention. It looked like a white swoosh, similar to a logo. I couldn't help it. I screamed. My friends screamed too, and we bolted into the house. We locked ourselves in the bathroom, trying to stay as quiet as possible. That's when we heard footsteps approaching, and the bathroom door handle started jiggling. We all shrieked at the top of our lungs. Lily grabbed her phone and started calling the police. We were still panicking and yelling when I suddenly heard my mom's voice telling us to come out. Slowly, we opened the door, and there were my parents, my dad holding the phone. He took it from Lily and said, "Hi, sorry, this is their dad. I was just playing a prank on the girls during their campout. Now that I'm older, I'm honestly shocked the police didn't show up. But we lived in a small town, and my dad seemed to know just about everyone. He probably called a friend and cleared things up quickly. My friends and I were pretty mad at first, but my dad was known for his jokes, so we forgave him after a bit. To make up for it, he offered to help us toast s'mores. He played soft music, lit the fire, and kept asking if we needed anything from the house or the store. I think he felt really guilty for scaring us. Eventually, we got tired and went back to the tent. We lay there talking about random stuff until we started falling asleep one by one. I'm pretty sure I was the last one awake, trying to make sure everyone was comfortable. At some point, I dozed off, but I woke up suddenly to complete darkness and the sound of crickets outside. I thought I heard something, but I brushed it off as part of a dream. As I lay there, I could hear one of my friends snoring loudly and breathing heavily. It was so noticeable that I sat up to figure out which one of them it was. As I sat up, my face was level with the window screen, and I got this uneasy feeling, like earlier. Then I saw something move outside. Out of nowhere, the sound of the tent zipper opening filled the silence. Annoyed, I yelled, "Dad, stop it. That's enough. I want my friends to actually come over again." There was no reply. My friends started to stir from all the noise, so I said again, "Dad, seriously, cut it out." That's when I heard a voice, one that wasn't my dad's. It was much deeper, and it said, "How do you know it's me?" My entire body froze. The only thing I could think to do was grab my friends by their hands and pull them. I practically dragged them out of the tent, and we all ran straight inside. Nobody else screamed or said much. I think they were more confused than scared at first. I burst into my parents' room and told my dad what happened. He jumped out of bed right away, grabbed a flashlight, and went outside. I could hear him yelling, though I couldn't make out what he was saying. Then he came back inside and called the police. My mom stayed with us in the living room while we waited. Not long after, we saw flashing police lights through the window. My dad talked to the officers outside for what felt like 20 minutes before coming back in. He spoke to my mom first, then came to us. He explained that someone had been wandering around the neighborhood causing trouble, but the police caught him. He told us we were safe and apologized for his earlier prank. He asked if my friends wanted to go home. Lily decided to stay, but Emma called her mom and left. Lily and I moved our campout to the living room. My dad built us a last-minute pillow and blanket fort, and we spent the rest of the night there. There were only a few hours until morning, and we eventually drifted off. When we woke up, my parents made us a big breakfast and suggested we spend the day by the pool. It was exactly what we needed to distract us from the night before. I'm still close friends with Lily to this day, though neither of us has been camping since that night. I can't believe it's been over a decade since this happened. Time really does slip by when you're not paying attention. This story is probably one of the strangest and most unsettling experiences of my life. Back then, it scared me more than I care to admit. At the time, I had just started dating my girlfriend. We had busy schedules, so we barely got to see each other. As a guy in my early 20s, I was desperate for more time with her. Just the two of us, but it felt impossible. I still lived with my family, and so did she, so privacy wasn't something we had much of. We hadn't been together long, but I was already frustrated. It felt like she was always busy with something, and I was just being squeezed into her plans as an afterthought. One weekend, I told her how I felt, and she explained that she already had plans to go camping with her friends. She apologized, but that didn't make me feel any better. I was upset, honestly on the verge of calling it quits. Later that day, after she'd left, she texted me out of the blue, saying her friends had said I could come along if I wanted. I'm not a fan of camping at all, but I wasn't about to turn down a chance to spend time with her. The campsite was only about a 45-minute drive from where I lived, so I packed up a bag and hit the road. When I arrived, it wasn't quite what I pictured. It wasn't the isolated, deep in the woods kind of camping. It was more like a big open field surrounded by trees, with dozens of other campers set up nearby. It didn't feel private or adventurous, at least not the kind of camping I imagined. Once I got there, I met her friends for the first time. They were great, super friendly and outgoing. Basically the total opposite of my girlfriend, who was quiet and a little reserved. We all clicked pretty quickly, though, and I found myself actually looking forward to hanging out that night. While we were sitting around chatting, I noticed a bunch of trails leading into the woods. Curious, I wandered down one and realized just how big the area was. Finally, it felt a bit like what I'd imagined camping should be. Later that evening, we grilled some food on a small portable barbecue and played cards until the sun went down. After that, we sat around, drinking beers out of special cups since alcohol technically wasn't allowed. Around 11 p.m., a pair of people showed up, park staff, I think, or maybe just campsite managers. They walked up with their flashlights shining aggressively and asked why we were still awake. We all kind of laughed, thinking they were joking. One of my girlfriend's friends, who had a bit of a cocky attitude, said something like, "Why wouldn't we be awake? It's our weekend off. We're here to have fun." That set one of the staff members off. In an angry tone, she shot back, "There's a strict curfew at 10 p.m. Lights out. No exceptions." We thought she was kidding. My girlfriend's friend, not one to back down, retorted, "We paid for this site, and you're telling us we have to go to bed? Seriously? Get out of here." The woman wasn't having it, though. She practically shouted at us like we were kids, telling us to get in our tents and go to sleep. At that point, we were all irritated, but we reluctantly agreed. One of the friends suggested we meet quietly in his tent to keep playing cards, but the woman must have overheard because she spun back around and barked, "Lights out means no lights, no cards, no talking. Go to sleep. If I catch you up again, you're gone." It felt ridiculous, like we were in some kind of juvenile detention camp. Everyone grumbled as we went to bed. Honestly, the only reason we didn't push back harder was that we'd been drinking, and none of us were in any shape to drive if we got kicked out. Eventually, everyone fell asleep except for me and my girlfriend. We stayed up, enjoying what little time we had together. Then, out of nowhere, she suggested something that surprised me: sneaking onto one of the trails for some real alone time. As a young guy in my 20s, I wasn't about to say no to that. We quietly slipped out of the tent and made our way onto one of the trails. Once we were far enough in, we finally got some privacy, but it didn't last long. Out of the silence, a man's voice suddenly called out, "Hey!" We both froze, not moving an inch. At first, we thought it was another park staff member, so we stayed completely still, hoping he'd just go away. Then the man spoke again, his voice low and strange. "I know you're out there. I just want to say hello." My girlfriend and I exchanged confused looks. What was that supposed to mean? I cautiously peeked out from behind a tree, and even though it was nearly pitch dark, I saw him. Standing on the trail with a tiny flashlight was a man, a short, odd-looking guy in a baggy white t-shirt. Unfortunately, he noticed me right away. He stood up straight, grinned in this unsettling way, and said, "Hey, buddy, I've got something for you." Everything about him felt off. I didn't reply. I couldn't even think of what to say. Then he added, "I've got all this cash on me, and my ex-wife's gonna take it. I want to give it away before she gets it. Come grab some, will ya?" He held out his hand, but there was nothing in it. He was still a good 20 feet away, but I felt every nerve in my body screaming to get out of there. I glanced at my girlfriend and mouthed, "Run." She bolted, and I was right behind her. As I took off, the man yelled something like, "No!" and lunged toward us. Luckily, we were already sprinting full speed, so he didn't stand a chance. We didn't stop running until we were back at the camp. Once we were safely there, we waited about an hour for the park staff to come by again. When they did, I flagged down the same woman from earlier and told her there was a man wandering around in the woods. I lied a little, saying I'd spotted him from my tent, but she seemed to take it seriously. They ended up calling the authorities, and that was the last I saw of the man. The rest of the night, I couldn't stop staring at the tree line, half expecting him to appear again. Thankfully, he never did. To this day, I have no idea what that man wanted, but the look in his eyes when we ran away still haunts me. Every year, when camping season rolls around, I think about that night and how lucky we were to get away safely. This is about a troubling experience I had when I went camping by the coast during summer with my partner. We thought it would be a great idea to camp on the shore instead of staying at a hotel, since I had always wanted to sleep near the ocean. Hear the waves crashing, gaze at the stars, and enjoy this experience at least once in my life. The plan was to stay in our tent for a week. The area had public facilities with bathrooms, showers, and nearby eateries, so hygiene and food weren't a concern. We brought everything we needed for the trip: a blacked-out two-person tent to block the sunlight, an inflatable mattress, a first aid kit, lanterns, and other essentials. For the first few nights, everything was perfect. We loved every moment. To be cautious, we always took our valuables with us in backpacks whenever we left the tent, just in case something happened. We weren't the only ones camping there. The area was popular with solo campers, couples, and families. However, some visitors were less considerate. At night, you could hear people partying, laughing, playing loud music, drinking heavily, and even using substances. Despite this, the first 4 days and nights were peaceful. Everyone kept to themselves, and there were no incidents. One night, we stayed out later than usual, around 1 a.m., wandering through the lively streets. We stopped to watch a street performer who had gathered a large crowd. Surprisingly, the focus of the crowd wasn't on the musician, but on a middle-aged woman dancing wildly in the middle of the road, where cars occasionally passed. She was completely unclothed, clearly under the influence of alcohol and drugs. She was incoherent, flirting with strangers and continuing her bizarre performance to the dismay of both the musician and the onlookers. We didn't stay long, choosing to leave and return to our tent. As we sat near our tent, we heard a woman yelling in the distance. It was the same woman from earlier, but now she had a small group of friends with her. They decided to set up camp on the same stretch of beach, just a few tents away from ours. They lit a bonfire and continued drinking, smoking, and dancing. The woman was still mostly undressed, now wearing a sheer skirt. At one point, she wandered into the freezing ocean, staying there for what felt like forever. I couldn't help but wonder how she wasn't shivering from the cold. My partner reassured me, saying we should just ignore them and focus on enjoying ourselves. So we tried not to let it bother us. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, and we prepared to sleep. Since it was a warm night, we decided to leave the tent partially open, using the mosquito net for ventilation. This way, we could enjoy the fresh air and wake up with the sunrise. At some point during the night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps circling our tent and a soft, humming voice. The tent material wasn't thick, so every noise outside was clearly audible. I froze, too terrified to move or even adjust my position, hoping the person outside wouldn't realize I was awake. Through the mosquito net, I watched as the steps stopped near the top of the tent. Then, I heard a chilling whisper, "Don't be scared. I just want to sing you a lullaby." The footsteps resumed, circling the tent again. I caught a glimpse of feet passing by, followed by the familiar sheer skirt fluttering in the breeze. The next morning, we packed up our tent and moved to a quieter part of the beach, far away from that woman and her group. Last summer, my girlfriend and I went camping in a remote nature reserve in New York. I can't recall the exact name. It was a very basic setup. No cell service, and we only came across a couple of other people during our entire stay. The reserve was enormous and almost deserted. My girlfriend mentioned right away that the two people we saw gave her an uneasy feeling. I don't know if they were connected to what happened later, but here's what I remember about them. The first person was a man with a truck pulled off near the trail, the hood propped open. I don't usually notice things like this, but my girlfriend thought he seemed like he was waiting for someone to stop and offer help. Normally, she's the type to suggest lending a hand or at least calling for assistance, but she said something about him felt off, so we decided to move on without engaging. The second person drove past us several times while we were setting up camp, slowing down to stare at us each time. My girlfriend pointed it out, saying, "That car's gone by 3 times already." I hadn't noticed until she said something. We couldn't tell if these individuals had anything to do with the frightening experience we had that night, but they added to the unsettling atmosphere. The real story begins at 3 a.m. We were jolted awake by an ear-splitting noise. I can't accurately describe it, but my girlfriend later said it reminded her of a massive machine, maybe like a construction tool grinding gravel. She sat up, and I peered through the tent's small window. The sound repeated over and over, each time getting louder and closer. My heart was racing, but my girlfriend assured me it was probably far away, several miles at least. At the time, I believed her because loud sounds can carry over great distances, right? Later, she admitted she said that to keep me calm. In reality, she thought it sounded like it was coming from the dirt road right next to our campsite. At one point, she even suspected it was directly in front of our tent. She didn't want to scare me or suggest we make a run for the car, fearing it could be some kind of trap to lure us outside. She whispered for me to try to sleep, but I couldn't. Every tiny noise outside felt like footsteps creeping toward us. After what felt like hours, my girlfriend finally told me to get up and help her pack. By then, the noise had stopped for about 20 minutes. She kept our only weapon, a machete, ready in her hand as we hurried to gather our things. The moon was almost full, so we didn't need flashlights. While packing, I noticed an empty soda can near the cold fire pit. Neither of us had brought soda, and it definitely wasn't there when we went to sleep around 10 p.m. We quickly finished packing and left the campsite without further incident. For the rest of our trip, we either stayed in campgrounds with other people nearby or opted for hotel rooms. To this day, I don't know what caused that sound or who might have been outside our tent. All I know is that I never want to experience anything like that again. The summer of 2010 was a tough period to finish college. I had just spent 4 years earning a degree only to discover the job market was nearly non-existent. As discouraged as I was about being jobless for the foreseeable future, I discovered a newfound love for remote camping and trekking that summer. Having grown up near the Sierra Nevada mountains and graduating from college in eastern Idaho, hiking and camping weren't new to me. But that summer, they became an escape, something of an obsession. Daily hikes and sleeping under the stars gave me solace while I wrestled with thoughts about my purpose in life and the uncertainty of the future. It was late June, and the weather was unusually chilly, wet, and overcast. Daytime temperatures barely crept above 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and nights dipped below freezing. Despite the unfavorable conditions, I had set my sights on exploring the Sawtooth Range that week and wasn't going to let the weather stop me. My route was planned to take me from Echo Lake, over the Echo Ridge Pass, and down to Sapphire Basin. Echo Lake is difficult to reach, requiring a 4-wheel drive vehicle and decent driving skills. The trail to the lake was a narrow, muddy path twisting through dense pine forests. Slippery from the rain, it tested my nerves, but I eventually made it to the top. Relieved, I set up camp on the northern edge of the lake and decided to try fishing. Fishing that evening was dreadful, cold, and with no bites. The only upside was that the lack of action left my mind free to wander. As I sat by the lakeshore, the light drizzle of rain created a soothing white noise. Time slipped away until my thoughts were interrupted by a low rumble echoing from further up the canyon. The sound was similar to the distant hum of a diesel engine. But no roads extended beyond the point where I had set up camp, meaning no vehicles or machinery could have been there. Maybe it's a plane, I thought, scanning the overcast sky, but the sound wasn't moving closer or farther away, nor was it above me. It seemed to originate beyond the lake, deeper into the canyon. The noise was steady, unchanging, and unmistakably out of place. Though not outright frightening, the sound unsettled me. My instincts were on edge as I sat, just listening. After about 20 minutes, the rumble gradually faded, leaving only the gentle patter of rain. I tried to brush it off, focusing instead on fishing. Finally, I caught a decent trout, cleaned it, and returned to camp to prepare dinner. The trout cooked well enough, but I've never been a fan of its muddy flavor. I ate what I could tolerate and threw the rest into the lake. After building up the fire, I settled in for the evening with a small bottle of bourbon. Night descended quickly, as the mountain ridges hastened the sunset and the clouds blotted out any starlight. The darkness was profound. The warmth of the fire and the rhythmic drumming of rain on my tent were comforting and began to lull me to sleep. Before dozing off, I reminded myself to stoke the fire. Walking to my pile of firewood, I paused. Away from the crackling fire, the rumble was back, louder and closer this time. Annoyed and slightly tipsy, I shouted into the darkness, "Knock it off!" To my shock, the rumbling stopped instantly, as did the rain. The eerie silence that followed made my pulse race. I realized this was no mere coincidence. Something had responded to my voice. Whatever it was, it felt deliberate, and my gut told me it wasn't friendly. I hurriedly piled all the wood onto the fire and retreated to my tent, feeling more exposed than ever. Sitting inside, I strained to listen to the crackling flames, my own breath, and the oppressive quiet beyond the firelight. What had felt like peaceful solitude earlier now felt like isolation, like being watched. The rain returned suddenly, this time a torrential downpour. Grateful I'd reinforced the fire, I tried to focus on its glow. The thought of fleeing to my truck crossed my mind, but the muddy path and storm made it too dangerous. Drunk and desperate, I decided to move. Grabbing my essentials, I dashed to my truck, soaked by the time I slammed the door. I locked it, cranked the heater, and tried to calm myself. The clock read 1:08 a.m. as I reclined the seat. I closed my eyes for just a moment. When I opened them again, the rain had stopped. A thick fog blanketed the area, and faint morning light peeked from the east. The truck clock read 5:42 a.m. somehow. I had lost nearly 5 hours. My head throbbed, but it wasn't the alcohol. Stepping out, I saw the damage. My tent had collapsed, poles shattered, and everything was soaked. My plans to hike the pass were scrapped. As I packed up, I heard the rumbling again, low and menacing, cutting through the fog. I didn't hesitate. I threw the last of my gear into the truck and sped down the muddy trail, never looking back. I haven't returned to Echo Lake since, and I don't think I ever will. I'm a 32-year-old woman from San Diego. A few years ago, my boyfriend and I, after planning for half a decade, hit 29 and sold almost everything we owned, including my car. We kept his SUV and decided to explore the United States and Canada. You could describe us as backpackers since we usually follow the good weather, explore state parks, and hike deep into remote areas for days at a time. My brother jokes that we're modern-day wanderers, maybe even off-the-grid types. While not entirely true, we do live minimally. Between us, We share a prepaid phone for emergencies and keeping in touch with family. I also have a laptop for work. I'm a freelance writer and content creator, mostly crafting technical pieces or online content for a robotics company. Our lifestyle is all about avoiding debt and keeping expenses minimal. We rely on free Wi-Fi and head to towns about twice a week to visit places like coffee shops where I can work. This backstory helps paint a picture of who we are and how we live. We're not into social media, no Reddit, Instagram, or trendy apps. Last summer, we planned a remote hiking trip in a lesser visited area of Arkansas. We'd heard the natural scenery was gorgeous, and it didn't disappoint. The park's rules were pretty relaxed. There was no need for a permit or formal check-ins. Our goal was a 6-day hike, 3 days in and 3 out. For most of the trip, we saw no one and heard nothing but the sounds of nature. On one evening, as dusk approached, we decided to veer off the trail to set up camp. We usually find a spot about half a mile from the main path. As we followed what looked like a faint animal trail, we stumbled upon a green, 2-person tent tucked into the foliage, nearly invisible until we were right on it. Some hikers prefer solitude, while others are more social. We enjoy meeting fellow adventurers, sharing stories, snacks, and maybe even a smoke. Standing about 30 yards from the tent, we noticed it was zipped closed. My boyfriend called out to announce our presence, but there was no response. No sound, no movement. We figured whoever was inside either wasn't around or didn't want to be disturbed. So we quietly moved in another direction to set up camp far enough away to avoid any awkwardness. We forgot about the tent until the 5th day, on our way back out of the park. Nearing the end of the day, we searched for another campsite and, unexpectedly, came across the same green tent. This time, the flap was open. My boyfriend shouted a greeting again. Still no answer. He suggested checking it out, wondering if someone might be injured. I didn't like the idea. Though we'd never encountered trouble, we'd heard enough stories of loners in the wilderness. Some armed, some just wanting complete privacy. My boyfriend reassured me, saying we'd offer a friendly gesture, maybe even share some weed if things got tense. As we got closer, around 20 yards away, a horrible stench hit us. My boyfriend had been calling out every few steps but suddenly stopped, turned to me and said, "What if there's a dead body?" My stomach dropped. I was terrified. I'd never seen a corpse and didn't want to start now. The smell grew worse as we approached. When we reached the tent, what we found was beyond disturbing. Outside lay 4 severed deer legs, swarming with flies. The cuts were rough, as though the legs had been partially sliced and then torn off. Inside the tent was the rest of the deer, a head and torso wrapped in a blue fleece blanket, its blood soaking the fabric where the legs had been. The body lay on its side, the bottom facing the tent's entrance. The tail had been cut off, and there were dried blood stains around its genitals and mouth. The positions of its limbs and head were unnatural, bent at grotesque angles. Beside the deer's remains were a nearly empty bottle of baby oil and a grimy kitchen towel with green and white stripes. That was all. I started crying and begged my boyfriend to leave. He stood frozen for a moment, whispering, "What the?" before we turned and ran. We didn't stop until we were back on the main trail and far away. As darkness fell, we set up a silent camp, too shaken to light a fire or use our headlamps. Every sound sent us into high alert, imagining the person responsible for the tent might track us down. At the crack of dawn, we packed up and made our way to the ranger station. There, we reported what we'd found. The young ranger listened with wide eyes, visibly disturbed. He jotted down notes as we described the location on a map. When he asked how the deer had been killed, we realized we hadn't even thought about it. We assumed it had been shot, but with the blanket covering much of the body, we never saw any visible wound. Since that trip, we've cut our backcountry hikes down to 4 days max. We no longer call out greetings to other campsites and avoid unmanned tents altogether. This is a story my uncle shared with me numerous times. He used to be a forester, operating a massive tree-cutting machine designed to fell enormous trees and chop them into set lengths. His work often placed him alone in dense, remote forests. The way his team was structured, he would receive instructions on where to cut, and his pay depended on how many trees he cleared, not how long it took. This setup meant he frequently worked 15 to 18 hours a day, aiming to finish quickly. Once he was done, the rest of the crew would come to process and transport the logs. About half the time he worked solo. The other half he partnered with another operator, a man named Carl. They relied on two-way radios to stay in touch while working, which becomes important later. One time, my uncle and Carl were assigned to a new job deep in the wilderness. 10 days into the project, they began noticing strange static and chatter over their radios. The interference was so poor they couldn't make out any clear words. No matter what channel they switched to, the noise seemed to follow them. As they moved further into the mountains, the mysterious chatter grew more distinct. Fragments of conversation made them uneasy, as they could sense something was amiss. They also started coming across peculiar items scattered around the area: containers, makeshift campsites, and signs that someone had been there. This discovery was unsettling because the location was extremely remote, requiring a 3-hour trek by vehicle and weeks of effort clearing paths to make the area accessible. They realized they were far from civilization, in a place where no one should be. Worse, they weren't scheduled to finish the job and leave for several more days. The only time they left was to refuel their equipment and grab supplies, sleeping in their trailers at night. One afternoon, Carl stumbled upon a small campsite with a tent and called my uncle over. Inside the tent, they found a single sleeping bag and a duffel bag. The contents of the bag were deeply disturbing. Several pairs of children's underwear, duct tape, a length of rope, and sketches of children, along with photos of kids seemingly unaware they were being photographed. There was also a small stash of food, including an unspoiled apple, indicating the camp had been occupied recently. The realization hit them. They were isolated on a mountain with, at best, a very dangerous individual nearby. Carl immediately wanted to leave, but my uncle, ever the determined worker, insisted they stay and finish the job. They agreed to limit radio use to emergencies, hoping to overhear more from the unknown chatter. Over the next few days, they began catching snippets of conversations between two men discussing mundane tasks like gathering water and firewood. While the topics weren't unusual, the presence of these men in such a remote area was alarming. It became clear these men owned the campsite. One evening, after wrapping up for the day, my uncle decided to speak directly over the radio. He asked, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" After that, the radio went silent, and they didn't hear the men again. That night, Carl woke my uncle, whispering urgently that someone was outside their trailer. The first thing my uncle noticed was the faint sound of footsteps shuffling around. He scrambled for his gun but realized it wasn't loaded, and he couldn't locate the ammunition. Carl was unarmed, and calling for help wasn't an option given their location. They heard the doorknob rattle, and the door creaked open. The trailer sat high off the ground, with no steps or ladder, making entry challenging. The door remained ajar, but neither of them moved. Moments later, they heard a scratching noise near the door. Unable to endure the tension, my uncle signaled Carl and crept toward the door. As he reached it, something slashed across his face, cutting from his right eye to his left cheek. He tumbled out of the trailer, landing hard on the ground. A man wielding a knife pounced on him but was quickly kicked in the head by Carl, who had leapt out to help. My uncle managed to get up as the second man, unarmed, ran off into the woods. The man with the knife scrambled to his feet and fled as well. They jumped into their truck and drove to the nearest hospital, where my uncle's injuries were treated. They later reported the incident to the authorities. Both quit their jobs immediately after. 2 weeks later, as the rest of the logging crew wrapped up the project, one worker was found murdered, bound, gagged, and left in a ditch. To my uncle's knowledge, no one was ever arrested for the crime. To this day, his right eye remains severely damaged, the pupil resembling a slit rather than a circle. He suffers from severe trauma and rarely sleeps peacefully. A couple of years ago, my partner and I, having already hiked several sections of the Appalachian Trail, decided to try the southern part of the Virginia route. This stretch spans about 160 miles and passes through sections of the Blue Ridge and Allegheny Mountains, from near Salem to the outskirts of Narrows. It's one of the quieter, less traveled areas of the trail, which was exactly what we wanted. After gathering our supplies, we headed to the start of our route near a section of the Virginia Creeper Trail. Our plan was to finish near Abingdon and head back home afterward, ready for the comfort of our own beds. It was mid-October, and the autumn colors were stunning. The air was crisp and perfect for hiking, making for a beautiful experience. Most of the trip was uneventful, just the usual trek through the wilderness, until the last couple of nights when things took a strange turn. In this part of the trail, you're meant to camp either on the trail itself or at designated shelters. However, we wanted more privacy and didn't feel comfortable with the idea of anyone stumbling upon us at night. So we ventured slightly off the trail to set up camp in a small clearing we found. It seemed perfect, quiet and secluded. We cooked dinner, talked for a while, and then settled in for the night. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to my partner shaking me, whispering urgently that someone was outside. She had been woken by the sound of something or someone scraping against the outside of our tent, circling it. I always carry a revolver during hikes, just in case, and grabbed it while we sat in silence, straining to hear more. The sound stopped, replaced only by the wind. Then came a distinct crunch, like footsteps on dry leaves, just beyond the tent. I quietly grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, leaving the fire, now just embers, to cast faint light around the clearing. The moon provided some visibility, but it was mostly dark. I scanned the area, trying not to alert whoever or whatever was out there. After a moment, I heard another crunch and turned the flashlight on. For a second, I thought I saw a figure dart behind a tree. I called out, warning them to leave and that I was armed. From behind me, I suddenly heard someone, or something, running through the woods. I turned, flashlight and gun ready, only to hear more movement from the original spot. It was clear whoever was out there wasn't alone. I didn't give chase. Instead, I returned to the tent, where my partner was anxiously waiting. I didn't sleep that night, staying on guard until sunrise. The next morning, I found a single boot print near our campsite that didn't match either of ours. I decided not to tell my partner, not wanting to scare her more. We still had 2 days left to hike, so we moved quickly that day, covering as much ground as possible. That night, we camped near a cliff, hoping the overhang would prevent anyone from sneaking up behind us. All day, I had the nagging feeling that we were being followed, though I couldn't prove it. We set up camp, ate, and got into the tent. I gave my partner the smaller handgun and kept the revolver by my side, promising her I'd stay alert. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with me, and I dozed off. I woke later to the sound of someone rummaging through our belongings outside the tent. I grabbed my gun and quietly woke my partner. In the faint glow of the dying fire, I could see the shadow of a person outside. I shouted a warning, and they took off running. When I stepped outside, I found our gear scattered and rifled through. As I scanned the woods, I saw flickering lights, like lanterns, moving among the trees. At least 3 of them, I told my partner we needed to leave immediately. We packed the essentials, leaving behind the tent and a few other things, and hurried back onto the trail in the middle of the night. For hours, I kept hearing faint voices and snapping branches from the woods behind us. Felt like we were being stalked. Just before dawn, as the trail curved, I turned and saw a figure step onto the path behind us, watching silently. They didn't respond when I called out, but eventually turned and disappeared into the forest. We picked up the pace and didn't stop until we reached the car, completely exhausted. We never found out who or what was out there, whether it was a prank, a group of people with bad intentions, or something more sinister. I'll never know. One thing's certain, I won't be returning to that part of the trail anytime soon. This story ended up being far longer than I initially intended, and I apologize for the lengthy read. Over the years, whenever I've shared it, people usually respond with, "That's the wildest thing I've ever heard." I hope you find it intriguing as well. It all happened during the summer of 2009. I grew up in Washington State and developed a love for the outdoors early on. My favorite activity became hiking, especially in remote or risky locations. While I appreciated the health benefits, I was drawn more to the thrill. Trekking along sheer cliffs, venturing into mountain lion and bear habitats, and knowing I was far from help. The release of Into the Wild in late 2007 deeply resonated with me. At the time, I was a high school senior, restless and eager to leave my parents' house. The movie fueled my adventurous spirit and inspired me to hike part of the Pacific Crest Trail in California after graduating. In the summer following graduation, I began my journey from the Mexican border to Northern California. It was an incredible experience. I encountered rattlesnakes, spotted a few black bears, and dealt with mild dehydration, but nothing life-threatening occurred. Then, somewhere in the Modoc National Forest, northeastern California, I rounded a corner on the trail and stumbled upon two individuals sitting on a rock. They were dressed almost entirely in white, their faces smudged with dirt, and the man sported a scruffy, untrimmed beard. Both appeared to be in their late 30s or early 40s. Their disheveled appearance was striking, and something about them reminded me of a creepy couple from a crime show I'd once seen. What truly caught me off guard was seeing anyone at all. Days often passed without encountering another soul. The white clothes made sense. They likely wanted relief from the blazing summer sun, and their unkempt look could easily be attributed to the rugged lifestyle of long-distance hikers. I greeted them with a simple hello, but they didn't respond, just stared at me as I walked by. Even then, I brushed it off, thinking they might not speak English or didn't know how to reply. That night, I camped a few hundred yards off the trail, as I usually did, and followed the usual bear precautions. I cooked, then hung my remaining food 5 feet off the ground before heading to bed. The next morning, I discovered the food was gone. My first thought was that a bear had raided my campsite. I searched for tracks but found none. Instead, I noticed boot prints, 2 distinct sets, circling my campsite. One pair led right to the rope where I'd hung my food. My mind immediately went to the odd couple I'd seen earlier. Everything began to click. I quickly packed up and left, my heart racing. Still, I reasoned that if they had bad intentions, they'd have taken more than just my food, right? Days passed and I began to relax. I even started circling my campsite with sticks to alert me if anything approached during the night. One evening, I was jolted awake by the sound of those sticks breaking. Gripping my hunting knife, I lay still, convincing myself it was likely just an animal. Then I heard hushed whispers. In the pitch-black forest, sound plays tricks on you, and I couldn't determine where the voices were coming from. I considered yelling out, pretending to have a weapon, but instead stayed silent, hoping to maintain the element of surprise. Footsteps circled my tent. My grip tightened on my knife, ready to defend myself if the tent was unzipped. But then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The whispers faded, and there were no more sounds of movement. I stayed frozen, wide awake, until dawn. When I finally stepped outside, I found no one, only the same boot prints as before. A few days later, I was in Shasta National Forest, now roughly 60 miles from where I first encountered the couple. The trail here was narrow, skirting a mountainside with little cover. I stopped to rest in a rare patch of shade and, glancing back along the trail, saw two tiny white figures moving in the distance. My stomach dropped. "This is over," I muttered to myself. I checked my map and decided to head for the nearest town, which appeared to be Castella, near Interstate 5. The catch? It was over 20 miles away. Determined, I hiked late into the night, often losing the trail and having to bushwhack through the dense forest. Finally, exhausted, I set up camp far off the trail. Sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle had me on edge. Hours passed, and then I heard the all-too-familiar sounds. Footsteps, whispers, and snapping twigs. My heart pounded. A flashlight beam suddenly illuminated my tent, then disappeared. Terrified, I unzipped my tent, knife in hand, and yelled incoherently into the darkness. The sound of running footsteps answered me. I caught a glimpse of a figure in my peripheral vision and bolted, sprinting blindly through the forest. I tripped repeatedly, scraping myself on branches and rocks, but I didn't stop until I collapsed beside a fallen tree. I crawled underneath the trunk and lay completely still. From my hiding spot, I saw the flashlight beam moving through the woods, searching. I stayed there motionless for what felt like hours. Eventually, the birds began to chirp, signaling dawn. Once the sun rose, I made my way back to the trail, abandoned my campsite, and hiked non-stop to Castella. When I reached the highway, I hitchhiked to the nearby town of Mount Shasta, where I reported the incident to the local authorities and Forest Service. They arranged for me to stay in a motel, and my parents drove down from Washington to pick me up the next day. Months later, I followed up with the police and Forest Service. They mentioned reports of thefts from campsites in the area but said no one else had experienced anything as harrowing as I had. As far as I know, nothing more ever came of the strange couple.